Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to be, he just wants to be aloof and not give him a hard no. And
well, he's got to have that chick, his pardons are, or whatever she is.
Oh, the Giselle Maxwell?
No, the pardon.
Oh, the pardons are.
Yeah, the African American lady that he put in.
That would be in favor of P. Diddy.
That's true.
She might say, hey, man, you got to take care of the brother.
Maybe she was a Tupac fan.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
In seat 3 and already 25 from Scout and Big Gulp for Babyface Thursdays. Look at that. That was really early.
Thank you, ladies. Stay safe out there.
Stay safe. Here, let me just simulate a semi-horn.
Kenneth Kendall, $50.
Say it one more time.
Kenneth Kendall, that Fortune Award, $50.
Welcome Thursday, August 7th. And if you see, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Today's Thursday. Co-host, of course, Brian the Babyface Matroni, recognized as the best lawyer in all of the Tampa Bay area as voted by Creative Loathing. Now he's up. That's last year's award, which at the end of the day, I'm assuming, Brian, it's a fiscal 365 days of being the best, and then you're still considered the best until the new awards come out here like in a month or so.
And I'm up for it again. You can vote every day. VH1.com.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $50.
Oh, so Neil Mount Plaisir, is that a Go Pack Go right there?
Go Pack Go.
Hold on here. There we go. Go Pack Go. Now, Brian, talking about the Packers, I didn't have this on my list to talk about. By the way, Tony Stewart live via Zoom at 9:15 today.
I just want to say good morning, Uncle Bubba.
Oh, no problem.
Don't cry like a bitch. I'm just joking.
See, man, you are such... That is just unnecessary. I'll take it. I'll take the law. I'll take the L. But
I'm joking, man. But it was an organic way to get into. I'm happy for you and the close. I heard that interview.
You just don't have any idea. I don't know if you've ever had anything that has been weighing on your conscience and on your shoulders for 13 years, and one particular mess up or event in your life, it snowballed and avalanched into what that did and what it and the trajectory of my life, how it changed after that event. And it's just been like, when Brooke said what she said, which I had no idea. And of course her words were, when she called the show, was, while the FBI, when Hogan, well, first of all, the FBI was at Hogan's house wiring him and Houston up. And, at one time or another, Hogan told Brooke and Jennifer, his wife at the time, that he knew I wasn't the one that leaked the tapes. And then she went on to say that, he could have potentially, let me off the hook a little bit, so to speak, which would have maybe helped me in corporate America. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten fired from the Bone. Had the Bone, Brian, known the truth, December of 12, they may not have made the personnel decisions or changes they made inevitably. And he never let me off the hook. And he knew as early as the FBI sting that I didn't disseminate it. And, everybody, 99.9% of everybody thinks I did. And so I've lived with this all my life. And it emotions overcame me. I don't know if you saw where I had to turn my chair around because I was bawling like a baby. I was just like, not necessarily what could have, should have, could have happened, but more importantly, it's just like finally somebody of some type of credibility that was, very close to the situation that I think nobody would refute, could have that information, it just was such a heavy weight lifted off of me. And I don't even know, Lummy, how many times officially I have cried on the show. I know I cried when my stepdad died.
Yes.
I don't know. I've cried probably 5 times during my career, and that was one of them. There's Brian to make me look like a bitch. What did you think? I mean, I'm sure because you're one of, actually, out of all the co-hosts. First of all, Dan doesn't really pay attention. Let's just be honest. I think Tuttle. I mean, what I'm saying is, like, Dan pays attention when he's on the show, and he participates and engages, and and I think Tuttle keeps up with this. But outside of Dan's appearances on Monday and Tuesday, he's got 2 jobs. He's super busy. Now, Brian's super busy too, but Brian manages his time differently. That I think Brian listens to and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you either listen to this show when you get up, maybe when you're getting ready, but certainly when you're driving in. And then I think that you monitor our socials and various other things, that you kind of have a general idea of things that happen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Yeah, I try to keep up just to be in the know, so that when I come in here on Thursday, I know what's happened during the week.
You can be, being more educated makes you a better instigator as well.
Oh, absolutely. I need to have material.
Right.
Like I had to have that Uncle Bubba line, get ready to go. That's in the back pocket.
Hey,
right.
Don't forget about me. Lasker's always listening to the show.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to. He gets offended though, Bubba, if you forget about him.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Gene. Did you do Kenneth? Kenneth.
Yeah, Kenneth left Fetch Some Horse.
Yeah, but now he's on the PayPal for 50.
Nice.
What is it? Kenneth
Kimberlin.
Yeah. Oh, no, I said Kenneth Kimberlin. So Lasker, I'm trying to get you guys know, like your doctor, your general physician. Sometimes it's hard to get in to an appointment, especially if it's not life-threatening or anything like that. Like if you just, like, Lummy, I have to go see my physician, like, I think 3 times a year for her to go through my blood panels and all that, all that kind of deal. Dial me in. You're too high on this. You're too low on this. You need to do more of that. You need more of this. But it's tough. Like, she books, like, my physician books, like, 3 months out.
Oh, nice.
And it's tough for her to take on new patients. So Lasker is so... first of all, it's been proven that intermittent fasting, if you don't cheat, works. Like, it works. Like, if you go at least 16 hours is the minimum, but if you go 16 hours without eating for that however many hour window that you do get to eat, if you eat sensible and not just eat and go to Carrabba's and just eat or Olive Garden, something is the worst for you. But
even then, you can only eat so much in that window. So what you're eating matters less. And in that time when you're not eating, your body stops producing so much glucose because it's not constantly processing your food and burning up your food. So
and
that's
it gets
the
to the point
advantages of it.
where it starts burning.
Fat.
Right. So
it goes right to the fat.
But Lasker. So I got Lasker on a 16-hour fast. He's been on it for maybe going on 2 months, and he's gaining weight. And I'm like, Lasker, there's just no way that could be happening. And let me tell you something. I'm even eating healthy, like, low carb. And I'm like, well, Gene, then there's just no way.
Yeah, it's a math game.
It's there's no way. And his wife, Sarah, is cooking him, good, clean, not spaghetti and meatballs, but instead like 2 hamburger patties with no bun and some green beans. Like, that's what he's eating when he does eat. He's eating clean or cleaner. And again, Brian, even like Brian said, even if you were to go to Carrabba's, if you stay strict on that 16 to 18-hour fast, it really doesn't matter what you eat. Your body can't consume. Well, I mean, you could.
If you gallon of ice cream.
If you go to the Golden Corral and just sit there for 3 hours and just but I'm just saying, like, the normal person who's got a job and a life, just really, unless you just for that 8-hour window or 6-hour window that you get to eat, you're just sitting in the kitchen eating Bluebell ice cream. Well, then maybe it won't work. But he swears to God that he's strict to it. And he's like, so I told him, listen, your levels are probably way off. Maybe you got something with your thyroid. I don't know. I've never known anybody that, stayed strict on it and didn't lose weight. And so I'm trying to get him, but he's a new patient. I'm trying to get him an appointment with my doctor. And it's tough. It's tough just to get her nurse practitioner to call you back, and then they send you over to scheduling, and it's tough. And let me right now. Yesterday, I almost had a nervous breakdown. Yesterday.
Oh no!
I almost had a nervous breakdown yesterday, just because I got so. There's only one of me. My priority is this program. This program is what. This program is what shovels the coal into the locomotive furnace. So we got to do that. But I got the track to deal with. I got this documentary that's here. Like I actually have a release date.
Woo!
I actually have a release.
A full release date?
I have an actual release date. Yes, a full release date. I also have a window. They're going to open it up like a week and a half before for Bubba Army or for anybody for that matter to pre-buy it so that you can have it ready to go. Which
perfect.
At the end of the day, if you pre-buy it, we had this big meeting yesterday. It's going to allow you access to videokilledtheradiostar.com and have some the minute the movie drops. Or the documentary drops, you can go to Video Killed the Radio Star, and it's going to show you some outtakes. And so if you pre-buy it, you get that code to go into there and navigate around, what have you. But I'm not talking about those dates right now because we still have to get like double and triple confirmation because it's going to be dropped on multiple platforms, and so we're just trying to sync up so that all platforms have the same day. Yes, so that was a big meeting yesterday. I got a huge deal.
$19.99. Is that going to be the price?
I think it's either going to be $14.99 or $19.99.
Perfect.
Either way.
I mean, I think, and it's also, Brian, you're going to have a rental price too, where you can just rent it. So you can buy it, watch it 4,000 times, or you can rent it. Now, I've never really rented one, but I think within the rental world, you rent it and then it gives you like 3 days to watch it.
Yeah, but
something like that.
It's gonna probably be like $5.99 to rent, or versus $14.99 or $19.99 to buy. You're better off just buying it.
I think you're right on the numbers. Like I think it's like that's what it is. I think it's $5.99 to rent, or like $19.99 or $14.99, something like that. So. That's, as we get a little closer to the date, but I'll tell you this, man, it's.
You should do, honestly, and I don't know, I know this is the business side, but
First of all, let me just tell you, I don't have any.
Not you,
I don't
but
have
the guys that are doing it.
I don't have any ownership in it at all. So I'm just, a major participant, and it's about me. But I don't have any investment or any money into it.
But for the first 2 weeks, it should be purchase only, and then release the rental option.
Yeah,
that's the way I would do it.
Yeah, because some people can't screen record it.
What do you mean?
You can screen record while you're renting it, and then try to.
Yeah, there's going to be people that screw you on that deal.
Okay, well, you know what, Brian? You know the people involved.
Yeah, I'll talk to them about it.
Could you do that for me?
Yeah, I'll see if that's it's got to be an option. They do it with all the movies.
I know, but what I'm saying is like me saying, "Hey, Brian told me that," like coming from you, and you know everybody involved. Could you make that suggestion for me?
Yeah,
because it just, I don't know, it just kind of. One, it takes it off my plate. It's a call I don't have to make. But two, it's coming from a very reputable and knowledgeable person, and with and that's the way it needs to be done. So here's the thing, though. For I think we said it's going to be able to pre-buy. I got it written down right here. Let me see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days before it drops, you're going to be able to pre-buy it.
Nice.
And so we've been told by the people that ingest it and, the people that distribute it and things like that, that, if you can get like 1,000 pre-buys before it drops, then the algorithm just goes absolutely insane, and it puts you up as one of the trending hot. It puts you for lack of a better term, with, Apple and Amazon Prime and all that kind of stuff. If you get 1,000 pre-buys within, before the drop, they give you a 2-week window to pre-buy it. And if you get 1,000 pre-buys within that 2-week window, it blows the algorithm up, and you get front page recommendations. So I'm like, well, I got to think between the show. This show, the live 4-hour show, and between social media, which, by the way, we hit over 200,000 last night for our Facebook. I mean, wow. Oh, my God.
Is there a way to do a discount for pre-buys? Like, if you pre-buy it, it's X price, but if you wait until the day of release, it's X price.
We talked about that. And it gets really it gets
complicated.
It gets complicated with regard. We actually did talk about that, like maybe saving $1 or something like that, and we all agreed that it's just too convoluted and too many working. There's
because you got different platforms,
right?
I get it.
So we're gonna instead allow them to have access to videokilledtheradiostar.com and like outtakes and maybe. Some, we might actually. That's where we put Brooke Hogan. We're gonna go interview. We're gonna go interview Brooke Hogan, and talk about what she knows. Now had Brooke reached out to me 3, 4, or 5 months ago, don't think she wouldn't have been on the documentary. You know what I'm saying? I mean, on the documentary there is a sand pearl part, and that would have been perfect to insert her right there, Brian. Right? So anyway. We figured allowing them access to some behind-the-scenes footage, it isn't really hard to do. That's an easy thing to do. Way more so than getting with the people that pay you and deciding, just figuring out. And there's different prices on different platforms. So I think one platform's $14.99, one's $19.99. I think those are the two numbers based on where you get it at, but. I'm thinking, Lummy,
1,000 should be easy.
I got to think. I really do. I got to think that would be very obtainable.
Easy.
But it's got to be through that one source, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I'm super excited. I have a release date. That release date's going to be confirmed here by Friday. And then I'll be able to start kind of talking about it. I'm not going to overly talk about it until I'm a day away from the pre-buy window opens, and that's when I'll really start talking about it, Lummy. And then on the day that the pre-buy opens, we're going to put the trailer of the documentary, along with a link to pre-buy on all of our socials.
Oh, perfect.
Along with trying to start doing some podcast shows, and in conjunction with talking about it on this show, and things like that. Now, I'm talking with Pat from the Tampa Theater.
Oh, yeah.
About the night that it drops, the day that it drops, having a premiere at the Tampa Theater.
Oh, perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah,
having
awesome.
Having a premiere at the Tampa Theater, setting up a little red carpet, inviting everybody, including the media and whatever. Now, I don't know. It was amazing, Brian, with us being knee deep into this Hogan deal and now the controversy of his death and things like that. I think I forget what day it was, but we got coverage on TMZ, 2 UK television stations, a German news source, E! Online, Us Magazine,
People
Magazine,
The Sun.
We got all this coverage, but not and when Lummy calls all the local media, they're like, they basically hang up on him. So, I mean, like, here's a story that's about a person that lives in Tampa, a person that died in Tampa, arguably one of the most popular people in the world.
I mean, the governor gave him a day.
Right. His former best friend, who has now, I'm saying, international coverage on the information I've been disseminating, and not a peep locally.
Mm-hmm.
What is...
Not even from your girl on Tampa Bay 10 there that you fawn over every day?
She doesn't know who I am. But what I'm saying is, like, what did I do to Tampa Bay media to be, what's it called? Something non grata? What's it called?
Persona non grata.
Why? Can you help me? This is the time for you to be a dick and to lay it all out and to tell me.
What did you do?
Well, I mean,
you pissed off MJ. You've pissed off Phil Campbell. You've pissed off Mike Calta. All of those people, although not independently powerful, do know people within the media circles in the Tampa Bay area. Then you've got the scandal, and that would probably be about it.
About it.
You don't think they're jealous though, Brian?
Absolutely. That's the Lummy answer.
No, but I mean,
they're jealous of you, bro. They don't want to put you over.
But here's the deal. I mean, there probably is a certain. I mean, there probably is a certain amount of that, in the fact that, I don't know. Lummy, I kind of like. I can't really justify why they would be jealous, but I really like the answer.
I mean, you're getting all the attention, and they wish they could get the attention like you're getting.
Well, they could get the attention if they would cover me.
Yeah, but
they're not in the. I mean, maybe they're mad because I've scooped them. Maybe they're mad because I was right. And you know what, Brian? I don't make a good victim, and I certainly don't make a good person that you can say, "Wow, you know what? Bubba the Love Sponge was right."
You don't make a good victim, but you play a good one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you would. I mean, even though you're trying to be a dick to me and you do it well, I would think that you would be the first one to say that there are several times I've been a victim. And they don't care.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
What? I don't get treated with the same. I'm not gauged or judged by the same parameters that most people that have been wronged are.
No.
But I whatever. So.
But here we are. The things are looking up. Things are good here. And you've got the documentary coming out. We're going to focus on the positives.
Yeah, we do. We really do. And I'm excited because yesterday was the first day I met with everybody that's the whole documentary team. And we have some hard dates and some hard information. And, I'm talking to them and, most of them are familiar with the Bubba Army. Some of them are not. And they're like, you think, honest to God, you could do? I in a cocky type way said, I can do 1,000 in a day. And they're like, oh, hold on.
I found a local. Finally, someone picked it up.
Oh, WDAE,
the sports channel.
Oh,
Yeah, they covered it. They did an article.
They did
on their website.
Wow. So you know what? Kudos to them. And really in town, they are like in town. I think they're the only game. I think they're the only sports game in town.
Well, 8:20. Come on.
The big 8. Jim Rome in the afternoons.
I'm so sorry.
Dan Cilio right after us.
Right after that.
You should really listen to the channel sometime, Bubba.
Wow.
I got accepted to her dream.
Wow. I literally just ripped everybody that works for me a new ass for not listening, even knowing what I do. And here I am. Wow. Insert foot into my mouth.
I hear Rome often now because when I'm leaving my job, I've still got it on 820 because I pull the dial off. I just leave it locked in on 820.
You rip that dial
right off.
So here we go.
I wear sunglasses indoors all the time, which I can't see. You can't see really. Like I can't, especially can't see out of these things. I damn near be tripping on myself. Hey, y'all.
I mean, did they?
I think it was just.
Yeah, it's just a
words.
new. Yeah. Brooke Hogan, the daughter of WWE Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan, revealed why she removed herself from her father's will in 2023 during an interview on her father's longtime friend Bubba the Love Sponge. Now,
It links to our, I believe,
to our
right to
like
it,
our
right
show.
it goes right to their into their world.
Yes.
iHeart.
Yeah, but that's smart, and that helps you still.
Yeah, but let me.
Yeah, I know.
This is not.
No, it is not.
This is not the updated iHeart deal.
Oh, that was 2017.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, listen's a listen.
Well, no, not really. I don't think we get any credit for that.
We do not.
Well, then they did you dirty then.
And if you look,
Might as well not even cover me.
Well, you might as well not have. I mean, if you look at this, the best of it's 1 second long. This is 1 second.
All of them are 1 second.
Those shows, some of them, that was the best of. Just joking.
So anyway, thank you, DIE. But I think they did me dirt. I think they did that on purpose.
Yeah, of course, because they're an iHeart thing. They're not going to give any traffic to not their site.
They're going to be like, listen, you know what? We're gonna be able to say that, hey, we credited you.
Yep.
We gave a link to your deal. How do we get a hold of iHeart and say, can you take that page down? And do we have a more updated page on iHeart?
I do have to say, only you could be on TMZ, The Sun, the Daily Mirror, People, all of that, and then be lamenting that WTSP didn't run an article on you. Like, you've got all these gigantic national things that make so much more of a difference, and you're like, but the local media doesn't love me.
Well, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's always nice to be, distributed and
yes, we do have an updated one. It's just under the Bubba Army. It's it's not under the Bubba Loves Fun show.
Be happy with what all the traction that you've gotten, baby.
I am happy. But as I was talking about a few minutes ago, I almost had a nervous breakdown yesterday, Lummy. So I have to leave here, and I got to go to Tom Bean's office to meet with the documentary people. And while I'm meeting with them, which is like really probably one of the most important meetings I could be doing right now, I got a huge track issue that I'm trying to handle to the point where I got Buck coming down next week.
Is everything okay?
Oh man, calling in the reserves.
Yeah,
Bubba Army.
Is Young Buck coming too?
Yeah, I got Buck and Young Buck.
Oh boy.
Well, he's not young. He's Young Boy.
Young Boy.
I got Buck and his son Young Boy coming down to meet me at the track next Thursday. I got Synergy Equipment dropping off. Dropping off a big front end loader. I got my guys from Power Screen, Florida, bringing me the Warrior 600 separator. I just got this big something got dropped on me and Tom's lap last minute, where we've got to that back area, Lummy, that
yes.
that we don't really pay much attention to, and it's where I've used the rock separator, and there's piles of material and all that kind of stuff. I've got to get that cleaned up ASAP.
Oh.
I've also got to get that go-kart area, fill in the low area, and get that all ready to go. I got something big coming. that could really be a game changer for me and Tom at the track. And
selling it and building an Amazon warehouse.
Brian, that's not necessarily out of the as much as you want to think that's a pie in the sky. There's something. Oh my God! But it requires me, Lummy. And let's not forget we got a Bubba 199 on Friday.
Yes.
And Buck wants to hit that. So next Thursday I'll be leaving the show, going up, working at the track. Probably till there's no more sunlight. So what time's the sun go down? About 8?
7:45, 8 o'clock.
Yeah. So exactly. 7. So call it 8 o'clock. Coming home. Buck and Young Boy is gonna stay in my RV up there, and then going back up there after the show on Friday, working till about 5. Then coming back here, doing the Bubba 199, sleeping here. Buck's going to sleep in my spare bedroom, him and Young Boy. Then going back up Saturday morning, working till probably 5 or 6. And then Buck's got a flight Sunday morning out of Charleston to him and his wife going to Phoenix to catch this concert. So Buck's got to go from my place back up to Charleston, get a little bit of rest, a little shower, then get on a 6 a.m. flight on Sunday.
Jeez.
And oh my God. And I'm trying to coordinate all this equipment. It's supposed to rain. And like I got that going down. Then I got the actual deal that's requiring me to do all this. To get that area,
what's the deal?
I'll have to.
Why is it super secret?
Because Brian, I'm gonna because Brian, people listen to the show that don't want good things for the show.
I got you.
And they could put I'm just saying, that there's entire forums that are dedicated to Bubba looks fat, Bubba's stupid, Bubba has man boobs, And by the way, they love you because you're an instigator. So you and Seth seem to be the only ones they like. But they hate everybody else. So if any type of positive windfall or news or anything good in my life that happens, they will do. Like Lummy will tell you. Lummy will just be honest with you. We basically can't have a TikTok.
It's very no, we cannot
because anything. No, yeah. Brian, listen to me. Listen, like for real. We can't have a TikTok because these trolls, every time we put up, I could literally put up me and Lummy shooting baskets out back, or Lummy feeding the goats, just something very honest. Lummy, you and I could be reading Bible scriptures.
And it's unoriginal.
There 20 or 30 of these people. Lummy, this one comes from Scout and Big Golf.
All right.
But don't immediately, Brian, try to think it's about you because it says, we love our Lummy.
Wow.
25.
Stay safe out there, girls.
Stay safe out there, you little lappy Smurfs.
Love you guys.
Love you guys, you 2, 4, 8, 10 million mile bitches. Love you guys. So, Brian, every video, every TikTok we put up, gets instantaneously flagged because they complain on it, and as soon as if you get 5 or 6 complaints on a video, then they put you in a timeout.
It's disqualified.
We're constantly being we're constantly in a disqualification mode for TikTok.
That's
like
weird.
I've been talking to various other social people as our social numbers are going up. I've had a couple of people like, man, why isn't your TikTok exploding? With your Facebook, and why isn't your TikTok exploding with your YouTube, and why isn't your TikTok showing the growth that your other channels are? And we're like, because everything we put up gets flagged.
Yep, and if you get 5, then they suspend you for a month.
Yeah, so we're currently suspended for a month.
And there's no review process there?
There is, but it takes 2 days. They review it, and then if they say, okay, you're good with it.
But can we reach out to somebody there and be like, look, this is ridiculous. We're getting this.
It was kind of like us trying to reach out to like YouTube.
Yeah, fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no human being
you
to
can't
talk
call.
to.
No.
There's no office to call. Hello, TikTok. Hey, hello, ma'am. How are you? I'm doing great today. Hey, my name is Bubba the Love Sponge. My channel is
Hello, TikTok.
Hello, TikTok. Yeah. Our channel is the underscore Bubba. Or is it is it Bubba underscore Army? I don't know what it. I don't even know what are we?
It's
you're
underscore
disqualified.
Bubba underscore Army.
You're disqualified.
I cannot help you if you don't even know your own channel name. Well, listen, I don't usually handle it. The guy handles it, but we keep getting strike. Oh, I need to send you to strike department. There is none of that. There's none of that. It's some computer that's AI and making decisions for you, and all it knows is that every time we put a video up, it gets 55 to 60, community standard / violation willies, and we're constantly in this, purgatory of being, not, I guess, suspended, right?
Yes. Right now we are suspended till the end of August.
Yeah. So I mean, like, it's just
Every
crazy.
Every month it's the same thing.
So I got and Brian, I'm going to tell you, I'll take you outside and tell you the track situation, and it's very exciting. Very exciting. Oh my God, it's an absolute game changer.
Whoa!
But it involves, I got to work Buck to the bone. I got One-Eyed Billy. Lummy, I need dump trailers, and I need excavators, and I need front end loaders, and I just need, oh my God, so much stuff to do. And this opportunity, they may start this opportunity on Monday.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm behind the eight, they may start it on another part of that property that's clear. And then I'm working on the other part of the property to make it clear as they're working on the other property. It's really exciting. It's really, you know what, Brian? It's a game changer.
They struck oil at the track.
We did. We struck oil at
Texas
the track.
Texas tea coming out
Texas
the ground.
Texas tea out of Ocala.
Billy Bob Thornton's coming up. Landman.
No, you know what? I even do something more valuable. We just found, what do they make battery? Lithium. We just found the largest lithium deposit in the state of Florida. right in the back. I mean, Brian, that would be even probably worth more than oil. Would it not?
At this point, you'd want that.
We found 10 straight acres that go 100 feet deep of lithium. And we got Elon Musk that's helicoptering in to test the lithium so he can buy it all. And me and Tom will never have to work again.
That's the dream.
Hello. And Gina is actually going to be happy because she hates the track more than anything in life. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba. Good morning to you, gentlemen. The reason that you've got so much heat there locally is because you are one that speaks the truth. And in today's society, people can't handle the truth. You're a dying breed, basically.
Yeah, I'm dying. I'm dying, all right.
On the vine.
There's not many that will stand behind actual facts. They'd rather have everything sugar-coated for them.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They don't like, I've been here now in Tampa since 92. So how many years would that be? 30? What would that be, Brian? You're the
33.
33. Look at that. Caller's fast.
I wasn't listening.
I've been here 33 years, and I got 33 years of ball busting and calling people out, and like this whole Hogan deal. I'm knee deep in all kinds of drama, and my first wrinkle came true in the fact that they were lying. Everybody was lying about his health condition, and I was the only one that had it somewhat right, to the point where I did, let me say, he was on his deathbed and we could lose Terry, and it's exactly what we got. And now there's another wrinkle to that. But is her name Sky
Daly?
Sky Daly, his widow. Did she tweet it? Did she Instagram it?
Instagram it.
She Instagrammed a message that I'm going to be honest with you. I've been somewhat critical of her, but it looks like she might be doing the right thing, and she can obviously what I've been doing and the pressure that I've been putting on them for not having an autopsy because an autopsy is a mic drop. If they go in and do an autopsy, because it's been brought to my attention that he's not been cremated yet. and that they might go ahead, based on the pressure that we've applied, and do an autopsy. Now, if they do that, then at that point it shuts the naysayers, and I think I've been the head of that, up on what he really died from, and there was no foul play, and there was no any sinister business, if you will, and he died from these particular causes. They do a blood panel, they do a toxology report, and it makes everybody shut up, including my fat ass. So I got that to get to. I got to read her posts. But yesterday, Lummy was at the forefront. We found something out yesterday that's very interesting as to potentially how he really died, why he really died. And I don't know that it's necessarily the way that Dr. And let me, have you been getting
Fitzgerald? Yes, all the emails.
Have you been getting all the emails about him?
Yes.
Oh my God.
It's
so anyway,
been,
sir, man,
known.
813-902-8222, 813-90-BUBBA, our phone lines if you'd like to call in and participate. But sir, thank you. Where do you live, and by what means do you watch or listen to the show?
Facebook, and I live over in St. Lucie County.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for calling.
So he's definitely over 55.
What does that have to do with it?
He's watching on Facebook.
Okay. I'm
just saying.
I don't
we
care.
love Facebook, Brian.
I'm just running the numbers for you.
I don't need the numbers ran. Appreciate you. Jesus. Tuttle was being a little bit. I think Tuttle's kind of trying to emulate himself after Brian yesterday. At least Brian. I will tell you this. At least Brian doesn't attack the listeners. Brian attacks me.
Yeah. I love the listeners.
Tuttle's new rut that he's got into is, hey, buddy, he'll just start.
Yeah, I said that in chat 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Why are you stealing my lines? Why are you stealing my theories?
So, well, man, I'd like for you to have a little talk with him.
Yes, sir.
The other thing is, I'd like to. I know Seth suggested it, but I'm gonna not override it. But I think I'm gonna make an adjustment to it. I think the videos that we do, the ancillary videos, really get some pretty decent numbers at times, and I don't think we should put them behind the membership paywall. I think we're in more of the we need bigger numbers more so than we need a $4.99 membership. So now that our numbers are getting larger and we're making more money on pre-rolls and reels and things like that. So like Tuttle's canned meats and tinned meats and your goat report and my food review when I do one, and all of that needs to not behind a membership deal. Let's go ahead and open that up for everybody.
Okay.
And Tuttle did do a tinned meat gimmick, did he not?
Yes, he did. It's up on our YouTube now.
It's on our YouTube now. Our YouTube is youtube.com/ or at the Bubba Army.
Yes.
I might dabble in that a little bit. But I also got to get into the Sky Daily. There's just a lot of things I gotta do. Brian, did you see? You're familiar with Killer B, the Killer B guys who customize football helmets.
Oh yeah, them. I thought you were talking about the wrestling team, Brian Blair. And,
no, I mean that place. They had like a 2-year run.
They were great.
And so
they were great.
Brian,
Killer Bees.
Brian,
yeah.
I'm gonna show the camera. Look at this. Killer Bees did a Bubba Army helmet. This is a full blown. This is a helmet that, if you look in the middle, this is a full-blown National Football League approved helmet.
That's awesome.
And I think just the helmet, because it's one of the really high dollar helmets. I don't know what kind of helmet it is because they put Killer Bee Productions up usually where Riddell.
It's either Shoot or Riddell.
Wait till you see this thing, Brian. I'm going to show the camera.
Lummy should wear it all show.
No, this wouldn't fit on the head of his penis.
Oh,
so
it might fit your peanut head.
So here,
want me to try it on, Bubba?
Yeah, I kind of would.
Okay, I'll come on.
Not now.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
coming back.
Okay.
But oh my God, it says Bubba Army on one side. And then it says Bubba Army, and then it's got me like, I probably would have preferred not to have the tank. Just because.
What? Oh, because the Army thing, the tank.
Yeah, they put a tank on there.
Are you in the tank?
Yeah, I'm in the tank. I'm in the tank.
You are in the tank.
I'm in the tank, but I probably would just want to keep it cleaner with Bubba Army on both sides. But this helmet, Oh my God! Just the technology of the cushion and the padding that they have nowadays compared to what we used to have.
Just
and
air.
then it's got this super dark tint. You know what would be cool? I don't know how big it is, but if I could get Shiloh to put it on, and you know what though, he'd probably, Brian, so that he wouldn't piss off the Bucks. He probably shouldn't put it on with his Buccaneer uniform. He should just put it on with like a t-shirt and sweat. I wouldn't. The Buccaneers might get mad that if he was wearing a Bubba Army logo helmet with his Buccaneer, jersey and things like this, but this thing is unbelievable.
What does it say down by the neck there? Does it say Bubba Army on the back too?
No, it says Killer Bee Customs.
Oh, Killer Bee Customs.
Killer Bee Customs.
That's an awesome looking.
Oh
awesome
my
looking
God,
helmet.
Lummy.
It's badass.
I wonder what that cost. I bet you that's $2,000.
Well, the helmet alone, if it's probably an official helmet, is a couple $100.
No. Is the highest.
Yeah, the highest price, but that's probably like a $400 or $500 helmet.
No, this is probably more like an $800 helmet.
After it's painted, or just raw?
I think raw.
Oof.
I think raw. I want you to come look at it.
I will, and I'll try it on.
Don't scratch it.
That's what I was gonna take my keys and just go to town on it.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
You look like a fucking badass.
It's tight, but I'll wear
hold
it
on,
for the show.
Hold
You're a
on.
merchant.
You look
Thank you, to a merchant. Babyface may look like a badass, but he's really a bitch. I wish I could just go and tackle him right when he walks in. Spear into the ground. Yeah, that would be cool. Feather spin instructor. Ugh. Yeah. What's up, retarded? What's up, organic gene? Good morning, Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Well, we'll be back in 5 minutes. If you want to hold on, great question. Yeah, if you want to hold on 5 minutes, you're just here a little bit out, Mike, and then Bubba will get you. Something on the stove. True. All right. I'll ask the question. All right. Thank you. You too, man. What's up, GC Supply, Berto Perez? Good morning. East Bay was a good magazine. That's where I got my first an Under Armour. It was just on white shirt. The white shirt. What? They're dry fit. Whatever it's called.
Yeah, so. But there's a lot of pressure on me to get that fucking ready for that. The main dude comes and looks at it.
Yeah.
You know?
No,
is that not badass?
No, it is badass.
Hey, Lummy, don't put it on until we go on the air.
Okay.
You should, hey, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Brian looks like a little fucking, like John Lynch. He looks so badass.
It fits barely.
Does it?
It's snug, but I imagine it's supposed to be snug. But you don't want a lot of loose.
Well, Jerkins, when we talked about it yesterday. But there's been a couple people wanting to know if they did a lifetime movie on the Hogan
Building
thing.
profanity delay. Please stand by. Per FCC regulations, this program is on a 40-second delay.
Who would play you? There we go. Go ahead.
Building profanity delay. Please stand by. Per FCC regulations, this program is on a 40-second delay.
That's what Michael means. Yes.
Paul Walter Hauser. Paul Walter Hauser.
Building profanity delay. Please stand by. Per FCC regulations, this program is on a 40-second delay.
Yep. It's probably a $400 or $500 helmet. It's a Steve Flex. Somebody said they're $400. I fucking nailed it. You did, buddy. Please. I'm so sorry, but... That's okay. It's okay, Fleet. He could pull it off.
Building profanity delay. Please stand by.
But
Per
Bubba was a little
FCC
bit more
regulations,
rugged
this
when the
program
sex tape
is on a
was
40-second delay.
Yeah. So maybe Jason Momoa.
Oh yeah, you could. What's the guy that plays Thor?
No, it's Aquaman. Not Thor.
I said who's the guy that plays Thor?
I just said somebody more rugged.
I was saying the guy.
He was saying Paul Walker.
Who's gonna play Thor?
Thor? Chris Hemsworth?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Tony Stewart, the Tony Stewart, good friend of mine since 2000. Known Tony for 25 years. I'm going to have him on at night via Zoom at 9:15. Love Tony. I was actually talking to him a little bit yesterday with my boy, Rico from Fatheads.
Oh, yeah.
They were together. And I actually asked Tony to be on, I think it was like Monday or Tuesday, and he said, Rico called me because they were together, and Rico and Tony was like, oh my God, Bubba, I was supposed to do your show like the 5th, 6th. He said, I was laying in bed with my wife last night. And he's like, oh my God, I was supposed to do Bubba's show this week. And I guess Leah said, the one dude who's like really your friend and not just some, sports broadcaster who doesn't know you and you did him dirty. I guess Leah cut a promo on him and that's why he's doing the show.
I can't take
it's so refreshing to, I'm going to tell Tony this. It's so refreshing to have your significant other like me. Because, every one of his girlfriends have hated me for whatever reason. And his wife is just like, she doesn't judge. She drives a 340 mile an hour, dragster. That's a whole nother woman right there.
She's a better race car driver than you. She's not intimidated by you.
She's not a better race car driver than me. She's a better race car driver than most, including her husband. So Brian is just...
Maybe he looks like a tool, actually.
No, Brian doesn't look like a tool. Doesn't look like a tool at all. As soon as he put it on, I was like, holy shiz, you look like Brian Lynch. Look at him.
Or John Lynch?
No, Brian Lynch.
Because my name's Brian.
Yeah.
Well, no, I can't. It's really tight. And
I'm sorry. What I can't
going up into my mouth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is because the chin strap is in his mouth, Bubba.
Oh, okay.
It looks like he's not wearing it correctly.
Well, he probably didn't have it adjusted correctly.
This is super tight.
Well, Brian, what I'm saying
fits on my head.
What I'm saying is you could take it off during the next break and loosen up the chin strap, because I think the way the chin straps go now, Lummy, is you loosen them, and then once you put it on, you actually pull it tight.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we had the snaps. I think they don't have the snaps anymore. They got kind of like almost a ratchet strap where it can go one way but can't go the other.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
I think, yeah. So, I mean, this is from the Killer Bee Customs. This is, by the way, you can go to. I'm looking at Killer Bee. So, is it Barry's Art World, Lummy?
It's on there. I thought it was on their Facebook too. Killer Bees.
All right, give me the where people can. Can the average consumer like get their own helmet designed and do that? I think they do commemorative helmets for the public and stuff like that, and also professional players.
You want to hit me in the head with a wiffle ball bat, Bubba?
I want to preserve that and not scratch. So hey, how about you taking it off now? It looks great. It's like you said, it's a Riddell, and it's probably a $400 or $500 helmet. But I got to tell you this, man, Lummy, those are the padding. Remember, we just had those little squares. That's all we had. And then my senior year, I got a bike helmet, and that was where they could pump it up, and that was like,
That was a super technology right there.
That was we only had 4 bike helmets on the team, and because we had 4 captains, each captain got a bike helmet. So in order to have a bike helmet back then, it was kind of a big deal. So, how, as much as the league, Brian, I think they have, the NFL has is it a 1 week or is it a 2 week period where the players can wear customized cleats, and the league, they suspend all dress code. Like usually they have very strict dress codes in the NFL. Like you have to have your socks pulled up. You got to have, like cleats a certain way. Right, Brian? I mean, I think they really lock down so that every player looks similar.
Yeah, I don't know on the cleat rule. I don't know if they've relaxed that or not.
No, they have.
No, I'm saying I think they can wear, like, the uniform and the helmet's got to be, whatever it is, but I think the cleats, they're free to wear what they want.
No, but they can't put messages and stuff on them. And they have let me look it up. They have one game a year, and it's the same week for everybody.
Yeah, it's like the charity one.
It's where you can pick a charity and you can have customized cleats, and some of them are quite extravagant, the artwork and stuff like that. And you can have your customized cleats that support a legitimate charity. Hey, Lummy, I wonder if Shiloh makes the team, if we could get Shiloh to do the Bubba the Love Sponge Foundation.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Cleat. Did you see where, I think I saw somewhere yesterday, Lummy, where Shiloh in the first depth chart release from the Buccaneers was listed as the 4th safety. And I think they keep, and Brian, help me out here, you're the most sports savvy guy, but I think they keep 4 safeties.
They can. It just depends, because that's like a special teams position.
Right. No, definitely he's going to be there right now. From reports that I'm getting back, I did have a text exchange with Shiloh, and he said right now he is working with the number 1 punt team unit as the gunner, meaning the guy that is between the center and the punter, Lummy.
Yes.
That's responsible for picking up the guy that's coming through the guard center gap. You hit him and then release upfield. They got him on the number 1 punt team right now.
Oh, good.
So Brian, that might make the squad as the 4th safety, number 1 gunner on the punt team, right? I mean, that might
absolutely, especially if as a free safety, he can probably play a couple other positions, strong safety, and
maybe a nickel,
nickelback type position. So
right.
there's room there.
You could be like number 4 safety, number 1 gunner on punt team, and maybe like the 2nd or 3rd option on a nickel situation based on if a guy got nicked up or something.
Yeah.
Right. It just making the 50. Is it 52 or 53?
53.
Making the 53-man roster is going to be huge. So I'm gonna. It's as much as the NFL allows them to have a custom cleat. Can you imagine if they allowed them to have a custom helmet? But at that point, man, you'd have 13 different colors of helmets, and where a guy could hire a Killer Bee, Killer Bee Customs, like the helmet that we have here, the Bubba Army helmet, and a guy could wear his own customized helmet. How badass would that be?
That would be badass.
So, Brian, would you not agree, as we were trying to sled through this particular opportunity that it's presented itself to the Ocala Speedway, which is owned by me and Tom Bean, Ken Snyder, and I told you what I got going on, and can you not agree that it's definitely a game changer?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it's big news. I hope it goes through.
Oh, I hope it does too. I find out today whether it goes through. And Lummy, I just got a text from Buck because there's a lot of things I got to get doing. He says, "Listen, me and Young Boy will get that. Don't even worry about it. I got you." So I got the power screen guy rounded up. I'm talking to Sandy from Synergy, trying to get that situation lined up and have everybody converge onto Ocala Speedway next Thursday. We do Thursday, Friday, Saturday work. Friday is interrupted by a Bubba 199.
Yes.
And doing it from the Speedway?
What, Bubba 199?
Yeah.
No, I'm literally coming in. Is that Bubba 199 cancelable?
Aren't you set up to do it from there?
Not really. Not a Bubba one. Bubba
that
199.
Would be really hard to do.
No, I couldn't do it.
Lummy in the studio.
No, I couldn't. It's such. Bubba 199s is such a in studio vibe that you can't do it remotely.
I was thinking maybe we throw EDM rave at the track.
Yeah,
for Bubba 199.
Yeah, well, you and a couple of your friends might be the only people that go there.
Damn it!
I don't think. I mean, of all metropolitans. By the way, Macho Man, I very rarely shoot down any of your ideas because I love you to death. But I don't know that Ocala's a big EDM hotspot. I think if we had, a couple country bands and a truck pull, we'd do far better.
Well, we could do a format change.
Yeah. Well, let me. Is Bubba 199 cancelable? Or I don't think it is it?
I mean, it's that there's only two months left, pretty much, to get your money in for BARP. I mean, unless you want the following week, the 22nd.
Let me see here. No, because I'm out of town there.
Oh.
And then the 29th is Labor Day.
What about tomorrow?
What do you mean?
Do it tomorrow.
We can't line it up that fast.
Oh.
And I got to be at the track tomorrow because we race on Saturday. And when we race on Saturdays, I got to get up there on Friday to rough in the track. It takes me 2 days to get the track ready. Mommy, what if we just cancel it and people are just going to have to get their money in on the 19th? Or do you think that could potentially really kill us?
I think that would really kill us.
Okay, then we'll do it.
But I mean, if it's gonna kill you.
Well, how about this, Bubba? What day are you looking to do the Bubba 199?
Friday the 15th. Friday, August 15th.
Oh.
But I have to be at the track with Buck on the 14th and the 15th and the 16th. And I was literally just going to come from the track, take a shower.
Well, what's wrong with the 22nd?
The 22nd, I'm out of town.
How about this? Seth and I will do it on the 22nd. If Seth's available. We'll do Seth and Brian's Bubba 199.
I mean, we could.
Take over.
Why wouldn't you just do it next week then?
I'm not available next week. I got family coming into town.
See,
that's why I asked what day it was. But
I just think that I just got to rip roar down the highway.
Everyone's got to turn out then for it.
What do you mean?
Everyone's got to be given on that day. Make it worth your while.
Yeah, I mean,
at least cover his gas money.
Bubba 199's got to be huge on the 15th because I'm, you can tell I'm going to be an absolute nervous wreck.
Yes.
I'm going to be an absolute nervous wreck, which means I tend to be mean, right?
Yes, you do.
When I'm nervous, am I mean?
Yes, you are.
You're mean and you're short and you're not into it.
Well, I mean, I'll be into it and I won't be mean, I promise. I'll try my best.
Well, if you want to take me up on my offer, it's good for the next hour. August 22nd, Seth and Brian. Very special Bubba 199 takeover.
Then what? Seth plays. You guys pick the music.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be opposed to that. But I mean, who are you going to have? I mean, Lummy, would you be able to make the 22nd?
I wasn't invited, so I think
no, absolutely. Lummy's a given. Like that, you cannot have a Bubba 199 without Lummy.
Yeah, Lummy, like people almost have to build 199 around your schedule because you are the one that calls out the bits, and that's the most important thing of all.
It's a given that Lummy's going to be there.
We could call it Blizzard 200. Right?
There you go.
The Blizzard, Bubba 199 has been replaced with the Blizzard.
It's called the Blizzard Takeover, man.
No, you got to put a number behind it.
Yeah.
So, like, Dan did Dan 198.
We'll say we're on our dad's boat out in the Gulf, and we've pirated the radio station.
Now you're really a zookeeper. I mean, you're a zoo in the middle of the Gulf of America from his dad's yacht. Brian and Seth with Blizzard 200
Takeover.
27 miles into the Gulf of Mexico.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
Satellited into the studio and then beamed to you streaming only.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
So, Lummy, here's the thing. Here's the key. Here's the key. Could you make the 22nd?
I believe so.
Okay. And could you get a whole? I mean,
I can start contacting everyone else, and if
the merch crick can't be here, but Maria Guatemala, I'm sure, will be here. Big Red and his wife could be here.
I can get my wife to come. Maybe.
Could you really?
Yeah.
Oh.
What time is it? Do we run it?
8 o'clock.
8 to what?
8 to 10.
Okay, we could probably do it.
Lummy, let's.
I'll start
looking into that.
Okay.
Start looking into that.
Okay.
And that would be huge. That way I could continue. I wouldn't have to, drive from Ocala back to Tampa, do a show, drive back to Ocala, And Brian, you know what I'm doing at the track and how
it's big. It's high stakes.
Right. So, you
don't want to blow it.
I don't want to blow it. And Lummy, here's the deal. The Blizzard 200 might be just, because people get a little tired of the same thing. That's why we've taken some time off the Bubba 199 schedule. And, and the only reason we're doing these last two is for people to get their money in to hit their BARP goal at 2,400.
Yep.
And so I can't even tell you the last time. It's been a few months since we've done a Bubba 199. What was it, like May?
No, before that.
April. I think it was my birthday.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, the last time we did a Bubba 199 was my birthday.
Yes.
So it's been May, June, July. We've had a 3-month hiatus of no 199s because it was just getting monotonous. And when we come back with one, why not make it a Blizzard 200, which is completely different than usually a Bubba 199? And it might maybe people might reach into their pocket and appreciate that.
Perfect.
I'm just worried about the music they'll play.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be fabulous.
I mean, they'll
play some Fabulous. We'll play some Luda.
They're alternative leaning. And I don't know if the Bubba Army is quite as alternative as Brian and Seth are. We haven't even asked Seth if he would be willing to do it.
Yeah, well, I'll get him on board.
And Seth's going to have to run the board.
We've talked about doing it before, so I think he'll do it.
And you kind of you and him are kind of like a little team.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you guys are, I wouldn't say necessarily gay for each other, but I think you guys have a really close relationship. You might be Bubba and he might be Hootie. Or who would be Hogan and who would be Bubba and your guys' relationship?
Which one of us would let our buddy do our
okay, stop. Just stop.
I'm just trying to think about it.
What do you think about this? Jen, I don't know how you say her last name. Is it Powell?
Powell
to become the first female Major League umpire.
I mean, are you sure?
Are you sure she's female?
Well, that makes her more qualified.
I have no problem with it.
Yeah,
because
who cares if she can call balls and strikes, and they won't even be calling them. But by next year, it's going to be the robo pitch thing with challenges and stuff. Yeah. There's no gender basis for being an official.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been
fined in the NBA.
They've been fined in the NBA. They've been fined in the NFL. Mm-hmm. In fact, the Major League Baseball has kind of been the last one to step up and do this. And now the NBA, I think there's a couple of, I think the Indiana Pacers have an assistant coach. And I think that women are starting to triculate into coaching now and also management. I mean, the Colts now are controlled by women. When Irsay died, Lummy, I think his daughter and his daughter-in-law or something like that. I think the ownership of the Indianapolis Colts are now represented by women.
Well, wasn't Jeannie Buss running the Lakers?
You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, she was the trailblazer of women being in professional, and mind you, did a pretty damn good job. I don't know how many. I mean, I think Jeannie Buss might have 4 championships under her belt.
I wonder what Leah Thompson was going to do after swimming. So now we know.
All right. Listen to this. Major League Baseball is set to have its first female umpire this weekend. Jen Powell will get the call up for the series between the Marlins.
I wonder if somebody strikes out and be like, bitch.
She looks like Bob Backlund.
And Braves. Powell previously umpired college softball, has called games in the minor leagues since 2016. She's also done spring training.
I think the Tampa Tarpons 2 years ago had a female skipper, and she either got plucked away and promoted to within a different organization, or the Yankees have promoted her now, and I think she's in double or triple A ball. But the Tampa Tarpons were one of the very first to have a female skipper in the minors. And you got to admit, Brian, out of all the leagues that we've talked about, baseball is the most hardcore when it comes to tradition and sticking to the rules. Like, they'll be the last ones to change.
Well, I don't know. NHL is pretty tough.
Yeah.
But they did have female goaltender, right? Mayon Rayon.
Yeah.
She is. She works for the Marlins. She's the director of player development for the Marlins.
There you go. Brian, that's pretty high up. That's just right under the general manager, isn't it?
It's a big spot.
Past couple of years, MLB says Powell will work the bases for Saturday's doubleheader. She'll call balls and strikes on Sunday.
Way to go, Blue.
I wonder what league, Major League Baseball, NHL, football, basketball, I wonder what league and what team is going to hire the first female head coach.
It absolutely won't be the NHL. I don't even think there's an assistant female.
All right, so
coach
throw
in the
them.
NHL.
So throw them out.
I'm gonna say NBA.
Now we're talking NBA, We're talking NBA, Major League Baseball, and NFL. Which of those?
I stand corrected. Jessica Campbell, first female assistant coach in NHL history. Seattle Kraken.
Okay. So my prediction is basketball.
Yes, NBA.
I think NBA, because I think the Indiana Pacers have one of their highest ranking assistant coaches is a female.
Yeah, the Spurs had one for 9 years.
Wasn't that guy the coach? Was it Greg Popovich?
Yeah.
Isn't he arguably one of the greatest coaches of all time?
Top 5, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, he's up there with Riley and Jackson and Arbach.
Hulk Hogan, police respond to wild conspiracy theories over WWE icon's tragic death. I think, do they mention us in here? Because I think we're the only ones. Oh, nice picture. Look at that, Bubba Army.
Blizzard for life, too sweet, $50.
Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. We'll get in. Bubba's allegations include that Hogan's body was already cremated, which I was wrong on that. I'll take an L. Somebody could have injected something into the wrestler's dialysis port while he slept to induce a heart attack, and questions around why an autopsy wasn't carried out. Bubba, whose real name is Todd Clem, which is not true, also references the fact that Hogan's wife, Sky Daly, has links to Scientology, and pointed out that Hogan has an estate that claims to be in the region of 40 to 50 million. Clem did not offer facts to substantiate his stunning claims, which stem from a report in the Tampa Bay Times dated. Well, then I did, Brian. I did report. I did give it, where I got my information from. I got it from the Tampa Bay Times, the writer Chris Spada. So I did substantiate where I got my claims, right? That's wrong.
That's right.
Says Hogan was doing therapy when he collapsed at his home in Clearwater Beach on January 24th. The report also says paramedics told staff at the Morton Plant Hospital that Hogan had just returned home from surgery and was currently awaiting to start dialysis. Clem claims everybody knew the wrestling icon was to begin dialysis. In a bid to revive him, medics reportedly gave Hogan drugs that can treat excessive levels of potassium, a sign of kidney failure, and which these can lead to cardiac arrest. Hogan was also given 2 milligrams of Narcan, which is a double dose, by the way, and the drug that can quickly reverse opiate overdoses. There is no indication that Hogan overdosed. And I was also told by somebody in the know that was just literally, that wasn't an indication that they thought Hogan had overdosed on opiates. It was just like a Hail Mary. You know, as Hogan was, as they were not getting a response with chest compressions and oxygen and the standard, protocol of a heart attack and or being dead, that they just threw Narcan at it just because I don't think, Brian, you might know because you do injury stuff and medical mal, but I don't think Narcan will hurt you if you've not overdosed on an opiate. I don't think that it hurts you if they give you a shot of it.
Yeah, no, it's very, very minimal side effects, and so it was a smart move just in case.
Yeah, I mean,
you got nothing to lose by doing it.
And the other information that I got from reliable sources was they were, not necessarily thinking that he overdosed on opiates, but they were thinking, all the surgeries and things that he's been through, he could have, remnants or and something may have triggered an opiate reaction just from all the anesthesia and all that he had.
Although if you have a underlying heart conditions, they don't, they say be careful with it. So, but like you said, they'd already tried at reviving him with everything else. So at that point, if you're just throwing it against the wall, throw it.
Right. If you're dead, if the guy's dead, which Hogan was dead in the ambulance. And at this point, man, if you're dead, Brian, why not throw a Doug Flutie Hail Mary?
If he was dead in the ambulance, why didn't they announce his official death time until like an hour and a half later?
That's another thing that I've questioned. However, the Tampa Bay Times also revealed that the Pinellas County Medical Examiner did not, and again, this doesn't come from me, the Pinellas County Medical Examiner did not perform an autopsy on Hogan because his death was not deemed to be suspicious. What I had a problem with was that the medical examiner never even put his hands on the guy. The medical examiner did nothing other than to accept what the primary physician's investigation was. And since when has a primary physician been anybody that is an expertise on how you died?
I mean, the state law is clear on when medical examinations are required, and that's in the event of homicides or deaths that are suspicious or the cause of which are unknown. I could see. I'm not going to blame him for this because I could see a 71-year-old with all his health issues and coming in under the guise of a cardiac arrest. You're not necessarily going to do an autopsy on him. You can't. They don't have the time to do an autopsy on every single person that bites the bullet.
But when you got a guy that's the most famous human being ever to live in your county, let alone maybe almost the entire globe, and I think you cover your ass, you cross your T's, you dot your I's. There's going to be people like me. There's going to be people that there's going to be a lot of naysayers. Your report about how he died is going to be heavily scrutinized, and I, as a journalistic reporter, and everybody else, don't necessarily want the most famous person in the history of this area to have the only person to have. I mean, there's supposed to be kind of checks and balances in the medical world, and I don't know that your primary physician, who Lummy, we've found stuff that shows that his primary physician had a checkered past.
Yes.
Has been hemmed up on some stuff. Potentially, I know this to be true, but I've been told had his prescription writing privileges taken away for a little bit. The ongoing wink, wink, nudge, nudge was if you needed a script on something, you went to this guy. And so I want Quincy and the medical examiner to at least, Brian, use the primary physician's report as a roadmap just to now, okay, he said, let me go through his report and roadmap it as, and use it as a guideline to validate indeed that this is what happened. That doesn't even involve an autopsy. That's just retracing the steps of the primary physician. I'd at least want that. On the death certificate, Brian, when it says medical examiner's case number, it says non-applicable because he didn't do one.
Right.
I would at least want that. If you don't do an autopsy, okay, great. I mean, I understand. Most people don't think there's any shady business here. I do. And there's other people that do as well. Now, he's not been cremated, according to his wife's reports. I'm going to get into that, and I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt because I think that, what I've said and, what Brooke has said maybe has resonated with her, and people are now questioning her because of her potential Scientology ties, which I don't think I don't know. I mean, Scientology here, if you live in this area, and I know Brian will back me up, I mean, it doesn't have the best reputation.
It's the worst. They're terrible.
Thank you. I mean, it's again, I'm trying to tiptoe around it, but Scientology around here is looked at as like weirdos.
Yes.
They're weirdos.
Where's Shelley Miscavige?
Yeah, where's her? And then Brian, what was that woman like? There was a woman named. I forget what her name is, but she died supposedly.
Lisa McPherson?
I'm sorry, who's that?
Lisa McPherson?
Yeah, Lisa McPherson. Look that case up. She was on a boat. She was a full-fledged, full-blown Scientologist, and she was on a boat with I think David whatever the guy's name is.
Miscavige.
And fell off the boat, supposedly drowned. I mean, it was a big whodunit. I don't know if that's still a cold case. I don't know if that's ever been actually put to bed and they had a final resolve or outcome on that. But I mean, there's Hogan's wife's mom and dad are supposedly, I've been told, one of the highest level, I think an E8. I don't know what an E8 is in Scientology, but I guess it's pretty high up.
It's the highest, I believe it's the highest you can be.
Yeah, and she supposedly, after Hogan got baptized at the Indian Rocks Church, what's it called? Indian Rocks.
It's operating Theon is the highest level. OT8, also known as the Truth Revealed, is the highest current level on the operating Thetan bridge. It's the final level in the current series of OT levels and is only available aboard the Scientology cruise ship, the Freewinds. So book your vacation on the Freewinds and become an OT8. It's a review of previous auditing experiences and aims to help individuals understand their past and recover their time track.
So here's the deal, Brian. OT8 has been told to me, and it looks like you verified, that's the highest level a person could potentially achieve as a Scientologist.
Yeah, it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to get there.
Whew. And Brian, and let me, as I go into words, can we look into further, maybe just a simple Google search as to, is Sky Daily Mom and Dad still Scientology /E8?
But there's still time, I'm reading here, to get in this year if you want to join the Scientology royalty party at sea on the Freewinds.
It's the weekend after BARP.
It's the weekend after
we
BARP.
Actually have. I think Greg and Amy Lummy are actually staying over a week to go take the E8 cruise. Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah.
Super Fat Bubba Light's coming down for it.
So, Lummy, will you look into that?
Yes, I will.
If indeed her parents are still supposedly, E8s, or were they ever E8s? And I know that she's denounced her, her affiliation with Scientology, but I don't know, Brian, that you can ever really quit it. It's like almost the Latin Kings or the Crips or the Bloods. I don't know if you can ever quit it. I don't know if you can get jumped out of it or not.
Well, there are the stories of people who have, like Leah Remini or whatever her name is, the actress.
Remedy, yeah.
Remini, and then a few of the other people that have escaped the clutches of the Scientology cult.
But when Hulk Hogan's your husband, maybe you can temporarily get an out pass and then jump back in once he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, I look. I don't think that that's the angle here.
I don't know. I mean, I'd certainly like I'd like to have an autopsy. She spoke of that, and she could very well be the best person in the world, the nicest person in the world. There's just a lot of shadiness. There's a lot of just uncertainty here. And I think she's doing the right thing. I think, Lummy, that maybe potentially what we've been spewing may have resonated with Sky. And when I come back, I'm going to read what she posted on her Instagram. And if she indeed does do what she posted on her Instagram, then the loudmouth, uninformed fat asses like myself, it's a mic drop for her. And I think, you know what? She needs to shove it up my ass, and she needs to make me look stupid for speculating as to how Hogan died to clear her good name. Right? I mean, you know, if an autopsy, but I would do this. Now, if he's going to get supposedly he's not been cremated. He's still, he's still on the freezer slab. But here's the deal. Just because of how powerful the Scientologists are in Pinellas County, I mean, I think we would all agree that they run Clearwater. Like
easy.
Brian, I know you they run Clearwater.
If Manson was still here, they'd have they bought this city.
Yeah.
We'd have that song this week.
Exactly. But they absolutely lock, stock, and barrel run Clearwater. Now, I don't know if they have influences to the county medical examiner or not, or who would be doing this, but I would like to get an autopsy. Brian, can you get an autopsy from an independent?
Oh, absolutely. We've purchased the services of autopsy doctors to perform private autopsies in the case of wrongful death cases that we've had where we didn't necessarily agree with the findings or the medical examiner refused to do an autopsy.
Right. So, I would not use the Pinellas County-based medical examiner. And Brian, he may very well not agree to it. But if, hire an independent doctor to do an autopsy, or are they people that do autopsies? Are they pathologists? What are their official?
Yeah, I don't know what the specific requirements are to be able to do an autopsy, but I imagine something along those lines.
And hire an independent, not somebody who works for the city of Clearwater or even the county of Pinellas. Hire an independent doctor to do an independent autopsy, and let's get those results. Because, Lummy, we got a call yesterday from a very reliable source that you're tracking down right now.
Yes.
Lummy has put under the guise of the Freedom of Information Act, Lummy has, and being the Bubba Radio Network,
just keep it down low right now.
No, I'm not telling you but he's put in a few requests for some stuff.
Yes, we have.
That's all I'm going to say. Lummy's put in a few requests for some stuff. We're a legitimate media source, and we've been directed to start sniffing around a certain area. The Great Bubba Army comes in so many different shapes and sizes, and this one came from a very credible source that just said, hey, listen, keep my name out of it, but you might want to start sniffing around this particular area, and you can get all that information under the Freedom of Information Act. So, Lummy, I think you put those requests in yesterday.
Yes, I did. Right after the show.
So we might have that. Let me go to words. I'll get into the Sky Daily Instagram. I hope she comes through with what she says. It will put all of this to rest. It will put all of this stuff that I'm talking about, that Brooke Hogan's talking about, that everybody's talking about, if we can get an autopsy from an independent, non-Scientology influenced doctor. Back after this.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
So this is it right here. I don't need what you sent me. I can just read this. This is
okay, yeah.
This is all of it, yeah.
Yeah, it seems that her parents, Sky Daly's parents, are still OT8 members.
I'm going to throw it over to you for that, okay?
Okay. Oh, yeah, secretary. Who said that? Good morning, that's
Oh, let me know.
Morning, radio.
Where it doesn't say anything about autopsy. Did yours say about autopsy?
No. She came out in a different.
Do you have that?
It should be in one of the articles I sent.
All right, song requests. Get them in. $20. How's it going, everybody? We gonna get into the reports of Sirius not renewing Howard?
No.
Okay.
I did yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
They're really running with it now. Yeah, Dave, Bubba actually posted the TMZ video in full on his Facebook page.
All right, I'm trying to find.
Yeah.
And
Back from Canada, $20.
Pick a song Seth
can you
would
find
like
it
to
for me,
hear.
Lummy?
The autopsy part?
Yeah?
Yeah, let me pull up the article. Go back to it.
Hey, Miss Murder, can I? Hey, Miss Murder, can I make beauty stay if I take my life? Whoa! With just a look, they shook, and heavens bowed before him. Simply a look can break your heart. The stars that pierce the sky, he left them all behind.
You finding it, buddy?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
We're left to wonder why he left us all behind. Hey, Miss Murder, can I? Hey, Miss Murder, can I make beauty stay if
Did you send it to me?
Take my
I'm trying to find where it actually says he getting an autopsy.
It's tough with fucking Brian. I hope he got paid for that. Cause if
We did $20 from Greg from Canada.
Let me. I need it, buddy.
Dreams of his crash won't pass. Oh, how they all adored him. Beauty will last.
Okay, let's just say a minute of that, please. Let me think here.
Down.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. 813-90-BUBBA. 813-902-8222. Let me take this, while you're scavenging around to try to find that. We have lost where Sky Daily said that she was going to order to clarify all the big medical misconceptions and conspiracy theories. They were going to order an autopsy. Lummy thought I think at one time had that. I think we've lost it, and he's trying to frantically now find it. Hi, who's this? Go ahead, you're on the air.
Hey, it's Frank. How you doing, Bubba?
Hi, Frank. Good, buddy. Thank you.
So a few things. I'm a retired paramedic. There are no contraindications for Narcan, so basically anybody that's unresponsive gets Narcan.
Right.
That's why because there's no...
There's no downside to it if you're not,
right.
But it could be, a Hail Mary that could make a person all of a sudden regain consciousness, right?
Correct.
Right.
So that's why they give it to regular people on the street now, so everybody can use it. Number two, nobody dies in the ambulance. If when you get there, the body's warm and it's not an obvious deceased patient, they get worked all the way to the hospital and then worked in the hospital. And so the doctor, if there's no blood pooling or decapitation, something like that, or rigor mortis, they get worked.
Yeah, no, and that's the reports that we were getting. They were working nonstop. He was only probably 7 to 8 minutes from the hospital where he lived.
Right.
And they were working.
Brian was asking why it was such a long time for the time of death, and that's because they probably worked on him for a half hour in the hospital after they got there.
But wasn't the call? The original call was at what 9:11?
They arrived on scene at 9:11,
and they called. His official time of death was like 11:21,
11:17.
Okay, so 2 full hours. So that they worked. If they did work him on him in the hospital,
sir,
they worked
can you take us off speakerphone or?
I'm in my semi just passing Camp Landing. Sorry.
It's okay. It's a lot of background.
I'm just saying that is a pretty long time. They worked on him for a while at the hospital. Is my point. Like if he was completely unresponsive on arrival. I mean, how long do you think from the time they pulled him from the house to get him to the hospital? Half hour, maybe tops.
Right.
So you're talking an hour and a half of working on a dead body. That's a long time. That's like Princess Diana stuff.
Right. Nowadays, we don't work that long on them usually if there's not a response, but maybe because it was the Hulk.
I'm just saying it was a long time, and maybe, I don't know if they got a response at any point in time or what, but to me, it just seemed like a long time.
So one other thing, Bubba, I was so happy to hear that show when Brooke called in. I literally had a tear in my eye and goosebumps at the same time.
Yeah,
it was
as well.
It was great radio, sir.
So,
also, I'd like to work for you as a call screener because this is ridiculous that you don't know who's on the phone anymore and what they're doing.
Well, buddy, hopefully if we continue to our upward trajectory and continue to make more and more money, I'll be able to hire one of those. And as we get more popular, more people will try to call in, and the phone lines will be packed nonstop like they used to be back in the Sirius XM days, right? And like they are now. There's not an available phone line, but that's probably my next hire if we continue to continue to get more popular and get more people listening and or watching.
Thank you, Bubba.
Right,
Thank
buddy.
you, guys. Everybody have a good day. Be safe.
Thank you. Lummy, any
So,
love?
Bubba, it looks like what happened is last night when that ringside came out and said he wasn't cremated, everyone was speculating she was going to get an autopsy because she put in there that they're seeking all the medical answers. So everyone just assumed she was talking about an autopsy.
But so the words autopsy
she came
have
out.
never have never came out of her mouth or been printed or published by her.
Correct.
But the only way to seek medical answers in this scenario would be to have an autopsy. I mean, you're not going to get many medical answers from a death certificate or the records aren't going to show much. So
that's why everyone was assuming she meant an autopsy.
And she could be. They may be doing it privately and don't want it to be public knowledge.
I know, but why wouldn't you say that? Why wouldn't you? I mean, why wouldn't you say?
Because you don't want to feed the fire right now. You don't know what the autopsy is going to show, so you keep it on the DL. Why does she need to say that?
Well, I mean, here's the deal. I mean, again, we're not being transparent, and again, we're leading people like me and other naysayers to start forming conclusions, whereas, okay, you're not saying, but you are saying that we're going to get an autopsy, but you want to be able to withhold that information based on the results of the autopsy. Meanwhile, if you say I'm getting an autopsy, people will say, hey, what's the autopsy report?
Exactly.
So
keep it quiet, get it on your own, and see what it says.
It seems like they're playing the shell game. If the autopsy comes back, nothing to see here. Indeed, this is how he died. Then they roll it out. But if it doesn't come back that way, and it says, hey, in doing his toxology report, this was found in his body, and this was found in his heart, and what have you, and it could potentially implicate, somebody injecting something into his port.
He wasn't injected with anything.
I'm just saying.
I know,
people want to know.
I know, but
and hold on, no, and Brooke Hogan wants to know. And other people want to know as to, if Dr. Fitzgerald, a family physician, shouldn't be the person that you completely rely on, a person that probably doesn't do a lot of this sort of thing, and one of the most famous public persons to have died in this county. I don't know that Dr. Fitzgerald, I don't know that he's qualified when it's this big of a deal to take a little local doctor's opinion that was treating him. Wouldn't that be somewhat skewed? Including if he had done something wrong or misdiagnosed something or misprescribed something, wouldn't he cover his ass? So shouldn't there be a checks and balance?
Well, that's where if it is that, the family would likely look into it. But you don't want to publicize that.
Why not?
Because why would you? Why would you?
Because the public wants to know.
So it's not their job to please the public. That's not her job. If she thinks something bad happened, then she can, do what she needs to do to look into it.
So I'm not going to read the Sky Daily thing because it was just a big fluff piece from Instagram about how he was loved and a lot of people showed up and this and that. I was assuming that in that, I didn't pre-read it, but now I have, and the word autopsy is nowhere to be found.
No.
I do have, I'm going.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You're on the air. Yes, hello. You're on the air.
Yeah. Hey. I'm not saying who I am, but I worked in the medical field for 35 years.
Yeah, we'll just call you. Hold on. Let's call you Johnny Medical. Say what's your name, sir?
Johnny Medical.
Johnny Medical. Okay, Johnny Medical. Go ahead.
All right. Years ago, I worked in the lab. And I can tell you, when they draw blood on somebody, they always draw what's called a rainbow, extra tubes, just in case they need something else is ordered later on. And that generally hangs around for a while. What I'm saying is they probably have blood on him in the lab. If somebody investigated that, they probably have some blood that you do a test on.
I always know that when I give blood for, I every 112 days I go to Florida One Blood and do double red blood cells, and they pull out when they stick you, and then they pull out like 2 or 3 test tubes that they put aside, and before they take your blood, the lab will test the test tubes to make sure that you don't got like herpes or
HIV,
HIV, anything like
right,
that.
Don't worry about herpes.
So they don't.
In an emergency room, they especially at a code, they're gonna just take like 60 cc's of blood, fill every tube they can, and what's left over usually stays in the refrigerator of the lab until somebody consciously throws it out. So I'm saying if somebody wanted to.
Well, I mean, I guess you could start with the blood labs that potentially was pulled at the hospital, for this.
It has to be when he coded, that day.
Oh, so it'd have to be because
if you're thinking there was something nefarious that went on, it would,
Well, I mean,
days before
he coded. I think he was coded in the ambulance.
Right.
So,
right. But still, when you get to the ER, they do a blood gas. They do just a large volume of blood because they don't know what they'll need it for. And they send it to the lab, and as they order tests, they use the blood up.
So, but then again, and to take it to another level, you do an autopsy. The blood would probably be a pretty good indicator, maybe if there was something nefarious that was in his blood. Right. But if maybe that's where you start, right?
Right.
But they've not done any of this. They took his general physician's word for it. And I don't know that a general physician has the technology. Brian, I know my general physician, the doctor's office doesn't seem like it has a way to spin your blood and like LabQuest or I don't know that my general physician has those capabilities. So how can a general physician make these, make all these determinations as to what he died from if he doesn't have I'm sure that most general physicians don't have a Quincy-like facility that you can really start digging into the body as to what he died for.
No, and if somebody did something nefarious, it's something that they'll have to do a mass spectrum on. It's something that's hidden. It's not something that'll be obvious. I'm sure they've had people before that were knocked off, and it takes them forever to find what the hidden thing was, like succinylcholine or something that they never think of.
I would at least, and Brian agree with me or not agree with me, I would at least like to get get a toxology or blood report. I'd at least like to get that. Wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
I mean, what do you mean?
Maybe the 1960s. Have your family physician write a report.
Yeah. All right, but Johnny Medical, thank you. I appreciate you.
I mean, Bubba, it's my understanding there were other people there when he passed, right? So right. I don't know that foul play is something that's at the top of their list on this. And so the toxicology, yes, if the family wants an autopsy and there's blood left over from when they were trying to revive him, then they can get that test done. They probably preserve the blood. They'll keep it for a while as long as it's refrigerated and everything. But again, I don't know. Based upon the drips of information that have come out and what we know, I don't suspect that there was any foul play.
Let me on chat. Skippy77 said, "Did you see Sky's Instagram talking about Hulk is not cremated yet and getting a full medical done so they can find out what happened to stop these rumors?" Is that what we just read? Or?
Yeah, that's what is the one I sent you, and it was in that report. It's like toward the bottom. She says about the faceless AI and the people that weren't close enough.
Oh, did I X out of it too soon? Is it still available on your Did you send it to me?
I sent her Instagram on the messenger.
You did? Can you resend it?
Yeah.
If you go to your history tab, if you had it opened, you can.
Brian. Listen.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I got to worry about running a front end loader this weekend. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I can't worry about tabs and histories and things like that. Hello, who's this?
Boomer Esiason was.
Kevin and Mobile.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Hey, Bubba, I find it a little weird that you brought Hogan's sex tape to work. Why'd you bring that to work?
I brought it to work because I was going through a divorce where I had to vacate my home for 30 days.
Well, that was the stupidest thing that you did.
Agreed.
Bring that to work.
Agreed. And you're not. And I've said that many. I've said that many a times. That was mistake number one.
Well, two.
That
2.
was the biggest vital mistake. Why would you do that?
Sir, I've talked about this at nauseum. Listen to me, asshole. I've admitted to that. I've talked about it at nauseum, and it was mistake number 1 shut up. Shut up.
Okay.
Shut your mouth. Trying to get me in a gotcha type moment. I've talked about this for 13 years in full transparency. I should have never done that. That's mistake number 1 and 2. That's actually mistake number 3. I know it does.
If you say it 2 more times, sir, it becomes true. Good luck.
Jesus Christ, you hillbilly. I know that. I know that. I know that.
I have one more thing to say.
What? Is it going to be another stupid, obvious thing that
makes you look guilty?
I know it does. Goddamn, I'm just now finding out about it.
Gilltee. Guilty.
I just have one more thing, man. I think Hogan really came off looking like an incest pedophile on that show. Okay, period. The guy came off like an incest pedophile with his daughter.
All right, buddy.
Every guy.
All right, just stop.
Another thing that
stop,
obvious.
buddy. Stop. Just stop, you stupid,
People have talked about that.
inbreeded hillbilly son of a bitch. Everything we've talked about. Yes, mistake number 1 was allowing Hogan to bang my wife. Mistake number 2 is that my surveillance system that I installed in 2000 because I, at that time, was single and had been somewhat accused of some inappropriate groupie activity. So I installed a surveillance system so that nobody could ever do that to me again. My video surveillance system caught Hogan and Heather's act, including, the talking and things like that. Should I have just thrown that all away? Yes, I should have. Should I have brought it to work and downloaded it to a DVD? No. Did I? Yes. Am I a piece of crap for doing that? Yes. Can I take it all back? No. But were there other things and other people involved? Yes.
Yeah, Bubba, but it makes you look guilty.
And I am guilty. I
am guilty.
And you know what? I'll take 1/3 of the guilt. I'll take 1/3 of the process. But there's 2 other thirds that had a lot to do with this thing getting leaked, extorting Hogan, getting shopped, getting perfectly played in a radio war that nobody doesn't know about. So yes, sir, I'm not going to argue with you. I made the first series of mistakes.
If he thinks you look guilty, wait till he finds out about Spice and Kelta.
Jeez.
We're not really talking about that. Giving people the big payoff. Hello.
Good morning, Bubba. How you doing, brother?
Good, but you know what? I am guilty.
I think he was saying guilty.
Crazy, man, because, and I'll be honest here, I mean, I haven't really started following you all too much except for middle of June when you started really talking about this Hogan deal. And to see all these guys in the comment section, the Instagram, Facebook, and just, like, that's all they want to do is bash you, bro. And then you come out, the truth ultimately comes out, and all those guys who were bashing you, I didn't see anymore in the comments.
No, I mean, but here's the deal. Here's the deal. You can still bash me, and you can still have the mindset that the guy who just called before me had, saying, why did you do that? Why did you do this? I have manned up, never, ever, ever made an excuse for doing that. I can't take any of it back. We've all, done stupid stuff. And that was where the stupidity began. Was one, I was trying to do a friend a favor, get him some hot ass, for real, and I did. But I should have never, captivated it, and I should have never, held on to it like I did. And that's where the avalanche started. But there's a lot of other things that people don't know about that happened. And, Brooke getting on the air and saying Hogan knew that I did not try to extort him. I did not try to sell the tape.
That was so awesome, dude. That was so awesome. I had freaking goosebumps, man, at the beginning of that. And I know everybody had to fight back the tears.
Everybody knows what I did, but nobody knows that part of the story. And that's that's a lot of what the documentary's about. And I hope you buy it when it comes out. And I
definitely will. I wanted one quick question before you bump me off, bro.
Okay.
So just real quick. So if Hogan, during this whole health deal, whether he was kiboshed or not, and I guess I'm kind of would almost be answering my own question here, but you would know better than anybody. If he still he has his health going on and he has his faculties coming out of the hospital, which, Bischoff is saying you've seen him and all that. I guess you would know better than anybody. Would he be telling Jimmy Hart and Sky and everybody, Iggy on the Work Brother, don't tell him, what's really going on, still perceive it as I'm okay?
I think Hogan was a portion of that. I think that Bischoff and the investors in his beer company, and I think that was a collaborative.
Real freestyle wrestling or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I mean, they just signed a deal with Fox, so I think that Hogan was a portion of that decision to mislead people. Yes, I do, but I think there were probably a handful of others that Terry was their golden goose for a paycheck or for a return on their investment that needed to keep the public in thinking that Hogan was going to be okay and that
wouldn't you think like the investments, like wouldn't people be more attracted to go get the beer if they came out in retrospect and say, hey, it's not looking good for him, he's battling health, say prayers for the Hulkster? Wouldn't you think people would be rushing to the store to go get the beer quicker then?
To validate your opinion, what you just said, the answer is yes, because after he died, they can't. They're everybody that sells Real American, All American.
It's not in my city anymore. It was in my city sitting on shelves and it's gone.
Yeah, well, so that was because it wasn't selling when he was alive, but places that stuck with him, they can't keep it on the shelves. So what I'm saying is that place in your city that had it, if they would have been a little more transparent and say, hey, listen, man, go out and support Hogan's beer. Hogan's not doing so good. That might have been as good of a pitch to keep his beer company doing well. By all accounts, that it is doing well because people are going to try to, I guess out of respect or out of support for Hogan, trying to buy his beer, which I'm all for. That's great. But you're right. Maybe had they been a little more transparent, people, that's what I was calling for all along. I think people could have, I think wrestlers and people could have rallied behind as he was, wrapping up his life, and he was obviously not going to probably recover from this. It might have played better had they, been a little more honest about it, but that's not my decision. They obviously decided to go the other route, which is to lie and to mislead. And I think it might be catching up with them right now. I think that I think the public, there's a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of, there's just a lot of
egg on the face. There's a lot of egg on the face of all these ones who were jumping on social media saying, "Oh, he's fine, he's doing awesome, he's at karaoke," and then, it turned into something else.
And when you're dealing with a guy that's as popular, arguably one of the most popular people in the world, you got to really, Brian. I mean, if you were one of his handlers or his lawyers, there's no way to navigate through that. And whether they chose the right way or not is yet to be determined. But it's uncharted territory. What you do. Do you try to kayfabe and tell everybody that he's going to be okay and he's going to do good with hopes that he can somehow get back to some type of resemblance of being able to walk and talk?
Well, they were doing physical therapy on him potentially. So, I mean, that's a sign that he was, at least, he wasn't on his deathbed.
So that's
why you don't take somebody who's about to die and say, "Hey, let's try and make you better."
I know, Brian. So that leads to my theory, and okay, he actually died while the physical therapist was at his house. So if you're at that part of trying to get back on track, you're not expecting him falling over and dying. So it just to me seems a little
unless something was jammed in that port for that dialysis, like you guys have been saying. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm just saying. I mean, it doesn't take much for a nurse to turn her head and someone slip them the Iggy real quick.
Well,
you know?
I mean,
Hogan's aware of what's going on, though.
No, I mean, not if he was sleeping. And
he was in the middle of therapy. How was he sleeping?
I'm not, Brian. Brian.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, I'll dance with you, but I want to dance in reality.
Dan said there were 50 to 100 things they could shoot in that port that wouldn't act immediately, that would take a while to get through his bloodstream and could potentially be harmful for him. So I'm just saying, what debunks all of that? An autopsy. What debunks all? So, Lummy, you've sent me Sky's IG. I guess this is the part I didn't read.
Yeah, it's the end
Terry
part.
chose cremation, knowing this physical life is temporary and his heavenly body eternal. This is from his widow, Sky Daily. He has not yet been cremated. Great. As our family is making sure every question about his medical care is answered first. Once we have that peace of mind, we will honor his we will honor his wish and fulfill it with love and respect. So she doesn't say the word autopsy there, but
it's implied.
It's implied, and anything short of an autopsy, I think, is not cool. I think you do a full-blown autopsy. I'd also like to infuse myself into this situation because there's one thing that he wanted more than anything. And Brooke and I spoke to Brooke yesterday, and he and I'm sure Sky and Nick and anybody that is family knows that he wanted to be buried at sea
and to have his ashes win the strap.
And there's only, and if it would be my understanding that he might want to be buried next to his dad. Now, there's only one person in the world that's alive, and there are only two people in the world that know where Pete is buried. And when Pete, his father, died, Hogan and I took this, it was kind of an industrial strength Tupperware box. Brian, it was like a black Tupperware sealable box.
Like a small one? Like I
would say
like a storage one?
I would say like half the size of a cereal box.
Okay.
Okay, and it was and he specifically ordered it from somewhere, and it was so he still has Pete's ashes, his father's Pete Bolea, his ashes. We took like about a quarter of them. We were down in the gym. This would be a great story to tell, Lummy.
Yes, it is.
We were down in the gym. Pete's ashes were in a big urn. Ruthie was still alive, his mom, so she got a large portion of Pete's ashes. Hogan got a large portion of Pete's ashes. I don't know how much they distributed Pete's ashes. I don't think a lot. And so we were down in the gym. We took this very industrial, like black plastic, sealable box out, and we took like a soup spoon, and we took like 5 or 6 or 7 scoops of Pete's ashes.
Like pre-workout, brother.
Yeah, almost like we were making a protein shake. That's what Hogan did with the rest, is he made a Pete protein shake.
Oh, God.
So we took and we filled the box up about halfway, and then we sealed it. And then I went to the garage and got some duct tape, like Gorilla duct tape, Lummy.
Yes.
And we duct taped this box, this plastic industrial strength box that had 8 to 10 scoops of Pete's ashes in it.
Ladles.
A ladle, but it was a pretty decent size. So I would say probably, Brian, if you were to use a measurement that people might be able to understand, I would say probably 2 cups worth, like 2 cups worth of Pete's ashes were put in this container. I then taped it all up, and I'm just going to be honest with you. We were high. Me and Hogan were high.
Makes sense now.
We were high, and so we were high, and we came up with this concoction. So we're lifting weights, and he goes, we're halfway in between lifting weights. He's like, brother, Pete always wanted to be biz harried at Sizzy. So after the workout today, let's go out and bury Pete. So you got to understand, I would get off the air at 10 o'clock on 98 Rock. And I would run right over to Hogan's house. I'd be there by 10:30.
Nice.
We'd be done. We'd start training immediately, and we'd be done by noon. Usually, like 10:45 to noon was our workout. And then after that, you got to understand. I didn't have Tyler till 2002, and I had a nanny when I had Tyler half the time, so I could literally spend all day with Hogan and his kids. He didn't have to go pick up Brooke and Nick till like 3 o'clock.
There you go.
2:50. So we usually had a couple hours after our workout, and sometimes we'd go to what he used to call the Big Yellow, which was a yellow restaurant off of Fort Harrison. Big Yellow family restaurant. Used to be like a Village Inn or somebody, and some guy like named Gus or something bought it and really had good food. We'd get like an omelet, and so, and we'd usually be high. And so we are high, and we put Pete in this black plastic box that seals shut, and then has like a little thing that keeps it shut. And I go, Hogan, man, I need to get some tape. He goes, go in the main garage, and there's some black Gorilla tape. So I went and got the tape. Because, as good as the seal was, it was going to, when you put something under the ocean, Brian, stuff opens up and, Yeah,
the duct tape will hold it.
So we duct taped the hell out of it. So and he had 4 jet skis. He's like, all right, let's get on the jet skis.
Oh, you didn't take the NWO boat out?
No. We wanted to be a little more mobile and nimble so we could get into, And we wanted to be a little bit less conspicuous, because when you drove the NWO boat, everybody, it was a 45-foot, Scarab cigarette boat that had Hulk Hogan's, NWO looking like a film reel down both sides of it. So you couldn't kayfabe anything. So we're getting ready to go. We're getting ready, and I always had a swimsuit over there. So we put our swimsuits on. Of course, I put like a little T-shirt on because I know, Hogan just has his little nut huggers on. But, I can't wear Hogan nut huggers. My man boobs hanging all out and everything. So I put my little T-shirt on, and we start to go out the door, and I go, Hogan, this is going to float. Like, this is going to float.
That was going to be my question.
Yeah, so I'm like,
I was ready for it.
Yeah, so hold on. So we're high, but I can at least figure out, listen, a sealed box that doesn't have any holes in it doesn't have the ability to float down to the bottom of the sea. He goes, oh, yeah. I go, let me show you. So I took the sink and filled it full of water, Lummy, and then put the black box on top of the sink, and it just, bobbled right there. I said, see, we can't bury Pete unless we poke holes on it or put weights on it. And he goes, go get a 10-pound. So I literally went and got one of his 10-pound, weights. And we then took the 10-pound weight and duct taped it to Pete's box. Pete's burial box, we'll call it. So, we got this, and it looks, Brian, it looks just hideous. It's just all taped up, and now it's originally taped was pretty good, but now we had to tape a 10-pound weight onto it. So it just, so we get out, Lummy, and I'm not gonna say where we buried Pete, because
it doesn't matter, because that there's no way the duct tape held. Absolutely 0% chance.
It's waterproof.
Brian,
there's no way.
I'm telling you, Brian, I put a whole roll of duct tape on that thing, and I went every which way. I went sideways. I went, vertical. I'm telling you, Brian, I think, I forgot to tell you. So the other part, Lummy, is we super glued the top, but the super glue thing broke, and I got it on my fingers, and my 2 fingers were stuck together, and we had to go up to Linda's, because fingernail polish remover can help you get rid, like it counteract super glue. So I had to go up to Linda's. She was gone. Hard telling what she was doing. Probably buying Xanaxes on the black market.
Getting some more wine.
Yeah, getting more wine. So I had to go up to Linda's place, find her little makeup drawer, find nail polish remover, undo my stuck fingers together. We sealed the top with super glue, taped it every which way but loose, then taped the weight on to it, and then we jet skied out to a particular place that I could take you right to it. And Hogan laid back on his jet ski, lit up another joint, and said, "Dad, I love you. You need to go join Alan." And, Alan was his brother who died from an overdose, who was a Hell's Angel in Oakland. And so, you need to go join Alan, and I'll see you someday soon, Dad. And so, here's the thing. Hogan has this box, and he has a joint in his mouth, and he's trying to, strategically put it, the jet, and it falls, the Pete falls overboard, and he goes, "Bubba Dubba, get it," because it wasn't quite where we wanted it. We wanted it like another football field away, because we were a little close to the rocks where we were. And Hogan wanted it about another football field away. Well, he drops Pete. God, if I had this on camera.
A 10-pound weight, that thing's going down quick, isn't it?
Trust me. So he goes, "Bubba, get it." So I jump off my jet ski to get it, but I can't get it. We're like in 30, 35 feet full of water. I can't get it. So I dive down, and the bay isn't very clear.
Not at all.
It's green.
Yeah.
The bay's green. I can't get it. So I was like, "Okay, no." He goes, "Okay, well, this is just where Pete's going to be." Well, then Lummy, I couldn't get back on my jet ski. I was too high, and I couldn't get back on my jet ski. And listen, man, even for skinny people, it's once you fall off your jet ski, and it's tough to get back on your jet ski. So I'm trying to waller around on my jet ski. Hogan's laughing.
Like a flipped turtle.
Yeah, like a flipped turtle. "Brother, can you get on?" I go, "No." He goes, "Well, you can just hold on to mine and we tizzo it in."
I'm going to have to call Cito for you.
So he's trying to put, let me how you put your leg on the other guy's jet ski to kind of stabilize it. Well, he's trying to put his leg on it to stabilize it. I'm trying to get on. I finally get on, and then we go back, to Terry's house. But here's my proposal, is that he wants to be buried at sea. I think that was his wishes, and I think Sky and Nick, and I know Brooke certainly knows that. But I am the only person in the world to know where Pete's buried, or at least where we put his ashes. They need to give Brooke some ashes, or give me some ashes. And I know Nick and Sky, they all hate me.
Oh yeah,
but I can at least take them to where we buried Pete, so that they can bury. Wouldn't you think, Brian, that Hogan would want to be buried or at least scattered at sea and in general close proximity to where we did his father? Whether his father got washed up 3 hurricanes ago or not, I'm just saying, by all intents purposes, you would at least want to attempt to put Terry by his father.
Sounds like a plan.
So I'm offering that, Lummy. We need to make that into a short. Bubba offers to spread Hogan's ashes next to his father.
Did you put it in a box too and everything?
We got to tape it up. We got to recreate the scene, brother.
Yeah. No, I'm not falling off the jet ski.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need to be high. We need to have our no.
You and Brookie.
We could probably
Brooktini doing it out there.
I think, you know what? If Brooke gets any ashes, which I think, Brian, I don't think they can keep her from. I think that's her right.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. Or is it all?
I think
is
next
it all
to kin,
Sky?
it's his wife.
I've been told that Sky, being his wife, is like the most powerful person in this whole equation.
Yeah, Sky's the limit.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
pool, and the pool guy scooped it out and threw it away. We were 500 miles offshore, brother. Taking the jet skis to Bora Bora. $20 for a song, guys. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd delete that tape that hurt you, and you'd stay. No bananas in my ass. Nothing in my ass. That's not fun for me. I wouldn't want that. That's a one-way street. Springsteen Christmas. You know, the issue with that, Heather, is the number of people here have grown so small, and the things you can joke about with them is very limited. I just don't want to remake the same thing every year, you know what I'm saying? It's pronounced ash treeks. Which one did you guys ask? What don't I know? At least I'm not blaming the vaccine.
Okay, let me tell 2 and 4. One of them is a woman, and I just was given an Iggy that from one of my friends, and it's his wife, and she's works at the hospital as a pastor. So just find me out which one's a woman, and I'll tell her I'm going right to her in a minute 20.
Okay. Good morning, Bubba Love Sponge Show. Hold on one second. Good morning, Bubba Love Sponge Show.
Caviar, that nose ain't mine, buddy. I didn't say you fattened me up, but you could thin me out, bro.
Good morning, Bubba Love Sponge Show.
Of course I miss Seth. Show's better with him.
No. Okay, hold on. There's no woman on line 2 or 4.
Oh, okay.
They're just random callers.
Good morning, Mitch.
Bubba, is there any special place you want your ashes spread?
No.
Are you gonna get cremated, Bubba?
Yep.
50-yard line.
I'm not even gonna have a headstone or nothing.
I'd like to get head while I'm stoned, though. It's only headstone I want.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-902-8222. Again, 813-90-BUBBA. Did you guys see, Brooke Hogan unloaded?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. It's 20 minutes long. I don't know if I can play it all. But she basically goes on, and I guess Hogan's I guess we'll call it Hogan's camp, have been really, really, really trying to intimidate her and make her look bad for not attending the funeral. And you know what? The way they're reacting only validates why she didn't go. Because it's just an absolute crap show. And it's her it's her prerogative not to go. She didn't want to see Linda there. She didn't want to see Sky there. She didn't want to, and she is at peace with her father being gone. She in their interview here with Harvey Levin on TMZ, which I think was a TMZ live deal.
Yes, it was.
Hold on, let me see. I'm looking for a particular call.
That's Joe.
Oh, this Joe.
Joe
Okay.
Supermarket.
All right, I don't need Joe.
How is she with her brother, Nick?
I think indifferent. I don't think there's heat there. I think Nick has been the one that she's communicated with the most, during this ordeal. But somebody from Hogan's camp completely started getting very, very critical of. Let me see if 3 is a female. I'm looking for a female. One of my friends said his wife works at the hospital. And is that her?
No, they hung up.
Jesus. Listen, my buddy who's listening, if your wife's going to call in, have her call in. I can't sit here and hold up the whole damn deal. I got the Brooke Hogan high spot to play. 813-902-8222. Maybe I should clear a few of these. Maybe she can't get through.
Maybe Joe wants to talk about Hogan.
Oh, God.
How's his back looking?
Joe goes on forever. Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
This is Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Hey, question for you. I've never heard it discussed. Just wondering, you had to sign away your rights to the tape, so I guess Hogan could pursue the lawsuit. Did Heather ever get any type of payday for her privacy violation?
You're not privy to that.
I'm not privy to that, but I do know that Hogan was suing her after I tapped myself out, that he still had one with her, and all of a sudden that never went to trial. I think I'm assuming, Brian, that since it didn't go anywhere, I'm assuming they
resolved it.
It settled.
They resolved it. Yeah.
So I'm assuming I'm just going to straight assume that Hogan made some kind of deal with her, and that's why it didn't go any further. Probably the biggest mistake I ever made is Brian, had I not signed over my rights to that, things could have maybe been different, but I was being told by Cox, listen, you need to get yourself off this lawsuit. This is a bad look for our morning guy, so you need to do whatever it takes not to be a part of this, or we're going to fire you. Not knowing that I was going to get fired anyway, and not knowing that their people are the ones that leaked it. So I got Brian. Had I not signed over my rights to that, what? Anyway, sir, I
don't know, man, because you weren't portrayed in the worst light in that.
Legally,
I don't know.
had I not signed my rights over. And at that time, that would make me the actual owner of the tape, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that have a bearing on his lawsuit with Gawker, or did he need to own?
It may be that he needed to own it, or that was part of their legal theory as to
right.
It was, his tape that was disseminated.
Right.
But I honestly really don't know. I'm not in the sex tape business.
Yeah.
You'll have to talk to.
Might want to get into it.
To Don Buckwald and Associates about that.
Oh, he died.
On Warm 3, you're good.
Line 3?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not even going to mention. We're just going to call you. We're going to call you Rhonda. Okay.
Okay.
Because I would prefer, I don't want anybody to know your identity or anything like that. Because there's a bunch of trolls and track you down. Next thing you know, they call your boss and say this woman was on the Bubba the Love Sponge show. So we're just going to call you Rhonda, Hospital Rhonda. So Hospital
Rhonda, I love it.
Yes, Hospital Rhonda. What do you got for us?
Well, I wasn't listening to the question. I'm at work right now, but my husband said you guys had questions about how a hospital autopsy happens and what goes to the medical examiner's office.
Yes. And so my question to you, first of all, is with regards to Hogan's death, they used his primary physician to do the investigation, and then that's it. Nobody else did any other investigation. There was no autopsy. The medical examiner didn't even examine the body. Where it says medical examiner case number, it says non-applicable. So they took his family physician and they took his investigation, and that's the official investigation that they're relying on. And to me, that seems a little fishy.
Yeah, to me it seems pretty common. If there's no violence involved, if there's no unexpected death of a young person, then typically the medical examiner doesn't get involved.
But if you got the most famous person in the world laying on your slab there, and you know that it's going to be an absolute media circus, wouldn't one? I mean, is how long? And not to do an autopsy, but just for the medical examiner to use the other doctor's notes as a roadmap. How long would that have taken for the medical examiner just to look at the guy's notes and then verify and double check that?
Yeah, I mean, the family can order a private autopsy if that's something they choose to do, but in the absence of a criminal act, usually the medical examiner doesn't get involved.
Not at all. I mean, so doesn't that lead to possibly some improprieties? What's it called, Brian? Inappropriate or improprieties with regards to if you got your family physician that's doing your cause of death, and he may have overprescribed X, Y, or Z, or done something procedurally wrong in your care, couldn't he cover it up?
I mean, they could. There are certain. Okay, so a medical examiner has to investigate a death when there's violence, accidents, suicides, or sudden deaths in people who are in otherwise apparent good health. So if you have a 30-year-old who dies from randomly, quickly, they'll investigate that. But with a 71-year-old with a long health history, that's not deemed to be unusual or unexpected.
To me, Hospital Rhonda, I mean, when you're dealing with a person this high profile with this many eyes and all the whole entire world media looking at this medical examiner's report, I, as the medical examiner, would want to have put my hands on that and use that physician's report as a roadmap to navigate me through what he said, and then be able to check off on it, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the medical examiner makes judgments like that all the time. When they're concerned, they will do what they feel they need to do. But in this case, what the last person talking just said was absolutely correct. This is an older guy who was not in the best of health, and it's not exactly an unexpected death, and there's not a high likelihood of violence or crime involved with the death. So it's not unexpected to me at all that they declined the case.
Whew. I'm just saying, man. But I mean, can the family now who has the authority within the family hierarchy, starting with the wife, going to the daughter, then going to the son? That would be with regards to, age and hierarchy. Who can call for an autopsy? Can only the wife do it, or can one of the kids do it?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it goes along the same lines as who's making decisions in a hospital when somebody's on life support. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if a family member has what the legalities are behind the jurisdiction for who's ordering a private autopsy. They cost a few $1,000s. There's people you can Google people in the area who are for hire who will do it. Those happen all the time too. But for the most part, most autopsies these days are answering The family wants to know, why did this happen today? You know, my loved one has been sick for months, but he seemed fine today, and all of a sudden he's dead. Tell me why. And that's really not what an autopsy is designed to do. You're going to get back, this is how much his heart weighs, and this is how clogged his arteries were, and this is what his liver looked like, but you're not going to get, why did this happen today? And that's usually what people want to know.
Now, but with an autopsy, you do get a full blood, work, and you get a toxology report and stuff like that, I think, right?
Usually, yeah. If that's in the line of questions that to be answered, then they'll run it. But he was hospitalized, correct? So that should be in his hospital record.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So it's either the next of kin or a designated medical surrogate if he had one, but it would be Sky in this case that would be in complete control of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, Hospital Rhonda, thank you for your insight. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Take care.
Tell your husband I said hi. He's a good friend.
Will do.
Thank you. Let me hierarchy 100 for Babyface.
All right.
Thank you, Harvey.
Let me, so that I get caught up. And then let me, James, I don't know. I don't know what his name is. James Sirgo said he stopped listening to me until the Brooke Hogan call.
Oh, good.
Now he's back on Bubba Army. Appreciate you, James.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Don't forget, people that are returning to Bubba Army, it is No Panties Thursday.
Babyface is not wearing panties.
Nope, not wearing panties. Take them, and now, because cars don't have any antennas, we put them under the windshield wipers, okay? So get the windshield wipers to stay up, and then put the panties under the windshield wipers. That little thing in the back is not very reliable. You can use duct tape like they did.
I will hold it tight.
What's up, everybody?
Love my dad, which is the absolute God's honest truth, and love my father. He is, I love that.
You're gay for just thinking about my farts, Ned's rusty taint. You're a gross dude.
What?
Guy's thinking about my farts. It's pretty gross. Like, to be fantasizing about that while you're... I mean, it doesn't matter what he thinks they are. It's kind of gross that he's even fantasizing about it. I don't know. Ask that guy. He knows exactly what it smells like.
I didn't know KY had a smell.
I don't know.
In between the trunk right there, baby, close it. There you go, Berto Perez. You have it hanging out your trunk. What if you have a truck, though, Berto?
I still get nasty from the high. You know, well, I still get nasty comments that I have to hide, you know, regarding
That's a cute name. What's up, Bulldog Tommy?
You know, and that whole sex tape drama. Everybody focused on, let's say the N-word and, you know, this whole thing, and we're fighting for this amendment, and, you know, privacy, and, you know, big hero movement, but I never...
Good morning, Sicilian Redneck.
That was extremely embarrassing for me. You know, the money that he was pumping into my...
Well, I didn't hear.
I don't think there's money for that. Bubba would shut that down right away, Jackhole.
You know, and what is really confusing me right now, and I think the core of what we're here to talk about, is whoever is spinning this negative narrative about...
What's up, Big Buck?
...trying to get ahead...
We have the AI, Bubba.
...or whatever they're trying to do. I mean, what I've been hearing is so false, it's laughable.
I love Gene's theories and conspiracy theories that he shared last Friday when he was going with Bubba. Would have sucked Hogan's dick if he asked him to. And nobody would know better than Gene, because he was Bubba's second best friend at that time.
I don't know if they're emotional, you know, guilty punching bags, or if they are afraid...
No, not today. I got to get some work done. Good morning, Cash. Cash Patel listening to us from D.C.
Relied on him for a paycheck, and now that golden goose is gone. So I don't know if I'm their emotional, you know, guilty punching bag, or if they are afraid of what I know, which is that. That's been a forgiveness. No pun intended. Return.
An uncensored show with Bubba? Probably never. If you're asking. I don't know that Bubba wants to do one with me. Thursdays are really the days that I'm in here, so it makes it tougher. Anchorage, Alaska. Good morning, Greg. You are up super early listening to the show.
Yes, you are.
Shit. Or up really late, one or the other. What time is it in Anchorage right now? Like 2 a.m.? And 3 a.m.?
6 hours behind, right?
Yeah.
5 or 6.
Thank you, Bubba Army. Shut up, babyface, you stupid little troll.
Bubba would give the business to Hogan if he was asked.
That's right, Gene brother.
Yeah, I imagine Alaska's fucking huge. Maybe it just really doesn't matter what time it is in Alaska. They have 2.
Just as long as you guys are good together, or good to each other.
They used to have 4.
So his whole thing was, I'm not going to get married.
So they really did say, who the fuck cares what time is it in Alaska? They used to be over 4 time zones, and they cut it down to 2.
Because I have a feeling one day, I'm going to be paid.
Yeah, because Alaska's like the size of like all the way from California to like Kansas in terms of the width, I think.
Yeah, isn't it in the height? Isn't it from
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Gotta try to get ahead a little bit, Lummy, so we can go long form with Smoke, better known as Tony Stewart.
Neil Mount Plaisir, $20.
Thank you, Neil Mount Plaisir.
I'm never eating a banana during the show again.
You okay?
I'm all freaking clogged up in my throat now.
Oh yeah, bananas will give you phlegm.
It's the worst.
Trust me.
Too much potassium.
I have phlegm. I have a phlegm issue to begin with. Bubba phlegm.
Phlegm and Clem.
I'm always
phlegm and Clem every day from 6 to 10.
Jesus. Hello, go ahead. You're on the air. I got to get to the Brooke Hogan thing, but realistically, Lummy, it's so long that I need to listen to it, watch it. Jesus Christ. People are so stupid. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hold on a second? Thank you, sir. Lummy, I probably...
They're your listeners, dude.
I probably need to, just because I've been so inundated with this track situation and the rescheduling of Bubba 199, which might be the Blizzard 200 instead the next weekend on the 22nd. I'm out of town on the 22nd. So, Lummy, we're trying to lock that in. Brian, I don't know if you've got a hold of your boyfriend to see if you guys will do that.
Because he's still in Chicago, so I'm not waking him up at 7:30 in the morning to ask him about the Blues.
I almost need to maybe play the Brooke stuff tomorrow.
Yes, with Gene too, yeah.
When Gene's here, but because it's so lengthy, it's 20 minutes, and I can't play it all. Just because I'm going to play the high spots. But I will tell you this, man, she's full hot. I've never seen her this mad. And I've known her for a long time, and she was so sweet on our show when she called, because we're not doing her dirty. We're not trying to spread any lies about her or make her look stupid and, flip the script on her. We were just like, oh my God, we're so appreciative that she's given us a lifeline, if you will.
Did you ever stick up for her when Linda was beating the crap out of her? Go up to Linda and be like, enough,
yes, I did.
Is that why Linda
how'd
didn't
that
like
go?
you?
Not well. Keep your nose out of our business. Usually it would take Terry, and no less than 5 times did I see her get physical. And I'm talking slap across the face, kick in the shin. She loved to slap her across the face, like
open-handed, right?
Yeah, open-handed, like a full-blown, like Hollywood. Brian, like a full-blown Hollywood bitch slap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She loved to do that. She would call Brooke fat ass because Brooke would have a piece of bread at Carrabba's. The stuff that I saw, I feel for her. It's a wonder she's normal.
That's 2 Carrabba's plugs in this show, Bubba. Have you had it recently?
I have not, and I will not. It's so bad for you. I literally gained 10 pounds when I go to Carrabba's. I get the tour of Italy, Lummy. I think that has actually
making my way to Naples, making my way to Rome,
hello,
up the floor,
tour of Italy is
sitting on a porcelain throne.
Hi, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, listen, first of all, I want to say I have a lot of respect for you for manning up to your part of this. When you were on the phone the other day with Brooke, it actually brought me to tears, and here's why. Last year, I walked my daughter down the aisle. Now, here's the problem I have. I know families have problems. I'm not going to step on this man's grave, but listen, the fact that he didn't walk his daughter down the aisle, that really just hit me the wrong way. Well, how can you not walk your own daughter down the aisle?
She did a 20-minute interview with Harvey Levin yesterday on TMZ. It's reposted on our Facebook if you'd like to go see it. I'm also going to play it. I'm going to play a lot of it tomorrow, but I have to break it down. Right. I have to break it down because she really goes deep down. I'm going to see if I can find. Okay. Let me see if you can find it because before the end of the day, I at least want to play the last little bit of it because she tells Hogan's camp, which I think in my opinion, sir, she's directing this to. I don't know it to be true. I've not spoke to her about it. But okay. I think Nick, Sky, and Bischoff are the people she's speaking about.
Okay.
That's pure speculation. I've not had a conversation with her with regards to that. I don't know who has pissed her off, but somebody said some stuff directed at her, kind of really, really dogging her out for not making the funeral and making various allegations. And at the end of her interview, it might be like around 17 or 18 or 19 minutes, she says, and I remember this because I watched it, and I like to play it today, and with a caveat that I'm going to break it down further tomorrow with Gene. But she says, whoever's making these allegations, grab your best hold, lawyer up, and get ready because I know way too much. But she says, grab your best hold.
1922.
And oh really?
Or 1923. Whatever. Yeah.
Grab your best hold, lawyer up. I mean, Brian, you'd have to appreciate that. I mean, that's some pretty good swagger, is it not?
Yeah. Cutting a promo.
Grab your best hold and lawyer up. You don't want to screw with me.
What you gonna do when my slander lawsuit runs wild on you
and I take all your money? Anyway, buddy, I appreciate your call. Anything else?
No, I just want to say, listen, I'm a local drone operator, okay? And I did work for Channel 8 News, ABC News. And the New York Times called me that day he died, and I went down there. And they just wanted me to drone outside the house a little bit. It was 180 feet in the air, no disrespect. And there were some cops outside. Now, I just want to say, Bubba, I think your show's going to do great. The fact that you got it on the air, you manned up your part, because I know you know Hogan, that you know him very well. And just the fact that just when Brooke called in the other day, man, I'm not going to lie to you, I was in tears. The conversation you guys had, that was great. That was good.
She.
Like she still cares about you.
Yeah. Well,
you can tell she still cares about you a lot.
I wish I would have known her affection towards me and that she didn't hate me. A long time ago, because I would have loved to have been part of her life. And, loved to have been at her wedding and loved to, participated. Because her and I always had a special bond. I was always kind of there to try to stick up for her.
Right.
I'm very grateful that she just, picked up the phone and called me one day. And,
Right.
Right.
Let me say one more thing. You need to reconnect with her because life is short and she cares about you. That's all I have to say. I love your show.
Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. I have reconnected with her. I've talked to her, I think, 2 times in the last couple of days. I've spent some time talking on the phone with her. Actually, Brian, when I talked to her husband, I asked him hockey questions because he played for the Penguins. He won a Stanley Cup with the Penguins. Then he played for Toronto. then he played for Washington. So I don't know how many years he was in the league, maybe 3 or 4, 2 or 3, but he won a Stanley Cup. Spent a lot of time in the was it the AHL or
the AHL?
He played for the Orlando Solar Bears, but he played with Sidney Crosby. But I've been when I talk to him, Brian, I ask more hockey questions than anything.
That's fun times
talking to a guy, and quite frankly, out of all the sports, hockey dudes are the best. They really are. They're the most approachable. They're the most down to earth. Hockey guys are the best, and this guy's a Midwestern. He's from Michigan. He's just a really good dude. He's probably one of the reasons why Brooke is able to keep her act together right now because she's full hot. Like Lummy, she's full. It's not a wonder she didn't, retain Brian immediately and start trying to file some lawsuits. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba.
Yep.
Yes, I emailed you the other day. My name's Bobby. I've been a Hogan fan my whole life. He's my childhood hero. I'm from Haverstraw, New York originally. I lived here about 16 years. I met Steve Chamberlain, Brian Knobs. I've talked to Hulk. I've got pictures with Hulk. I wanted to say I need to apologize to you because I gouged you too. I was the one that said, "I keep saying Hogan's dying." You knew a lot about what was going on, and I didn't know at the time. I didn't know any better. I'm one of those guys that, and you knew a lot. And I even talked to my friend, and he was saying the same thing. He goes, "Bubba was right. Bubba was right." So, I got some more stuff I want to tell you, but yeah, I mean,
go ahead. Tell me
the whole thing was a shocker.
Thank you for thanking me and apologizing because I'm sure you were mother effing me while I was giving people play-by-play reports. I was probably about 85 to 90% correct on his health, and inevitably what I predicted happened, and I don't take pride in that. That doesn't make me proud. But I was on an island. I literally was on the Bubba Island. There was no other person that was on my island
Island, if you will,
to back me up on what I was saying. I was public enemy number one with Bischoff and Brian Blair and Jimmy Hart and his wife. And I still very well may be because I'm the one that says I'm demanding an autopsy because I feel as if something has gone down, and I've since learned some other information, that we're tracking down, and I don't know, Lummy, that we bring that out necessarily today, and we probably don't bring it out until we get what you requested,
Yes.
So anyway, sir, go ahead.
Well, anyway, Sky's on my Facebook, so it's really her. So I emailed her. I says, "Damn it, that Bubba, man, he keeps saying about," and I didn't mean because like I said, I really didn't know that you knew a lot more. I should have known you're a good friend. She comes back and she goes, "Well, don't believe everything you hear on the internet, please." She goes, "His heart is perfect." When we knew that everything wasn't going, maybe she was hiding something. Maybe she couldn't tell the truth. I don't know. I have nothing against her for saying that, but that's what she had told me. I went down Tuesday night after they had to wait to Hogan's Hangout. A bunch of fans were out there, so they let us in. I saw Tito Ortiz. Matt Riddle was in there. I got pictures with Matt Riddle. Steve Chamberlain was a good friend of Hogan's. I did charity work from 50 Legs. I don't know if you know Steve Chamberlain.
Yeah, I do, very much.
Sir, did you think it was weird when Sky said what Hogan really needs is a $500 Amazon gift card?
Oh, I didn't hear that. I didn't know.
Where's that come from?
Never mind.
Wow.
He was getting scammed is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. When you were down at Hogan's Hangout on Tuesday, was there any scuttlebutt, or was I absolutely the devil, but was there any scuttlebutt that was saying, "Hey, man, Bubba was right"?
No, nobody really said anything about anything, really. Nick was there. I didn't get pictures with Nick, but no, none was talked about it. I was only there for a couple of hours because they let it open to the public after 10:30. They were just celebrating the Hogan's life. They had, I think, Sky. I see her coming out crying through the side door. They said Dennis Rodman was there. I missed him, but a lot of the celebrities like Tito Ortiz was there. But I was only there for a few hours. I had to go home, but I met a lot of people.
And you know what? The last thing that Hogan wanted, and I did talk to Brooke about this, was for this to be a circus like it is. And, for them to open up Hogan's Hangout, and they've paraded his body now to 2 different places, one for a family, one for the wrestlers, and it's just ended up kind of like almost a clown show.
Yeah, so not like Hogan to want attention. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, no, but I according to Brooke, he wanted to be cremated and scattered at sea in a very, very, very private ceremony is what he wanted. And it's been anything but with regards to, hey, let's open up Hogan's Hangout and let's have Matt Riddle and all these people, and Dennis Rodman, and I mean, I don't know, maybe Hogan had very much a narcissistic way about himself, so maybe that's inevitably what he did want, but that's not what Brooke says. Brooke says he wanted it to be a quiet family affair. And not this, and that's one of the reasons why she didn't go to the funeral, because it was a clown show.
Did you see the video I sent you from that person that was taping at the funeral? And
maybe you can resend it to me.
Well,
anyway, Bud,
aren't they supposed to have another one?
I don't.
They're supposed to have another.
Well, they're going to have
the family. I thought I heard.
No, the family had theirs last Thursday.
Oh, I see. I thought it was this Thursday.
No. The family had theirs last Thursday, and then all the wrestlers and friends had the public one this 2 days ago on Tuesday. And now I think, maybe now they can cremate him or do hopefully an autopsy. And, they can, finally have some closure and we be done with it. So.
Yeah, but like you said, the autopsy is suspicious, man. I don't know. I'm not saying something was done to him, purposely. But
listen, if they do an autopsy, Brian, even you would agree because you've taken a middle of the road stance. But even if they just would happen to do an autopsy, that shuts everybody up. It closes all conspiracy gaps. It shuts my fat.
As long as it's conclusive, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes right along the lines of what Dr. Fitzgerald said, then it's a mic drop, and it's, hey, Bubba, fat ass, loudmouth, and everybody else that potentially thinks that there was some shady stuff, and potentially might allude to the fact that maybe Sky did something or anything like that. If I'm Sky, Brian, I demand it because I'm tired of having to hear that I might have potentially done something. So if I know that I didn't do anything, I'm like, let's autopsy it up, buddy. So anyway, buddy, I appreciate your call. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I apologize, like I said, for doubting you. And I knew you were Hulk's friend, so if anybody knows Hulk better, Terry better than you. And thanks for the time calling. And
buy the documentary.
Stay in touch. Thank you very much.
My documentary comes out soon. Buy it. Video Killed the Radio Star.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I think the title is going to be Video Killed the Radio Star, the untold stories of the Hulk Hogan tape, sex tape, or something like that. But just tentatively, Video Killed the Radio Star. Then the slug line towards the end. What am I looking at here?
This is inside. This is at the funeral at Indian Rocks.
And inside Hulk Hogan's funeral. As the camera pans, we see all of the different wrestlers in attendance at Hulk's funeral. First, we see Hulk's friend, Chuck Zito. Behind him, Triple H. We also see Jerry the King Lawler. There is Shane McMahon. And to Shane's left, we see Edge, a.k.a. Adam Copeland. And then right behind Edge, we see Diamond Dallas Page sitting down at a table.
Why wasn't he doing yoga?
Yeah.
And then afterwards, there was an event at Hulk Hogan's bar, and we see ex-WWE star Matt Riddle. And behind Matt, we see Nick Hogan, son of Hulk Hogan. And here is the official program for Hulk's funeral. And we see many of the different pictures taken throughout his life. Leaked video.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me...
That guy's got the charisma of a wet towel.
That's Johnny AI.
Jesus. I think that was a real dude.
Here's Brooke, for lack of a better term. Let me Hulk it up.
Yes.
And I'm going to watch this in its entirety. I watched it yesterday as it was happening, and then I just didn't have the time to break it down. So I'm going to watch it today, do some pickup points, like I did on that other video.
Yep.
So, because 20 minutes is, there's a lot of redundancy. She talks about different things a couple different times. I only need it once. But I did. This is what was my favorite. This was my favorite part. I've not spoke to her about this, but this was if she's listening or she watches the show later on, know that this is my favorite part.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to say that whatever representative from that camp.
And by the way, she's talking. I'm just telling you right now. I know who she's talking about. Eric Bischoff, Scott.
You believe she's talking about those people.
In my opinion. It's my belief she's talking about Eric Bischoff, her brother, and Hogan's widow. That's who she's talking about.
Continues to spew these lies. If they want to keep going, grab your best hold, grab your best lawyers, because I'm ready to go. Because I'm done with it. I'm done. This is ridiculous. I know too much. I've been through too much. I'm not to be played with. This is not. I'm done. So,
man, can you imagine, Brian, if she did if she did a tell-all book or a tell-all documentary? And I got to think that, how do you always, when you do something that's very scandalous and tell-all about various famous people, you always got to worry about, people being litigious and wanting to sue you. But how do you have the standing of being the daughter of the person that you're speaking about. One of her two parents are deceased. If she was to do a documentary, I think she would be fairly insulated on getting. I know you're going to come back as a lawyer and say anybody can sue anybody for anything. You can sue me over a ham sandwich.
I don't know that she wants to do it. I think she just wants her peace at this point.
Yeah, true. But I'm seeing to me it seems like she's kind of throwing caution to the wind by saying I know too much. If you keep on screwing with me,
yeah,
I've been through too much. I'm not to be played with. This is not, I'm done. So it better stop. I want to get back to my life. I want to get back to my children who for this last 2 weeks has not been able to have the full attention of their mom and dad. We don't have babysitters and nannies and people parading around here. I need to spend time with my kids. I am a nervous wreck. I haven't eaten. I haven't slept. This is ridiculous that this has gone to this point of this war of words. And that's why I'm here with you, Harvey, to put it to rest. My dad has finally been put to rest. Leave him alone, leave me alone, and let the poor man go to heaven and just end it. Stop coming after me. I'm not the one you want to come after.
Boom. Brian, let's say that they keep coming after her, they piss her off. She docks up. Gets old, God, any major, Netflix was all over Hogan. They were in the middle of doing a Hogan documentary that they dropped. Netflix was supposed to be doing three things. Remember the one with the Hemsley guy? They were going to do a biopic.
Yeah, that one,
and that one got dropped. Yes, and then they were going to do Ben Affleck and Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. We're going to do a deal. Yeah, and then Hogan had them following or him around. God, even up until he died, and all of that has gotten scrapped. That's Netflix. You don't think if Brooke, whoever her agent is or whatever, called up Netflix and says, hey, listen, Brooke Hogan wants to do a documentary on, the shady side of her growing up. The things that happened to her, the abuse, the sexual infidelity. You don't think, Brian? It's tough to sue your kid when your kid's telling their side of what you potentially did to them.
Yeah.
Am I right?
No.
You'd be a fool
to sue your child in that instance.
So let's say Linda, Brooke comes out with a documentary and just kind of timelines her growing up and the good with the bad. Because I will tell you right now, as many bad things that I saw Linda do, she was a good mom too. But I did see her do some very, 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 very abusive and not so cool mom things. But she did good things too. So with the documentary, if you were to do one, you just do the whole timeline, Brian, the whole body of work, including bad and good. Growing up a Hogan, I don't know what the hell you call it. If I saw that on my thumbnail at Netflix, growing up a Hogan, sex, lies, and abuse, something like that. Oh, I click on it.
Easy, yeah.
I click on it. And then, Brian, the only surviving, parent is Linda. I don't think you're a lawyer. I think if Linda Hogan comes to any lawyer worth their chops and says, hey, listen, I want to sue my daughter because she just did a documentary on Netflix and she said that I hit her, bitch slapped her, 3 or 4 different times. And I think the lawyer says, well, did you? Right? And then I think and then within the documentary, you got me and I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 other people that saw it firsthand. I don't think there's a lawyer that takes that case.
No.
Right?
Highly doubtful.
If she walked into your office and she said, hey, Brian, I want to tell me what your retainer is. I want to sue. I want to put a cease and desist on this documentary. First of all, you're fighting Netflix and their legal team, which is probably huge, right? And then, you're like, the absolute truth you can't sue the absolute truth. Especially if Brooke would roll out witnesses. Yeah, you know what? I saw, bring out a Darcy Morrison or bring out Ashley or bring out me or bring out Glenn or bring out, some of the Morrison guys, all the people that hung out as a family and we saw these instances of abuse. As soon as you have 1 or 2 cooperating witnesses, you have no case. I mean, you might soak her for a big retainer, Brian, knowing you're going to lose.
Nah.
But I mean, I don't
she ain't got big retainer money.
You're right. She doesn't even have big retainer money.
She may now. I don't know what she gets from this, but
I don't know what I mean. So anyway, Lummy, I'm going to watch the Brooke. That's kind of the high spot of it. I'm going to watch it in its entirety, have pickup points for tomorrow, okay?
Perfect.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
welcome, Josh CT. Glad to have you. What's up, Jeffrey? I mean, Jeff Coy. Coy Kendall. What's up, Happy Jasper? Good morning, Daniel A. Guitar. Or, sorry, Daniel Aguilar. I gotta get my eyes checked.
You alright over there?
Yeah.
Is it the potassium?
I don't know what it is, brother. Preseason football is not better than nothing. Sometimes nothing is better than preseason football.
Come on, Shador starting.
Yeah.
The preseason.
It's exciting. No after show today. What's up, XXL?
We should just do a straight karaoke.
I didn't see Seth donate $20. Seth is in the chat.
What's up?
What's up, Kush? So, Kush, here's the deal.
Ask him right now immediately.
August 22nd, 8 p.m. It's the Blizzard takeover of Bubba 199. Are you in, brother? You gotta answer me. Need to know. Seth is in the house. What's up, Paul? Thank you, Bulldog. What? Wants lie?
Seth said no.
Seth said no. It may be his daughter. It may be Sammy.
She's working on that, but Mike.
Troy, I'll reach out to you. I tried calling you. I think they took your number down wrong, buddy. So I apologize, but I'll reach out to you. Well, actually, I don't think I have the right number. So yes, reach out again, and I will reach out to you today before noon. What's up, Nick the Gun Guy? People are paying me to sing, Trash Guy. I got Greg from Canada, drops it every single show.
$20. He even told him to pick his own song.
Yeah, and I dedicated one to Seth. Seth, you can go back and listen to Miss Murder by AFI.
It was absolutely atrocious.
It was, it's first of all, I'm singing a cappella, okay? It's early, my throat is clogged, the acoustics in here are not the best. Just saying. What's up, Michael? Yeah, Sammy's ribbing us because there's no way Seth... Yeah, and all we're getting is like the words hi, and it's Sammy. Sammy's on Seth's YouTube.
Whoa.
I'm convinced.
You don't think it's now?
I don't think it's Seth. I'm going to text Seth now that I know his daughter's up and on his YouTube.
Well, I looked at the activity on it right now. It says, "What's our cut?"
So it's 9:02. So let me do it. Do I want to have 6 burnt before Tony? I do, don't I?
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Okay. I want to have 6 burnt.
I figured you'd do a quick here.
Yeah. I'm going to do an Alex Stein quickie here.
Yeah, that's got hit by some. This one got him some views.
Terrible acoustics. It's not. It's good for radio talking. It's not good for singing. There's a big difference. Ask anybody in the music industry. Get Brooke on the line.
Yeah.
Get Brooke Tizzini on the line immediately.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can you do the Christian flag, please?
What?
There's a Christian flag.
I don't fucking care.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Tony Stewart in about 11 minutes. Tony, of course, second in points right now in the NHRA Top Fuel Division behind, I think, one of Connie Coletta's cars. He was leading the points, and he had a bad. I think the last time they raced was Panoma. I think they're in Missouri this weekend. I got to look at the schedule.
Yeah, he had a spark plug problem last time out. Yeah.
So really? Spark plug problem.
Yep.
Listen, just to verify our clickbait, Lummy and I and a few others got a anonymous tip yesterday about Hogan. When Hogan fell down, when Hogan went, I guess he was doing therapeutic exercises with a therapist. Again, I don't know if this has been reported.
I don't think it has.
So, this might be a great short or something, but it's come to my attention. And listen, I don't think I have to prove that I have some really good inside sources. I don't think I have to prove that anymore. I think, even the most avid Bubba hater or troll will at least say, Bubba has some pretty good sources. Everything he's pretty much laid out has come to fruition for the most part, including, I opened up June 18th, Lummy, with Hogan having a heart issue, and the family has been summoned to come say their goodbyes because it might not be very long. Like, we might lose Hogan. That's what I said. June 18th. Right?
Yes.
Like, what? Maybe
that Wednesday.
5 weeks before he died? 6 weeks before he died?
You had really good sources.
And, I had mentioned that he was on a feeding tube at one time. That's been verified. I mentioned that he was on a breathing tube. That's been verified. I mentioned that it was a complications to do with his neck surgery. That's been verified.
He said that his penis was thermos sized. That's been verified.
I said that his penis was the size of a thermos, that that construction workers take to work. That's been verified. I said that, he's having breathing issues. That's been verified. So let me just give you another little tidbit of information that I got and that we're trying to track down, and that I'm just not going to knee-jerk and say. I'm going to wait to get the verification that I was told to go get. But he was in the middle, at 8:30 or whatever the hell, working with a rehabilitation person, healthy enough to be doing that. I mean, Brian, you're not on debt. You're probably on your way to, maybe recuperating in some way, shape, or form if you're, standing up and, working with a rehabilitation person at your home, and there's no life support machines. You just got this little breathing exercise that you're doing. I think it's I think you may not be well on your way, but you're certainly, not probably on death's doorstep.
No, so they're generally not doing rehab on people that are dying.
So, I was there. Oh God, let me. How do I say it without saying it?
I know.
We were told that
we're gonna get some stuff to confirm this stuff.
Yes. So let me just say this: we were told that the therapist that was Hogan's therapist, had a general pretty good idea on what the actual culprit of what Terry issue was and why he's having all these complications, and it's verifiable. And it has not, we have it. There's a name for it.
Yes.
We're not going to mention the name for it,
No.
but we have the name for it. There's a name for it.
Internal hemorrhoid.
And it was not internal hemorrhoids.
Oh. That was my
his withdrawal from Dynabol and Deca. But the person blurts it out what the issue is. We're trying to verify that, and it in no way, shape, or form is nowhere to be found on the death certificate. Lummy, you're the point person here,
yes.
Running this down. You've been directed on where to run this down at. We can get it, but it's my understanding, Lummy, it's not this particular situation that has a name is nowhere to be found on Fitzsimmons, whoever the guy's name, Dr.
Fitzgerald.
It's nowhere to be found on his reason of death.
No, it is
nowhere
not.
to be found, which is another reason why I am, and let me represent the media. And let me represent a guy that's been right the entire time. You need to do an autopsy, because the person that's doing his therapy hands-on said he died from something differently than what they said he did. And I might have a way to prove that. Maybe I have the person on the air. I'm just telling you, Lummy, we are in the process of running that down.
Yes, we are.
And when I run that down, in conjunction with Sky not wanting to do an autopsy, I think it gets fishier by the moment.
So I got some bad news, Bubba.
What?
Seth is trying to negotiate a payday off of the Blizzard takeover of Bubba 199.
Well,
I don't know that it's going to happen.
Well,
$20.
Let me text you a number to see if he will accept that. He has to be the host, has to pick out the music. There's a little bit of work. Let me text you a number to shoot to. Let me, or should I shoot him a number? Or do you want to be? Do you want to be?
I can be in the middle, man.
Okay. Now, I know that you do it for free because you're a multimillionaire.
Maybe Babyface will be his Darren Prince and
his sponsor.
Yeah, sponsor it.
So anyway, I'm dealing with that because and to Seth's credit, he doesn't usually attend Bubba 199, so this would be up and beyond. So Brian, I'll address that as I go into commercials now, so that I'm not late for Tony Stewart in about 5 or 6 minutes.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Bad juju. Oh, somebody gave $20. Sparks, Nevada.
Bad juju.
Home of Doug Clem. Bad juju. What song would you like to hear, Bad Juju? That's a $20 right before commercial break. That gets you a song, my friend. $40 and I'll stop the song.
Really?
Yeah, you can snipe me for 40. Really?
And then 100 to put it back on?
No, just another 20 and it comes back on. That's the way it works.
Who traded this by Caviar, by the way?
It's a circle of karaoke.
Caviar said he's sick of getting hated on, but he literally just...
Macho Man, you need to turn off that... Okay, the Alex Stein thing's turned off. Good. It was rolling. So...
It's a bad angle.
We got to turn it off. Yeah, there you go.
Tell him he says that to you.
Tell him it's the angle
I'm
of my
not
face.
controlling nothing. You got to turn that off, Macho Man. Hit the pause button. There you go. All right, now you can do it. Yes.
The next Connecticut trip? Probably not for a while. Probably not for a while.
Tony, enter the waiting room. Admit.
That was only 20 semi. It wasn't 40. You don't get to preempt a song with 20
Tell
bucks.
Tony.
You cheap
Let me see
fucker.
if Tony's got us.
I'm just
I know.
joking.
Oh,
I know
he
you're
looks
not.
good today. Look at
I know
Tony.
you're not cheap semi.
Tony, we're about
That wasn't
3
really.
minutes
Just type
out,
the
buddy.
word 20 in.
See if I can hear you.
I went back to check.
Hey,
He just
bub.
typed in 20.
Is that Columbus?
It is. It's the I'm in the office here at the
Man, you
ranch.
so rough, buddy.
Dude, I've had. Well, I'll tell you what.
By the way, we're off the air. We're not on the air for 3 more minutes.
No, I went to Tulsa
Let me pull my
Monday and
headphones away
Tuesday
from
and
the
did a
mic.
test in a pro stock car,
That's what Rico had
Mic's
said.
not on.
and then went to Nashville yesterday. It's like my fucking ass is dragging.
Not much of a
Now, can I
must-see
bring
Vegas.
in? Can I talk about that you tested in a pro stock or no?
Sphere.
Yeah, I think so. We're not.
The show
there's really
O.
no.
We're not going to mention
At
that you're going to do it
Bellagio.
tomorrow or nothing. Just that you're dabbling in
Well, I
it.
don't know.
The
I
Hoover
don't know what's
Dam
going to happen.
is
now,
fun
but
to
be
go
honest,
to.
I mean, be perfectly
cool
transparent
tour.
with you.
The Neon Museum.
We don't know 100%, but
Gangster
I'm about
Museum.
95% certain Leah's going to get back in the car
Not
next
so
year.
much.
So I'm having to fire myself.
I never left.
So I'm
Never
looking
leave
for
the
fucking
tables.
what am I going to do next year? So that's part of this. Why I did Monday and Tuesday.
And that would be great too.
Except you get a
it
hand
would be
job for
great
cab money to get to the
for
airport.
her. And
That's how you're
then
waiting
actually
for it.
those pro stocks. I mean, with what you're doing, you're relying 100% on a tuner, on the clutch guy, and you're holding on and pointing that thing. But with the pro stock, I mean, you're really driving. I mean, you're jamming. I mean, you're going 1 through 4.
Everybody's saying they can't
bam,
hear
bam,
him,
bam,
Bubba.
bam, bam.
And there's a lot
They
more
can.
shit to do in that car.
Bubba, they can hear
Not
him.
just during the run, but just.
Can you hear me?
Just to before you even
Meow.
stage.
Right.
Like you got
Bubba,
to
they
set the
can
line
hear
lock
him.
at 800 pounds of brake pressure to do the burnout. Start in second gear and you rev it up and pop the clutch, and then second, third, fourth, fifth as quick as you can.
Oh, I know.
And then put off the line lock.
I mean, they go bam, 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 and then you just and then bam, hit the chutes.
The underground.
That's just the burnout, though, bud.
Bubba,
Yeah,
they
you
can hear
get
him,
out and
just
back
so you
up.
know.
You got to flip the shock switch to
doesn't
change the
care.
shock settings, and
Yeah.
and then you got to go up
That's
the
the only way
line
you
and
can hear
do
it.
it all over again.
You can hear
but
him right
gotta
now if you
set
put your headphones on. You can
250
hear
pounds
Tony.
brake pressure, not 800, and it just all of it.
I
the
tried,
procedure's
everybody.
so much more intricate than what I have to do in Top Fuel. So it was
I
a
just don't
big
want him to.
learning.
Bubba
curve.
said-
Like I don't want to go,
but
and this
Bubba
is a
said
buddy of mine.
nobody-
I mean, buddy
and
like
then-
you and I
yeah.
are buddies.
Right.
So
Guy
he
that I
lets
drove
one
his
thing
car.
slip.
How competitive were you? Like, what'd you get? Did you get over 2?
Oh yeah, I was. I think it ran 208 or something. It ran 662, and like Sonoma, they were running that. Not this team, but the other team that was kind of on top went like a 48 or something.
Yeah, so I mean, you're there.
We're in the game.
Yeah.
And then my lights were good. My last light was a 33.
There you go. There you go. You've gotten really good on lights this year. You really have.
Yeah. Well, the car's working better too, and that helps.
Right.
If you hit the gas and the car isn't moving very quick, it makes your lights not look as good. But now we got a car that's, reacting the right way, and now I'm in the game. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so proud of you. I mean, you were, God, you've been first clear almost all year, and you're only 48 behind. Langdon. You got Justin Ashley on your ass. He's Johnny, and he's Johnny Reaction Time too, isn't he?
Dude, he at least in the last couple events, he's had a couple lights that make you go, well, shit, he is human.
All right, here we go. 11 seconds.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Live from Columbus, Indiana. I've known him since 2000. Such a good friend of mine. And I actually, I'm just trying to let me lean on some of my friendships, like, Dion and Tony and when I see Tony and these guys do all these podcasts from these people that don't have near the numbers that we do. And I'm like, I'm just going to ask some of my friends to start coming on the air a little bit more and starting with Tony. So I texted Tony last week. I'm like, hey, man, give me some dates, bro. And then he gave me some dates, and then he got a little bit busy. And then I think he was actually sitting in bed with his wife, and I think he said, Leah, I was supposed to do Bubba this week. And so him and Rico reached out to me. So welcome, T. How you doing, buddy?
I was panicked, bud. I'm good, by the way. But, yeah, I was panicked. I looked over at Leah, and I'm like, holy, I think I screwed up and missed the show that I was supposed to be on with Bubba. So,
and Leah is, I got to tell you, in the history of your and I's friendship, she's the first person you've been with that actually doesn't hate me.
It's because she's as screwed up as we are.
Yeah.
It's hard to hate anything at that point.
She is so cool. My God. She's like a man. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but she's wired like a man. She really is.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's like hanging out with one of your frat buddies that just looks really smoking hot.
I know. I remember the first time I met her a couple of years ago in Gainesville, and it was like literally I didn't have to tiptoe around any subject matter. We could be ourselves. I think we were actually talking about I don't even think I know I can even bring up what we were, but we were talking about like total guy stuff, like total guy sexual stuff. And she was just like, yeah, like she was just part of the deal, like whatever.
Yeah, she can run, bud. That's the best thing about her. She, I remember going on our first date, and it started in Gainesville, and we ended up going to Bike Week. And I knew by the end of the night that over the course of the history of my entire life and what I've done, that date was a way different date than anything I'd ever been on with anybody else. So that was kind of the first indication that, hey, something's different about this girl, something special about her, and we gotta pursue this a little more.
One of the things that was different about her is that she was probably the only person. I know that you dated that Jessica chick, but she couldn't drive worth a lick. But it was the first person that you ever dated that was a true motorsport enthusiast and could, on your level, be competitive and a different, obviously a different type of motorsport, but one now that is not as easy as it looks, and so one of my Leah stories is when 2 years ago in Gainesville, when she was still driving before you guys had Dominic, she had a hell of a run. I think she was like maybe P6, and she came back from a qualifying run, and like a lot of the prima donnas, I don't know if Justin Ashley is a prima donna or Doug Coletta or Anton Brown, but Leah gets out of the car, goes up to the personal area a little bit, takes her helmet off, maybe wipes off some sweat. Then she goes to working on the car. She starts packing her chutes. She starts putting nitro in the car. And I'm like, wow, she's not, she's not a Danica Patrick or anybody like that you have to handle with kid gloves. When I saw her packing her own chutes, I'm like, that chick's for real.
Yeah, she is. It's, and that's a big deal to her. I never even thought about it because I started dating her and I was the plus one, and I'm the trophy wife that's standing in the doorway of the trailer, in everybody's way and stuff and watching. But, I actually got to where, I remember we went out to a race in, I don't know, we had two races. There was one though that I worked the whole day. And I was mixing fuel for her. I didn't pack chutes. I still don't pack my own chutes. It's like, that's the one thing that if only one thing on the car has to work right at the end of the day, I want those damn parachutes to come out. Because that is stop, or that is ram into a massive oversized ski net on steroids.
Oh my God. And then the same, and you completely, not only might you die, but what's a rail cost? $200,000, $300,000? What's a rail cost?
Probably about that.
I mean,
even more once you get all the stuff on it, and when you send one in the sand trap, especially if it gets into the net and starts,
it's done. It's done.
You're hundreds of thousands of dollars.
If those things even get bent a little bit, just because everything's so symmetric, if a rail even gets, like, let's say, you had a little scrape against the wall, just a little one, but you're going 315 miles an hour, does it? I mean, just a little nick against the wall probably gets it all out of whack, doesn't it?
Well, they definitely have to measure it and make sure it's square. If it's bent the least little bit, then it's compromised in their eyes, and which is smart. I mean, these cars, the dragsters, when you hit the gas, will actually arch
oh yeah,
up.
You can see them flex.
They're going down the track, so they're designed to do that. But if a tube or something's compromised from touching anything, or even Leah's car, I mean, if you think back to when Leah's car literally folded in half.
That was a bad wreck that I can't believe. I mean, I've seen guys not walk away from that kind of stuff. The one she did.
And she didn't, and that wasn't because she hit something to run before. She literally got a gust of wind at St. Louis that made the car kind of make a big move. And honestly, the team, and I had been hanging around the team for a little while. They didn't even know to look at the chassis to see if anything was compromised. But when she made that next run, it was very apparent that what had happened in that first run had created damage, and then it was catastrophic. I mean, the car literally folds in half like a lawn chair.
Oh, with that. What so far? What's been the sketchiest that you've had so far in rail? Like, what's been? I know we could go through your sprint car stuff, we go through your NASCAR stuff, but with rail, and you've been lucky. It's not lucky, but you've been fortunate so far not to really have a John Force or something like that type moment. But there has had to be a couple sketch moments, where you've had to pedal it. People don't realize, man, you got a lot of times you'll see those butterfly valves, open up, close, open up, close, open up, close. What's been your sketchiest so far?
Honestly, I think the one that stood out the most was we were running at Bristol, and I think we were in the semifinals, and I was in the right-hand lane, and at about 600 feet, we cut a left front tire down.
Oh, man.
At 300 miles an hour.
Yeah. And those things are about that wide. I mean, they're just teeny tiny.
Yeah. But they hold like 95 pounds of air in them or something like that. And when it went down, I was in the right-hand lane and it started pulling me left to the center line. And so it was kind of sketchy.
Did you throw the chutes immediately, or without it upset you?
I got it to the line.
You pedaled it?
But I had I just stayed in it and just kept steering it. But, you're steering the thing to the right and steering to the right, and it's not coming back to the right. I finally got it square, but I had this much wheel in it. My hands are turned like this versus straight. Just to go straight was like this.
Like you're driving a 410 non-wing, you're just you're just straight, right?
But I would say that was, and then, you watch these explosions when the motors blow, and you don't realize how violent it is. And I had 3 of those moments in Norwalk, Ohio, before we did the West Coast swing. And I kept asking Leah when I got back to the pit, I'm like, why do these guys keep asking if I'm all right? I'm like, they've never seen a sprint car crash, obviously.
Right.
Until I went to Seattle. In Seattle, we blew one in the second round, I believe, of competition. And when it blew, it went big time. And literally the doctor diagnosed me with a mild concussion after that.
Oh, really?
I had to chill out the rest of the week because we ran Sonoma the next weekend. Had to chill out during the week and then wait to get cleared by the NHRA doctor just to compete at Sonoma. So it's like you watch it on TV and it looks easy. You think, the track goes straight. You just hold it straight and you mash the gas. There are so many more things that are going on with procedures and what the car's doing, and you're never not driving those cars. You just don't hold the wheel straight and mash the gas. It's going to always move around a little bit, and you got to be ready for it. But when moments like that happen, you have no clue how violent it is inside the car. And when I had asked Leah that at Norwalk a couple weeks before that, I said, why do they keep checking on me? And she goes, well, watch your head in the slow-mo. And when that thing pops, it's like somebody hits you in the back of the head with a baseball bat. Your head goes wham into the tethers on the head and neck restraint. So I just didn't, it's anytime you're doing something new, you don't know what you don't know.
Right.
So until it happens, you don't know how to react to it, to compensate, and B, what it's going to feel like. So in that moment, it's like, that's when I got out at Seattle and the NHRA doctor was there. And I'm like, now I know why you guys ask every time if we're all right, because it's way more violent than what people feel.
Oh, the one, there's several different sports, like for instance, the hand-eye coordination. If you, like you and I took you to a Lightning game, and, hockey is another sport that unless you see it in person, the hand-eye coordination of those guys. And, another thing that TV doesn't do any justice is that after you take the green at the Daytona 500, after you take the green and you got that first lap to wind up, and then when you come around for lap 2, it's like a herd of buffalo. Like, you cannot explain, because you're all packed up. You got 40 of them, and they're all, just inches apart. And that's another thing that TV doesn't do any justice. And then the very top of the list is, if you're fortunate enough, like me, or or even the guy sitting in row 50 at the launch line, the violence of the Top Fuel night, the funny cars and the rails, television doesn't do it any justice. And the first time I saw it, I was like, there's a human being in there that's like in a rocket, literally in a rocket, and there's a human being in there that's under 12,000 horsepower going 0 to 300 in 2 seconds, and you just television. And I don't know that you can really appreciate the athleticism and the violence of drag racing unless you go. And the good thing, and I will tell you this, having gone to NASCAR and obviously short track racing it puts you, you're very famous for when you ran 410s and when you ran USAC in your early career. You're a stiffy on people coming up during the race and asking for an autograph, but you'll stay. I've seen you stay 3 hours before and sign every autograph at a dirt track. So dirt tracks are kind of a lot like NHRA, where the fans can get so close to the driver, and there's probably 5-6 different times that you're going out to the stanchions and spending time with the fans, and the fans can literally get within 5 or 6 feet of that back wheel when you guys are starting them up and warming them up, and it's such a great value, and you can get so close to your favorite drivers. It's just such a really good vibe. Now, NHRA, those are some crooked bastards on how much they charge you and Randy from Skag, and I'm not going to quite get into all that because I do know the financials of all that, and I just wish that they were way more fairer to you guys on that's a Gestapo in itself. But talking about the actual drivers and how accessible you guys are, you're always going over to the merch trailer. I would, if anybody that's listening or watching this show has never been to an NHRA show and you like motorsport, whether it's dirt track, asphalt track, NASCAR, USAC, and you've never been to an NHRA event, it's an eye opener. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, an absolute eye opener.
Yeah, it really is. It's I think that's what makes unique, or what makes NHRA unique from, even aside from dirt track. Even the fans at a dirt race, they can come down after the race is over from the grandstands. Now, there's people that have to pay extra money to buy a pit pass to be down in the pits and be that close. And like you say, when we're down there at a sprint race, Kyle Larson's a good buddy of mine. We park next to each other numerous times at the dirt races, and Kyle has a different philosophy than I do. Kyle, if he's got 30 seconds to do it and there's people outside, he'll go do it to knock it out and get it done to where when the races are over, he doesn't have as long a line, and then he can go home. I'm the other way. I can't even outrun Kyle Larson in this one. I've got to pay attention to what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah.
And
you're over there trying to steal a setup.
Well, I'm over trying to look at the racetrack and make sure I know what's going on and this and that. But I was always better about being focused on the racing during the racing, and then after it was over, I'm done racing and just being with the fans. So that's the difference with NHRA, is that we're not on track like we are a cup car for 3.5 hours.
Right.
we go to the staging lanes. We might be in the staging lane 20 minutes or 30 minutes, depending on what's going on. You get in the car. When it's our run, we're from the time they fire it up and start the motor till the time that we turn off is a little over 2 minutes total time. So you're really doing something for only a couple minutes, and then you get out and you tow back, and then you start the process of rebuilding the motor and everything. But it does give us a lot of time to spend with the fans at the pit, at the car, and you can't get that access anywhere else. People still ask me, hey, can you help me get garage passes? I'm like, for what?
Yeah, you don't need them.
To watch the crew guys push a car around and go to tech, because they don't even, it's not like it used to be where we had an hour of practice and cars are driving in and out of the garage and you get to see what's going on. You don't get to see anything at a NASCAR race anymore.
No, NASCAR has done it to themselves too.
Yeah. But it was, and that was kind of during COVID, that shift happened. It was trying to simplify everything. And this is to NASCAR's credit. I mean, they were trying to make sure everybody could stay in business. So they literally changed their procedures to accommodate making the load as light as they could make it, but still put on a good product. So it wasn't against NASCAR on that necessarily, but it's just kind of changed to where, you got Jim France running it now. And Jim France is a great guy, super great guy, but he has got a big hold and a big love for road racing and sports car racing. So the sports cars don't drive in and out of the garage. They tow them out to pit road, and then they do their practice sessions from pit road and tow them back. Well, that's exactly what we're doing with NASCAR now.
Right.
Take the cars to pit road. Nobody's driving in and out of the garage.
I think NASCAR, and of course you're a really good friend of mine, and I'm very biased to you, but NASCAR hasn't been the same since you left. From all the changes they've made, to choking the cars down. I know probably you getting out of that arena has been probably one of the best decisions you ever made, because it was killing you. It was literally killing you. Towards the last part of the last couple of years, they had made it so that almost anybody with any type of motor skill could drive those things. They've choked them down so much. They made them so tight, and they've made them so templated. And it might as well be IROC is what it might as well be. And it's just not what it used to be. It's not what you grew up on. It's not what you cut your teeth on. And I think, in my opinion, here I am, back in the day, 15, 20 years ago, I would know who was fast guy on practice. I would know who's sitting on the pole. I would know where they're racing. I would know where they're going to be next week. I would know the standings. I would know who's mad at who. I would know which manufacturer was doing good. And quite frankly, for $50 million, I could not tell you where they're racing this weekend. I couldn't.
Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I can't either. I've literally seen one NASCAR race this year, and that was because my mom and stepdad came down, and my stepdad put it on TV, and it happened to be the Sonoma race, and Sonoma's my second favorite track that we ran on the NASCAR circuit.
Which was your last track that you won at, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, that too.
Where you doored? I think you doored Clint, didn't you?
No, Denny Hamlin.
Oh, Denny Hamlin.
If you guys really want to know, it's Watkins Glen this weekend.
Oh, well, we could care.
Thanks
hold on.
I'm not going to use.
But hold on. You were good. You were good there too, buddy. You were good at the Glen. You were good at the Glen.
It's odd because there's been a lot of fans, and especially the ones that are road race fans. I won twice as many races at Watkins Glen as I did Sonoma, but I liked racing at both of them, obviously, but there was something about Watkins Glen had long enough straightaways that you would get your work done, leaving the corner, and you had time to relax and, take a break, and you might have a shift or two in the middle of that, but you had a lot of time to relax. Sonoma is just one of those tracks that was really a finesse track, and you really had to be easy on the throttle. The asphalt was worn out, which they just resurfaced Sonoma not too long ago, but it was one of those tracks that you had to really get in a rhythm, and there were only a couple opportunities per lap to take a break, and it was literally a second to 2 seconds that you might get a break where you're just not doing something. And I guess that's one of the reasons I really like Sonoma better.
Were you a heel toe guy? They make a big deal. No, you were not. You were a left. You were a 2-footed. I guess left foot on the brake wheel. Right foot gas.
Yeah, it's the transmissions were so good in the Cup cars that once we left pit road in first gear, you literally didn't have to use the clutch anymore. But you had to be savvy on kind of being able to hear the RPM and knowing, we have shift lights for the upshifts,
right.
You can get in troubles on the downshifts if you downshift too early, if you downshift too late, but having to match the gears. And the transmissions were pretty forgiving on that. It made it very easy to, if you missed it by a couple RPM, it wasn't like you were going to get in trouble with the gearbox. But you literally could shift up and down without having to use the clutch in them.
And when you were in Cup, you were one of the top. You were one of the, when they talked about road racers, you were in that conversation. You were one of those. You were a road racer. I mean, not only did they have to worry about you, at Richmond and everywhere else, but when they're like, okay, well, the 20 or the 14, whatever car you're in, he's going to be good here. Wasn't Watkins Glen where you and Jeff Gordon got into it?
I think it was. Actually, I tried to chase him in his trailer.
Oh, you were full hot on him, and I really thought there was going to be a hook out. I really did.
Oh, there wasn't. He was standing on the other side of his car by his trailer door, like he had 2 feet to get to safety, and he knew it. So
what were you
called the Rainbow Warrior?
What were you the most mad? I think the most mad you were is when Logano ran you down, and then Maddie set you up for a softball question, and then you're like, I'm going to whip his ass when I see him. Remember that one?
Yeah, he and I will say this about Joey. I mean, Joey did a lot of stuff in his early years of his career that not only myself but a lot of people didn't like. Fast forward now to current times, and there's still a lot of people that don't like Joey, but I know Joey a little better, and Joey races different now than he did back then. But what people don't know and don't see is all the positive things Joey Logano does off the racetrack that he never does it to get any credit. He doesn't want anybody necessarily knowing he's doing it, but Joey does a lot for a lot of people in motorsports. On top of that,
do things change in NASCAR, Tony, when you go from being a rookie, fresh-faced rookie, racing against Dale Sr. and racing against, Walt, those when you were first got in, and then you become kind of the elder statesman towards the last part of your career, where it's you and Jimmy Johnson and the elder statesman, so to speak. Does things change for you at that point? Like do the young kids come up to you in the garage if you're not brake cleaning their ass with a flame retardant? But I mean, when you progress through NASCAR as a rookie to the elder statesman to a 3-time champion, do things change for you in the garage?
I think a little bit. I mean, obviously, when you go to places that some of these guys haven't been to, if they didn't have teammates that could help them, some of the young guys would come talk to you about it. But man, I mean, you want to talk about how time changes and how the eras change and this and that. I mean, I came into the Cup Series when Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Rusty Wallace and Jeff Burton, Ward Burton, Terry Labonte, think Mark Martin, I mentioned, Dale Jarrett. You had all these true badass men that were driving race cars.
And you were a kid, and they were men. They were men.
They were men's men too.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
They weren't just guys that just showed up with
No.
their helmet and got in the car and then got in their fancy jet and went home. I mean, these guys knew about their cars, had worked on their cars. Bill Elliott teaching his son Chase how to work on them. I mean, you had guys that truly had grown up the hard way to work their way into the Cup Series. And then as time goes on, the drivers are getting younger and younger coming in because, NASCAR started this Young Guns program. So they started promoting all these young guys. And it's like, to me, it's like, you'll watch an NFL game and you get excited about it. You go to aside from going to Oklahoma and Texas, where they get more fans at a high school football game than they do at an NFL game.
Right.
Most places you go on a Friday night to a football game, a high school game, and nobody gives a crap.
Right.
They don't know. They don't want to go watch a 17 or 18-year-old kid play football. Well, it's the same thing in racing now. We've crammed all this getting younger to get these guys in cars. The guy that works a blue collar job and works, 8 a.m. till 5 every day, 5 days a week, doesn't give 2 shits about these young guys. They don't have a story.
Well,
they don't have.
And the young guys, a lot of the young guys didn't, grow up at age 6 driving the Dairy Queen go-kart at Bartholomew, track. A lot of these kids have sim raced, for however long, and then their dad writes like the Kosofer kid or whatever, their dad writes a big check. I think rent a ride. But listen, as you being an owner, a former owner, just recently, just a couple, you have to almost, even though rent a ride is not necessarily good for the sport, as a business, always trying to get sponsors and stuff. If you got somebody that's willing to pay $5-6 million for a cup ride, or $2.5-3 million for an Xfinity ride, they've taken
turn your head to it.
Yeah, you just can't. You just can't. I mean, I think I don't know if this has ever been said, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful because I know you work with her, but I think Danica's one of her big draws were not necessarily her talent, is that she was absolutely a advertiser's darling, and you owned the team when she drove for you, and it was like she paid for herself and then some.
Well, it took me back to even before Danica came into our program, because I had a lot of people ask, why did I hire Danica? But before that, I had a kid that his father, when I had my USAC teams in Brownsburg and was running, 2 midget teams, 2 sprint teams, 2 Silver Crown teams.
Levi and all the guys.
Yeah, exactly. But when I had that, I had a guy that his son, he came to me and wanted me to run him in one of our cars. And bless the kid's heart. I mean, he had the desire. He worked hard at it, but he just wasn't going to make it. And he crashed a lot, tore up, destroyed a lot of cars driving for us. So I always said after that moment, I wasn't going to hire somebody. I wasn't going to let myself get in a position as a team owner to where I had to rely on somebody bringing money to drive our cars. So then that fast forwards to Danica Patrick, and everybody goes, well, you hired her because, she brought GoDaddy and they wrote a big check. And I'm like, that's not why I hired Danica Patrick. I hired Danica Patrick because I watched her run at the Indy 500 one year, and she finished 4th in the race, but she was fighting for the win in the closing stages. And I remember a moment in turn 1 where the car had a wiggle.
Right.
And got loose. And there's a bump there. And I know exactly where the bump was. I knew exactly why that car moved when it did. And I watched how she caught it and never checked up. I mean, just stayed focused, stayed on the gas, kept digging and kept herself in contention to win that race. And that was the moment that I said, we had our eye on her, and we knew that we had an opportunity to get her. And that was the moment that I said, okay, I'm all in. I want to get this girl, because people don't do that in the closing stages of Indy. And they either normally wad it up, or they bail out of it and panic, and they get so far behind they can't get caught back up and be that factor at the end again. And she didn't do that. So that was why I hired Danica Patrick. But you think back when I started in Cup in 99, they had more Fortune 500 companies that wanted to be on cars than there were cars.
Right.
Yeah. And it was, you saw Home Depot for a whole season. You saw Lowe's for a whole season, Miller Lite for a whole season.
And you saw Home Depot for for 15 years. It was not just a one-off, it was, hey, how long do we need? I think was his name Nardelli?
Bob Nardelli.
Bob
He's
Nardelli.
the CEO I've ever worked with.
Said, listen, Tony, I got you, buddy. However long you want to be here, I got you. Right? Money's no object.
And now you look at the state of it, it's, you're selling one-off races. We're not painting cars anymore. We were wrapping cars, which was great because it made it easy to do that. It was easy to take it off after the race. It was, had great vinyl graphics department at our shop, and guys could knock out a car in a day versus having to paint them and then send them to get graphics and this and that. But it just shows how the economy of motorsports changed.
Yeah.
In the Elite Series, and IndyCar, you kind of see it the same. You see some different paint schemes on different cars throughout the year, but most of them, what they have for the entire season. So it's just the whole dynamic changed of it to where now these kids that have a father that either has a big company that they can spend money on, or knows somebody that has a big company that'll write them a check. That helps these guys, but the teams need the help too. They don't have these Fortune 500 companies that sign on for the entire season. So it's not that the team owners gave in and gave up. It's just kind of the balance of, this is what you have to do to maintain your business and to operate correctly too. So, and it doesn't mean that all those kids can't drive that get opportunities like that, but those opportunities did not exist in the late 90s.
No.
And real early 2000s.
You got your, I saw a short on Gibb. It was Joe Gibbs, and they were talking about how they got you. and you had a 1-year contract left with, was it Rainier? A guy named Rainier?
Yep.
And Joe was like, man, first of all, he said, first of all, I couldn't track the kid down because he's running dirt here, and he's in Terre Haute one night, he's in Richmond the next night, and he's in Winchester the one night. And he goes, but he had a girlfriend, which might have been Krista, I don't know, that lived in Indy, and I could call her, and she would sometimes direct me as to when she thought he might be home. And he goes, but we had our eye on this kid. And he goes, then so one day I call her up, and she things might not have been going so good. Tony might have stepped on his deal a little bit on that deal. And he goes, so I finally was able to get a hold of the kid, and we were able to get him over to NASCAR. But did he have to buy Rainier out, or is that what he had to do?
He had to buy my contract out, which at that time, I mean, I was just getting into the sport. So Harry Rainier and his son Lauren's the one that scouted me. I mean, he went to a lot of races for a year and a half before he signed me. But no, they were a great family and gave me a great opportunity. But when you get that call from Gibbs, and honestly, the reason that the Rainier thing didn't work out for me was they wanted to move me into a Cup car earlier than I felt like I was ready. And a lot of people would sit there and go, why would you turn that down? Well, very easy for me, because it's no different than any other business world. You work your way up the business ladder and you do it a step at a time. Here I am getting into the Xfinity series. I'm one step away from the top of this, and I wasn't doing very well.
Yeah,
where I was
Joe said you wadded some stuff up early. It's what Joe said.
I wadded Ranier's cars up, and then when I started driving for Joe, I wadded cars up. But some reason when I went to the Cup car, it flipped a switch. I mean, it took a little over a third of the way through the season for me to really start figuring out the cars and the tires. And when it literally was just like somebody turned a light switch on, the way I felt in the car, the feel I had for the car changed immediately. It just in the course of a couple weeks. And then we started kicking butt.
Well, and then, one thing back then, God, what were you guys doing? 850, 900 horsepower. And a guy like you that was used to being loose and free could really make up time and could really get an advantage on a guy that's not like that. Most racers don't like being free. Meanwhile, a guy like you, free doesn't scare you. Free's fast. And so they've got him choked down so much now that a driver that is a driver like Kyle Larson, for instance, who can drive anything and who loves being free, his advantage on his skill set doesn't pop out as much when you're choked down to, what are they, 550 now, 525, I mean, instead of at 900, you were feathering that pedal, that right, you were getting it a little assy, and the other guys are lifting and braking, and that is a lot of your success, I think. And I think that them choking the cars down so much has taken the driver out of it a lot.
I think the horsepower is a big part of that. And I think the second part is just the technology and the direction that NASCAR's gone with a lot of the things with this new car that they have. There's just a lot of things that make it more modern, but it also makes the cars to where, and technology, I think, is probably a bigger factor than what NASCAR's done to it, honestly. It's just changed the game to where you can't take a Kyle Larson anymore, or Kyle Busch, who has a ton of talent. They can't sit there and get in those cars and now manipulate them.
Right.
Or before, like you said, when I started, man, I could change how I entered the corner. I could change what I did with my hands and feet. I could totally manipulate that car. And I couldn't fix it if it wasn't right, but I could always change and alter how it drove a little bit and make it a little bit better. It's almost impossible.
But you needed that horsepower to do that. You needed to be able to, you needed to have those donkeys being able to, I remember a couple times when you were struggling towards the last part and they were choking them down. I think you and I talked one time where like Kevin was on the pole, or Kevin was real fast, top 5, and you were like 15, 16. And I think they said, Tony, we'll put you in Kevin's setup because we know Kevin's setup's good, and you're like, I can't drive this dump truck. I cannot drive this car.
So Harvick always liked his cars tighter than I did. I think Ryan Newman and I were real similar when we were teammates on setups. Kurt Busch was different. The thing that was different in Kurt's driving style, Kurt really drove the car really hard into the corner. He went further than anybody. So you had to do things with his setups to accommodate and work around that versus, I lifted a lot earlier. Kevin lifted a lot earlier. Danica, just depending on what track we were at, sometimes she went way deeper. Sometimes we could get her to lift early. But everybody's driving styles are different. So even though you take like Hendrick Motorsports and Joe Gibbs Racing, and when we had SHR, you got 4 drivers in a team. You'd think, man, if one guy's really kicking butt out there and got speed, you just put that same setup on all 4 cars. Does not work.
No, not at all.
All drivers have different driving styles. It's no different than us guys. We like blondes, brunettes, redheads. We all like something different. And so each crew chief had to figure out, this package is giving this guy a lot of speed. Now, how do we take that and tweak it for how our driver drives the car?
So, T, do you think, former IndyCar champion, not just, but IndyCar champion, 96, was it 96? 97? 97 IndyCar champion, the whole series. How much have those cars changed? And could you jump? I mean, as talented as you are, you can drive anything. They say you and Larson are the 2 dudes that have been in our generation that can drive anything. Could you get in? Could you get in the one of the competitive Indy cars right now and roll it around Indy and be competitive?
I think somebody asked me about the Indy 500 in particular, and I said, do I think I could, in a very competitive car, make the show? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do I think I would have a shot to win the race? Probably not. And that's just strictly from the standpoint that these drivers, in this era, are so good. And I mean, keep in mind, they're running one type of car every week.
Right.
That's it. They're not out driving something else on the side, this and that. You got Connor Daly that'll go out and he'll go do some NASCAR stuff here and there. But the guys that are really at the top of their game, I mean, that is all they eat, sleep, breathe is driving those cars.
Yeah, but don't underestimate the white trash guy from Columbus. I'm just telling you, bro. I think we could put you in one of the Andretti cars or something like that, and just because you're so good, you're so competitive. I think you'd be there, boy. You're not gonna mess up on a pit stop. You're not gonna stall. You're not gonna spin out. I mean, I think you're there. I really do.
We would have a respectable run. I do feel like that. I guess where I'm going with this though is it is so technical now, and there's it's like I told the Cup guys last year when they were asking about NHRA, and so I'm not changing the topic.
Right.
I said, how you guys have to make split-second decisions, and they're like, yeah, absolutely. I said, all right, well, what I have to do in this drag car that's different than what we did in NASCAR is I have to take that split-second decision and make a split-second decision off of that.
And then a split-second decision off of that. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of seconds.
That's just going to a different form of motorsports, how the mindset that you're thinking about is different, because you're not settling in for a 3.5 hour race like you are a NASCAR race. You're getting in there for a 3.5 second run.
Right.
It's done in 3.5 seconds. So, to go to IndyCar and to try to be on top of that, I mean, you would have to run a lot of the old. I always said that if I was going to do that again, I would have to run all the oval races the year before I ran it.
Yeah.
Just to get reacclimated, to get in tune with understanding during the run and during a race. I mean, you can practice and run practice sessions all you want. Race conditions are always.
Now, did they have the weight jacker when you were there? How they're like? Okay, I didn't know that they had that because
it wasn't on the steering wheel. It was literally a hydraulic one that we had to twist the handle. And when you were twisting it to pick a corner up and load it, you're having to manhandle that.
Right. You're manually you're twisting like almost like a brake biased almost.
Exactly. And it was hard to do that when you were running, because you already have the car making a bunch of downforce. So it's pushing down on the car. So if you were trying to add weight to a corner, you're having to load that and push it even harder. It made it really tough to do. So now that they can do it on the steering wheels, but they're so good. These drivers are so good at that, and knowing literally Indy's got 4 corners and they're shaped exactly the same. But if it's windy at all 4 of those corners drive different, and they literally will change it for each corner if they want. So the amount of detail that those drivers have in IndyCar right now is so much greater than what we had to have 15, 20 years ago and beyond that.
I love that NBC brought you and Danica in for Indy. Do you enjoy? I mean, I think it's great. First of all, I'm all about marketing and all that kind of deal, and it's great for your brand. I mean, it's so good for your brand to be a commentator for Indy. It's a lot of eyeballs for your brand. Do you genuinely like doing it, or is it a pain in your ass?
No, I do like it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The part that was hard this year was my wife Leah had a quick getaway that week planned for us. So I literally was not at the track until the day before the race was my first opportunity.
Yeah, but you don't need any notes and stuff. Like, they overthink the whole process.
No, I did need them. And, I didn't really know till I got to the meeting on Saturday, the day before the race, exactly what they were having me do and where they were having me and what topics they wanted me to talk about. But, I went on a houseboat trip to Lake Powell that week. And like I said, Leah had already had it planned with two other couples that we were going out there with. And so I literally remember being on the houseboat about 10 minutes before we backed it out of the marina, and was talking to Marco Andretti for a long time about the cars, and, obviously had the hybrid system there and what that was going to do, and the challenges the drivers and teams were having. I was hearing news of what was going on.
Right.
I wasn't there. So Marco did a really good job of getting me up to speed of what was happening. And then literally one of the days there, I'd been playing phone tag with Larson, and Kyle was calling me, and I was sitting on top of my phone on a surfboat out on the lake. And I'm like, we got to shut everything down. I mean, we got music blaring and, people surfing, and literally we stopped and shut everything off so I could hear him in the middle of this lake in Arizona, and had a good half-hour conversation with him. So between those two guys, I got up to speed of what was going on, and that made race day a lot better. But I do love it. I enjoy it. Danica and I didn't exactly end our relationship.
Yeah, I knew a little bit about that, and so I saw you two together. But you guys, I mean, you would have never known that there was ever any heat there at all.
No, and honestly, I told her toward the end of the day, I said, I'm glad we got to do this together. I said I said I've held on to some resentment for a long time, and I said getting to work with you today, I said I feel like it was when we started working together originally. I said I'm glad we got an opportunity to do this. So it was really nice to have that.
Plus, you better not get too lippy with her, because did you see those shoulders she's kicking?
Come on, man. Let's be realistic here, bud.
I'm just messing with you.
You know how we fight down here. We don't fight fair. We fight.
I'll tell you a fight I'd like to see is Leah versus Danica. That'd be a hell of a fight too.
I think that's an easy one. I know exactly who to pick.
Well, Leah's got the reach, and she's got the meanness too. I mean, look who she's married to. She's not a powder puff.
Well, and what most people don't realize is that in her teens, Leah took up boxing in her teens.
Yeah. Oh. I've been told by very good sources that this is the one that you walk a little lightly around.
I don't walk lightly. I make sure before I do something stupid, I sit and think about what the ramifications are going to be.
You pick your battles a little bit more closely now than you used to. You used to be just Johnny Erratic. I'll say whatever I want, whatever, bitch. Now, I mean, I'm sure that you're a little more calculated on that.
I am, but we were literally talking about it again yesterday. I mean, Leah is just like you and I. She's just as twisted. She's got the same messed up sense of humor that we have. And it is absolutely, for us as a couple, it is hilarious for us to go out and mix company sometimes, because we'll say things, and sometimes it's her saying something to me. Sometimes it's me saying something to her, and we know exactly what we're doing when we do it. When we say it, we know we're not saying something to hurt each other's feelings, and people are mortified.
We're
not that way around everybody, but there's select people who like to have fun around.
You two were drinking beers in Gainesville, and it was about time for everybody to kind of go home, and she turned to you and said, "Hey, dumbass, you ready to go? It's getting a little late there, Gramps." And then we all laughed, because none of your girls have ever talked to you like that. I mean, she just said, "Hey, dumbass, we got to get going. Come on." Yeah,
she I'm 54 now, so it's not like I'm the young gun anymore, and I'm not sitting there picking out my funeral plot yet, but she'll get her jabs in there. She can, like you said, not only she can just run with the big dogs anywhere. She can run with the boys in any circumstance. And I've watched guys that thought they could outdrink her, when we were on off weekends and on vacations and stuff. And I sit back and I just prop my feet back and put my head back and go, I've seen this movie. I know how this ends, and you watch them get annihilated by her.
I remember my first heads up about her was Sumo, of course, and Sumo's Sumo knows everything. Goddamn, I'm just going to tell you, he's got him a spark plug on this one. Woo! It's funny. That's what he said.
He knew right off the bat too. When he met her the first time, I remember we got home and he called me and he goes, yeah, she's different. And I said, damn right she is.
How's Donnie looking for Knoxville?
Terrible.
Really?
He ran his preliminary night last night, and it was a natural disaster.
Yeah.
So the good news, he gets to rerun again on Friday, and hopefully, we'll be able to take what happened last night and try to fix whatever needs to be fixed for him to give him a better shot on Friday night to improve our position. But it's definitely not our normal Knoxville Nationals. He's definitely not been happy with his race car all year, and I've about thrown everything I can think of to throw at it to try to make it better. I just don't know what I need to do now to get him where he wants to be.
I got to thank you for letting me have Rob Platfoot for February, because my God, that guy is just, he helped. We never rubbered. We had USAC back to back with 5 nights or 6 nights of Lucas. A lot of horsepower on the track. A lot of ops instances where you could rubber down, and that guy's just. He knows how to slowly triculate moisture into it. And the guy can fix anything. Like, I think a PTO bearing fell off a thing. He jumps down, throws a cigarette down, gets it. He's just amazing. And so I just wanted to let you know, man, thank you for letting me have him for February, because I know he's your main guy at Eldora. And
he does a great job.
You got a good team now with him and Levi. You got a good team.
Absolutely. The great thing with Levi is he's a racer, so he understands it from the car owner standpoint, the driver standpoint, sponsors, series. He's well versed in that. He is literally hitting a home run getting Levi. But Rob's one of those guys that he's kind of the guy behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about him. But he works on the track at Eldora, and like you said, it's not, he doesn't just prep the racetrack; he's fixing equipment. So and there's things that. It was fun when I started working with Rob. There were a lot of things he really didn't know how to do as far as.
Oh, he's hard, and he's hard-headed too, buddy. Woo!
Oh man, and it took a long time, but I feel like the longer we've worked together, we have that mutual respect, and Rob knows that when I go to him with something, it's not because I'm mad at him or if he doesn't know how to do something, I'm not mad that he doesn't know how to do it. It's just, hey, let's get somebody to come over and teach both of us how to do this, because I don't know how to do some of those things either. So
you should hear some of the radio traffic between him.
Stronger.
You should hear the radio traffic between him and Swally, because Swally's out there burning up hot laps, just burning Rob's track up, and Rob goes, Swally, hey Swally, and I'm listening to the radio, and I told Swally, man, I said, Swally, I'm telling you, I can make some small little adjustments here and there, but we're going through Rob, okay? I'm Rob's water truck bitch, okay? That's my job, okay? I don't own this place. I'm Rob's assistant. So, Swally, I'm going to tell you something right now. I guarantee you tomorrow night I'm putting cones halfway up the track, and those mother effers are not getting down on that berm. I told you to stay off the berm. I told you. Tomorrow night there's going to be cones halfway up. You're burning up the track. I'm like, and then Swally comes to me, mad as hell, and I'm like, that's my guy,
Yeah, you gotta have to have an invisible leash for Rob. But it's got to be long. You got to give him a little bit of rope, but you also have to have the ability to pull him back at times. But the thing is, there's nobody that wants it to be better than what Rob does. He pours his heart and soul into it.
He's the best. He's the best at it, Tony. He really is. He's the best track prep guy in all of dirt racing. Well, maybe next to you, because you are obviously pretty good at it as well. For the Chili Bowl hasn't been the same since you didn't have a finger in it anymore.
Well, and I think, it's a moving target. Track prep's different because every year the cars and the technology of the cars, whether it's shocks or tires or whatever, changes. So what happens to the racetrack and how you prep it has to change, because what these guys are doing to their race cars to make their race cars go fast directly affect how the track wears during the night. And so, you can't just sit there and have a playbook in your hand and go, this is exactly how to do it. You have to be able to call audibles, and you have to be able to learn each year how the technology of the cars are changing, how they race. And that changes how we have to prep the racetrack to make a good event for the fans and for the drivers.
Out of all your investments, all the things you've ever done, other than probably the pretty big payday you got for the charters, which is none of my business, but out of all of the things from the RC cars to just various racetracks to, Eldora had to be your best investment ever.
Yeah, it's, the great thing about it is it was a great facility before I bought it.
Right, absolutely.
Built it to a great place. And even when I purchased it from Earl and Bernice, I mean, they were very active with me, especially Earl. I mean, if I had a project I wanted to do at the track, I would really think through it before I went to Earl, because I wanted to make sure that when I went to talk to him about it, that I didn't have a question that he might have that I couldn't answer.
Right.
When we would go and go to him with a project like that, it made me feel really good that I was going the right direction, because I'd say, hey, I got this in mind. What do you think? And he'd smile and he'd look at me and go, I always wanted to do that. So it made me feel like I was on the same page as him. And I think that's the thing now at this stage of my life. And, obviously we lost Earl and lost Bernice.
Yeah.
They've been gone for a little while. And so anytime we do a project, I always sit there and I go back to, like, I was going to walk in and talk to Earl and say, what do you think about this? And so anybody that thinks we do anything at our racetrack and we don't think about how Earl would want to do it is crazy.
I heard Earl was so stiff that, like, he would kick out Steve Kinzer. He did not care. He did not care. And if you were lippy or you had some, whatever, disrespectful or driving like an idiot or whatever, he would literally say, load it up, get the hell out. I don't care if you're Steve Kinzer, Bloomquist, Donnie Schatz, Danny Lasowski, load it up, buddy.
Yeah, he had his way of doing things, and the way he wanted it done, that's the way it was going to be done. And I feel like I'm carrying some of that attitude with me too.
Because very much.
We got a couple sprint car drivers that got lippy about, having to pay to sell T-shirts. And I'm like, you realize I'm paying almost $1 million in prize money this week. And you're complaining because you got to pay a little bit to sell your T-shirts. And they don't have to pay anything if they sell them out of the back of their trailer, like everybody else used to have to do 10.
But if they want the prime real estate behind the grandstand, that's going to cost you something.
They want everything given to them for free so they can try to make as much money as they can make. They don't know anything about business and don't care about what it takes. Just for example, and this because you're a track owner, Kings Royal alone, it costs us $50,000 to have the sheriff's department there for the week.
That's just your off-duty patrol. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Jeez. And you got these little jack-off kids that sit there and can't stand that they got to pay a little fee to set their T-shirt trailer up. We had 51 T-shirt trailers up there. It's like we start running out of room.
I forget.
Bring a T-shirt trailer. They're not. And here's why I think some of these kids are complaining, because they don't even sell $1,500 worth of T-shirts.
Right.
To pay for their parking space.
Right.
So they're mad because they can't get that. And it's like, nobody's saying you can't sell T-shirts out of the pits, out of your trailer for free.
Right.
But if you want to be like the big dogs up here, the Donnie Schatzes, the David Gravels, those guys aren't complaining about it.
The Hudson O'Neills, those boys ain't complaining.
Jonathan Davenport, those guys, they make so much money up there that's they don't care.
I heard Earl, this is a legend, and I know you guys have changed the template since, but I heard Earl, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. And as a track owner, I appreciate it even more because, as you know, I understand the things and struggles you deal with regards to racers bitching and pay this and pay that. But I heard Earl used to, like, the way he would make the T-shirt guys pay for the deal is he'd make them buy like 25 or 20 tickets to the event. Each hauler had to buy like 25, which is brilliant. And, they could hand out to their best customers or their family or whatever, but he was insured to sell that many tickets to the event, and that paid for their T-shirt space, which is brilliant, quite frankly,
Yeah. And I would consider doing something like that, except for you make them buy 25 tickets and they just sit on them and don't give them to anybody. And you got 25 empty seats.
Right.
Could have had somebody.
And you really have the fire marshal up your ass where you have to really be compliant with regards to your capacity. So you're under the scope with regards to that. So 25 empty seats that are sitting in, some guy's hauler really is not helping you,
No, not when you got people that, we haven't had a sellout to where we couldn't sell standing room only yet. But again, like you mentioned, we have to be mindful with the fire marshals and how many people we have on property and in each area. And But yeah, it's fun because you got this younger generation that they want everything for nothing and don't want to have to do anything for it, and they don't understand what it takes to run a business. So it's some of the conversations with Levi have been funny because Levi's like, well, what do you want to do, boss? And I'm like, well, tell them to pack their shit and get out of there.
Oh yeah, I listened. Rob Platford told me
the trailer's there. So.
Rob Platford told me, I think it might have been Robert Blue or somebody that was really raising hell. And I guess Levi went up and told him to shut it down, close the doors and shut it down. And I guess that came from you. That came from you. And you said, tell Blue, the madman, shut it down. And so literally Blue had to close his doors and shut it down because he was being a dick.
Well, he's not bringing another T-shirt trailer to my track. So
yeah,
that's more room for somebody else that's respectful and that we like. I mean, and the sad part is I'm a big Robert Ballou fan. I am too. More than to watch Robert Ballou run a non-wing sprint car at Eldora. If he is on the racetrack, my eyes are glued to him because he puts on a hell of a show. But my God, it's like
he gave me we had practice last year during the day. It was going to be a daytime practice because how it synced up with Volusia for the 410 USACs. And so Kurt said, listen, the only time we're going to be able to do it will be on Sunday, a day deal. Well, you know that day deals are just, you can't keep enough moisture, especially in Florida. We were having record heat. It was 83 degrees and me and Rob were just trying to lay the water to it. Well, sure enough, 3 or 4 sessions and guys are burning the right rears off, and just really not really learning much, but it's the only time we can do it. Oh my God, Blue came up to me, to my hauler, and took, had like 5 or 6 tires and threw them right in front of my RV and said, it's kind of bad when you go through 4 right rears during practice and all this kind of stuff. Well, I didn't even have to get on him. Rob sicked him on him. Rob goes, load your stuff up right now, bitch, if you don't want to race here. Just load it up. We don't even need you.
Yeah, you better get a leash for Rob.
No, I like Rob.
You can't turn him that loose, but no, it's right. I mean, and Robert's perspective is this, that he's there to test and learn something, and he's burning tires up that cost him money.
Yeah, lots.
But at the same time, it's like, what time of the day the test is.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's his first year and he doesn't know what the hell he's getting into, but maybe his fat head, maybe it squeezes his brain or something and he just can't think properly. But you got guys like that. I mean, there's always been guys like that in motorsports, and there's always going to be guys like that. And I'll be honest, I kind of like having it. You can't have these cookie cutter clean guys all the time. You need the rough ones like Robert. You need these other guys, but they, the thing that they don't think about, there's people to pick fights with. I am not one of those people that you want to sit there and pick fights with.
Not as a track owner. You're not. No, not what I need.
I got plenty of things to do when I'm there and plenty of people to see. And if I got to deal with somebody being a jackass, a quick phone call and I remedy that situation real fast.
God bless him. R.I.P. Don't want to say a bad word about the Bloomer, but even the Bloomer learned, listen, don't pick a bunch of nonsense with Tony about his scale, the whole scale controversy and the whole 9 yards. And you didn't put up with any of that nonsense. And, even the Bloomer realized that, wow, Tony will just kick my ass out of here. He didn't care.
Well, I mean, there was a deal with the scales one year. There was a deal with tires and this and that, and threatened to sue me and this and that. And I'm like, well, let's go. I mean, I don't want to spend any money any more than you do. And if you truly believe you're right, then you got to do this. I mean, I'm like, yes. If you truly think you're right, and I don't think you're right, I think we're right. We'll take it to court and settle it. And he realized real quick he wasn't gonna threaten me. And Scott and I had a ton of mutual respect for each other. There were times we didn't see eye to eye.
Yeah.
Even through that, we still had a ton of respect for each other because we knew how much each other had worked to build the sport and what we meant to the sport. So,
well, and I think you guys did. I think Eldora did the best tribute and really did the most for his family as well. So, big attaboy for that. I know you guys really took care of his daughter, and you guys did a couple things for the family. And what a tragedy. And we're just reminiscing, about how hard-headed he was and how hard-headed you are. And you get 2 hard-headed dudes, and it's a hard-headed fest. And usually the guy with with the best lawyers and the most money wins, and that's you. Yeah. So last question. Let's talk about little Dominic. How's he doing, my friend? Is he sleeping through the night? Are you getting rest? What's going on?
That kid's terrible sleeping. But he is absolutely fantastic. And, I've known you for a long time, and I know you on air, but I also know you away from the studio, and I know who you are as a family man too. And everything that you told me being a father was going to be like has been exactly on point. I remember we went to Bradenton, Florida early this year. We went to the Pro Superstar Shootout event, and it was the week of the Super Bowl. And we've spent all winter on our race team trying to get it fixed and get the car sorted out from the year before that was a disaster. And we went down there, and it was terrible. We made 3 out of 14 runs that we tried to make. It actually made it down the track. And I remember one of those days, we were down there 5 days, and I remember going back. I told the guys, I said, I'm going to go back to the motorhome, make a sandwich real quick. I'll be right back. And I remember walking back, and I opened up the door and went up the steps, and that's where Leah had his bassinet. And I looked down in there, and he looked up at me and just smiled. And I was like, you know what? The car's not that bad, and it's not that important right now.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
It took a little itty bitty infant to teach me how to put a lot of this stuff in perspective. And it's stuff that you told me would come in time, and Kevin Harvick told me would come in time.
And your dad told you it was. I mean, Nelson Piquet, man, you can say what you want, but he was a pretty damn good dad. Shop teacher, just a regular hardworking son of a bitch. But he got you into racing. He's a hell of a dude, and still a pred, but man, Nelson, you had a good dad too. You really did.
Yeah, he's the king of giving women mammograms, I say.
Yeah, that's saying it nicely.
Gets his arm around him, just gives him that big hard hug. And so I have friends that we're around the NASCAR stuff, and some of them are in the drag racing space now. And I'm like, well, did you get your free mammogram today? And they just laughed. They said, yeah, we saw your dad.
So are you, his mom is a world-class race car driver. His dad's, got more accolades I can talk about right now. Do you think Dom will be a racer?
It would be hard to not assume that that's what's going to happen, right, knowing what both of his parents do. But I think that was one thing in one conversation that Leah and I had that was fun for us, because we didn't know where each other stood on this topic. And I, all of our circle track buddies are like, when are you getting him a quarter midget? And all the drag race friends we have are like, when you getting him a junior dragster and this and that. And
get them both.
we both kind of had the same answer when we sat and talked about it. And literally the conversation didn't last any more than 60 seconds. And we both were absolutely on the same page of saying, we're not buying anything for him until he says, I want to do this. Because motorsports, if you want to play Little League baseball and you want to get a participation ribbon and all that, that's fine. If you want to do that with, Little League football and basketball and all that, that's great. I think it's great to teach them team sports. Racing is not that way. Racing is not one of these things you do half-ass. You're either all in or you're all out, because, what's the worst that can happen at a basketball game? You jump up and you twist your ankle.
Right.
Race car every time. And even if it's a go-kart that's going 50 miles an hour, you can get killed in it.
Yep.
So to have a son like Dominic that, everybody assumes he's going to be a race car driver, he has to make that decision in our eyes. And he has to have that drive and passion that both Lee and I have to be professional race car drivers. And it's like, and if he just wants to do it to just do it for a while, we're not saying he can't do it, but while you're doing it, you have to be all in. So he has to tell us if and when he wants to drive race cars, and we'll obviously support him in whatever he wants to do. I mean, we're both, if he wants to play golf, we're supportive of it. If he wants to play volleyball, whatever he wants to do, we don't care. We just want whatever you are passionate about and what you want to do in life, do it 100%. Don't do it half-ass.
Basketball players have to dodge dildos, Tony. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, if you're around Bubba, you're going to have to dodge some at some point.
Exactly.
But man, the Harvick kid's good. The Bush kid's good.
Great.
Yeah.
Those two kids are great. They're Elon is crushing it.
Yes, he's killing it. I mean, he's beating Kevin.
Yeah. And I kind of had different views than Kevin on this. I mean, Kevin got him in a late model at 12.
I know.
And we putting these, we don't talk about it because
I did the same thing. I did the same thing. I had Tyler in a 360 at 12.
And I'm sitting there going, why are we putting these kids in there? Their brains aren't developed all the way. Their bodies aren't mature. They can get hurt, because their bodies aren't mature like an adult. And they don't make adult decisions. There's a reason you don't get a driver's license till 16. There's a reason they don't let you drink alcohol till you're 21. It's because, and even at 54, I make bad decisions that I shouldn't make.
No, you never do.
But I've been against that. I've been one of those guys that is a proponent of, they don't get in full size adult race cars till they're 16. But Keelan is one of those guys that the path that Kevin took him overseas racing go-karts. And you look at what Kyle Busch has done with Braxton, running Legends cars and Bandoleros and getting him in micro sprints and mini sprints. These guys are taking their kids down the right path and doing it the right way and have the right mindset to do that. Do I think every 12-year-old can do that and be capable of it and do it the right way?
No,
Absolutely.
no.
There's not even guys that can do that.
And the only reason I was able to get Tyler in something as volatile as a 360 wing sprint at 12 is because I had a track and we had unlimited practice. So, he had car control. Hell, one of our greatest accomplishments is he beat you at 12. He beat Tony Stewart. I mean, he beat you fair and square at 12. And I remember you did an interview about it and be like, hey, listen, this guy's, this kid can drive about anything. And, but most dads don't own a track. Most dads aren't Kevin Harvick. Most dads aren't Tony Stewart. Most dads aren't,
did it the right way. You took him in a controlled environment. Yep. Nobody else was on the track. So if he made a mistake, he wasn't tearing somebody else's race car up.
Right.
You had the ability to do something that a lot of people don't do. And that's just give him laps. And that's what kids need.
Yep.
It's just lap after lap. And I remember early in our conversation today, you brought up simulators, and man, I'm a big fan of iRacing. Huge.
So
huge
am
fan.
I. That is so. I mean, we didn't have any of that stuff when we were growing up. But can you imagine how good? I mean, you're good, one of the best ever. But can you imagine at age 6 you were in already driving a 410 sprint car on a simulator?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great advantage now for young drivers. Yeah. There are some pitfalls that go with that. I think some of these drivers, when you can crash a car and crash with another guy on a simulator and it didn't cost you real money and real time of working on a car, and you literally can reach up and hit a button and boom, you got a new car again and you start over. I think that is one of the variables that you have to watch with these kids, because some of them forget that it's real money. It's real people driving them at a racetrack, and people have had man hours in them. So you put a 12 or 14-year-old kid in a car that doesn't have a job. He doesn't have to support his wife and his other kids, and
not paying for any of the equipment. His dad is
not paying. Doesn't have it. Kids don't have a job at 12, so
doesn't know that a right rear is $300 right now.
and for these kids to go out there, and sometimes they get a little aggressive like they do on iRacing, but the good ones figure it out pretty quick. So I'm a huge fan of simulators. I think iRacing is one of the best things that's happened to motorsports, because it's brought people that weren't sure that they could be race car drivers, and they're really good on iRacing. Most of the time they can get in a race car and do pretty well with it out of the gate.
Weren't you an early investor or a believer? Weren't you part of iRacing's conception?
No, not at all.
I thought you were. I bet you wish you were.
Absolutely, I do. I do, and honestly, I still wish I was. If I had the opportunity to invest in it, I would love to, because I truly believe in iRacing.
I do too. It's the best.
But they came and scanned Eldora Speedway. We were one of the early dirt tracks that they scanned, and so we had a partnership with them early. And my buddy Rico Abreu.
Rico, I love him.
He had it, and I got on his at the house, and he goes, "You need to get one." So we literally went and bought all the stuff we needed to set up another rig in the house. And I mean, it's not uncommon. I mean, literally since we've had Dominic out in Arizona over the winter, it would not be uncommon to get him in bed at 8 or 8:30 at night, and I'm out on the simulator at 9, and I'm shutting it down at 5 in the morning. And 8-hour sessions doing iRacing. I mean, I absolutely love doing it.
Didn't Ronnie Setzer build you a little rig? At your Columbus house?
Yeah, Jason Setzer.
Jason Setzer. Yeah.
Jason built one, and actually Sumo has that rig now, and our buddy Chad Wheeler in Oklahoma, he's one that has built Dale Jr. and Kyle Larson, myself, Patrick Mahomes. He's built a lot of cool sims for these guys, but they're affordable, and are small enough. They're just one unit, and you can move them around and move them to different locations. He's built two, one for myself and one for Leah that we bought for the ranch here in Indiana. And then I've got a different company that I bought one out in Arizona that I like too. So it's fun. I mean, I can't get Leah into it just because she's just not, she's a drag racer. She's not really an oval racer or road course racer. So she doesn't really have an interest in it, but I'm glad we have two of them, because at some point, Dominic, we're going to get him.
Oh yeah,
playing on it. So I didn't even think about that till right now. So your question of will he drive a race car? I can about guarantee you he's going to want to drive a race car, because he's going to get on this iRacing sim.
You're going to get out to get a little. You're going to get a little baby seat and pedal extensions, but he'll be like a little Rico in there, right?
Yeah, I can see this being a gateway to getting him into a full size race car. So
hey, but I know I could talk to you for hours, my friend, and I hope we can do this again. Get so much great information from you, and tell Leah I said hi, my friend, and I'm trying to make it to the Nationals this year in Indy, and I know I saw you in Gainesville this past year, but God, the weather sucked this year in Gainesville, didn't it? Oh, it was the worst. But
that's the hard part about spring, and especially March in Florida. I mean, you know how hit and miss down there, but NHRA does a great job. We love racing with them. It's like we mentioned earlier, man, to sit there and go to a series where you can go to a big race and buy one ticket, and you can literally go everywhere. You can go down and see the drivers, see the cars. You can be in the pit when they do the warm up. That's something you can't get anywhere else. So I love what I'm doing in NHRA. I love the fact that we won 2 races this year, and that we led the points for a while, and we legitimately.
Well, I think you've already punched your ticket for the playoffs, have you not? You've already punched your ticket for it.
We did. So we got Brainerd coming up next weekend, and we got a weekend off, and got the U.S. Nationals, and then our playoffs start. So
have you thought about it for 1 second? What the hell you're gonna do if you win the championship? I mean, at that point, man, they can't say that you're not the greatest of all time. Nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever won Indy, NASCAR, IROC, WKA, NHRA. I mean, that's good. That's it could happen. It could happen, bud.
It's a legitimate possibility, and we have a legit opportunity, at least where we're at right now, of contending for a championship this year. So the good thing is we got a great beer sponsor. We have American Rebel Light Beer, and a great partner. And I told Andy Ross that owns the company, I said, if we're still in this mathematically in this thing at Pomona, I said, you have better make sure you bring enough beer, because it's going to be,
because you're a beer drinker. When you put your mind to it and you're celebrating something. I mean, I think you're an old Schlitz guy, aren't you?
He used to be.
Used to be a Schlitz. I'm like, someone will be like, God damn, I don't know why he's drinking Schlitz.
Now it's American Rebel Light, man. Get with it, Bubba.
I know.
Come on. American Rebel Light's a better quality than Schlitz was. The whole reason I drank Schlitz back in the day is because I had my house in Indiana, and then I had a house in North Carolina, and I had roommates. So you would, if you were in North Carolina and you came home to Indiana and you looked in the fridge, there wasn't any beer in the fridge because your jack-off roommates drank all your beer and didn't buy any.
Right.
So you'd buy beer and you'd have beer when you were home. And then when you'd go back to North Carolina, same thing. The fridge, you'd open it up, get a beer.
But they wouldn't touch that Schlitz, would they?
Out of one, man. If there were 7 in the fridge when you left and you came back 3 months later, there were 7 in the fridge when you came home. I'm like, I found my beer.
Rumor has it that you did some Pro Mod testing, was within, I don't know, 2/100ths of what they're running. And just little birdie told me that Leah might get back in a rail next year, and you might run Pro Mods. I mean, that's just rumor on the streets.
Sure. Yeah, Leah tested it after the Richmond, Virginia race. Leah tested on that Monday, and there hasn't been anything officially. She hasn't made her mind up 100%, but I saw her get out of the car, and I saw when she took her helmet off, I saw the look on her face, and I'm like, I own this team, and I'm going to get fired from driving this team at the end of the year. most likely.
You could be the only guy. Hold on, you could be the only guy, Tony, to own the team, to win a championship, and get fired.
Yeah, all in the same deal.
I know,
and it's a legit possibility. So obviously Leah, it was her car to begin with,
right?
And
we know.
Pregnant, I got picked to be the replacement driver, but I've said all along, and we get fans every week that come up and they're like, "When's Leah coming back?" and all that. And I'm like, "Hey, you're asking the wrong person. When Leah comes out, you got to ask her when she's coming back, because I need to know the same thing." So I went down to Tulsa, Oklahoma. My good friend Richard Freeman, who owns Erica Ender's team and Aaron Stanfield's team, he's got about 7 or 8 or 9 pro stock cars now. Went down to Tulsa Monday and Tuesday and tested in one of the pro stock cars. So he offered me a job for next year if I want it. So I've got an open. I have an opportunity. I'm not going to be sitting
with a good team. With a good team too. I mean, Eric Anders is the champion, isn't she?
She's a 6-time champion.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Drives from my buddy Randy Skagg.
Yeah, and so I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, I love Top Fuel. But
those pro mod guys, I'm not trying to take anything from your Top Fuel guys, but those pro mod guys, those are some shifting son of a bitches. I mean, there's way more activity let's just be honest, you're smashing the gas and holding on and hoping that your tuner put the right setup on your deal. It's sketched out, your face is peeled back, you got 6 G's going on, you're hoping you don't want, but with those pro mods, I mean, it's a real race car driver. Like, you're shifting the gears like your NASCAR Willie. I mean, bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, and we need to clarify. So I drove a pro stock car. There is pro mod too. Pro mod's even another level of crazy.
Yeah, you could do it.
I think I could learn how to do it in time, but the pro stock cars are slower than the pro mods are. But man, I mean, like you said, I mean, when we hit the gas in the Top Fuel car, I've already stepped off of a clutch pedal, so it's like a centrifugal clutch. And literally, I'm holding the brake with my hand, and when that light changes, I'm stabbing the gas and letting the brake off. That's it. With the pro stock car, you're having to set line lock brake pressures and do the burnout where you're starting in second gear and third, fourth, fifth as fast as you can shift and let off the line lock. There's just way more things in the procedure to do. But when you hit the gas and when you're holding the line lock, you got your foot on the clutch, you got your foot on the gas, and when that light changes, you're dumping the line lock and you're dumping the clutch at the same time.
I think you would like it. I think you would like it more. I really do, because I mean, you're all about the driving part of a sport, and I think you'd like it more. I really do.
I really enjoyed it. I mean, I think I made 5 full runs in the car. Well, 4 full runs in the car over the 2 days. But it's definitely, there's more driver input.
Right.
I feel in that because of the shifts.
Right.
It's not that drivers don't. I mean, when you're driving a 330 mile an hour Top Fuel dragster or funny car in 1,000 feet, I mean, the drivers are busy in there. Trust me, and they got to be talented, because with nitro motors, if the tire spins or the motor gets too free, it can put cylinders out. And when it does that, if you don't catch it right away, they can blow up. The pro stock car is just a different challenge. It's not going to blow up if something happens, but when you leave the line, you have 4 shifts that you got to hit at the right times to keep that motor in the right RPM range. Yeah. And so the driver becomes a different factor than what it is in Top Fuel and funny car. But yeah, it's got my interest. I've got some feelers out there to drive some other cars next year in NHRA. So, just
man, how cool would that be?
What Leah's doing for sure. We can't do anything, but once she makes her decision, and if she does decide that she wants to come back next year, I've at least got some irons in the fire of options for.
We'll
something.
Get the boss lady to commit to the rail. We'll get Hagan in the funny car. We'll get you in the pro stock, and then we'll have 3 cars. Maybe Randy will throw you a Skag Willie, get some sponsorship, and man, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Oh my God.
If Hagan had his way, we would start another funny car team. If Leah ultimately had her way, we would start another Top Fuel team. And I keep telling both of them, I'm like, yeah, to get through year 1 on that.
I need 10 million.
I need 6.5 to 7 to get through year 1.
I wasn't too far off.
No, and then I got to figure out how to get 3.5 to 4 the next year to keep running it. So
right, and you got to probably buy another haul. You probably got to buy another hauler, right? Another hauler, 2 more hauler, right?
It takes 2 of those semi truck and trailers to run each car.
Right.
everything that you have in there is what it takes to run those cars. So yeah, we would need 2 trucks and trailers. It's not just like, and I don't have the bandwidth to just write a check for that and go on down the road.
Oh yeah, you do. Don't even think about it, please.
I don't have a job now. So what I have is what I have to live the rest of my life and support my family on. So I have to be a little careful about what I'm spending and where, but yeah, I'm going to do something.
I was with you one time and listen to this, Lummy. We were at the Lightning game and Tony wanted to buy $5,000 worth of 50-50 tickets. And it was going through the roof. It was like, I don't know, it was like 30 or 40 grand. And Tony, so the guy with the little, the guy comes down the rows and he sells them. So Tony gives him his credit card and says, I'll take $5,000 worth. Well, the first problem was that he had an Indiana-based bank, and so you couldn't do it with an Indiana bank. This guy directed us to this kiosk that we could go do it, but it was halfway around the arena. So Tony's like, listen,
I got around there. Our fat asses were over. We didn't give a shit if we won the 50-50 or not. We just wanted to get ice cream and a beer and go back to our seats.
So we get these tickets. I swear to God, they went from here to the parking lot, and he gave me a third of them. He gave Jimmy Carr a third of them, and he took a third of them. So when they announced the winners, we're just looking at the ticket numbers to see if we won. Of course we didn't.
Of course not.
We weren't even close. Our number wasn't even in the same zip code as the rest.
No, but it was funny to watch Tony Stewart try to buy $5,000 worth of 50-50 tickets. you degenerate.
Hey, the other half went to charity. Come on, man. We did something good for somebody.
It really. Man, the Eldora 50-50 gets up to like what, 200 grand?
Oh.
It gets on the big shows. It'll get over 100,000.
Yeah,
which is pretty cool. I mean, you think about going to a race, and literally, I think the last one that was over 100,000, the guy was a firefighter, 2 small towns north of Eldora, and to me, that's just awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Great, because the 50% that we keep goes to charity, and we know we're doing something positive there. But a lot of times you don't really hear the story of who wins some of these 50-50s. And for these guys to win $100,000, that's life-changing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So to see a firefighter like that win that, to me, that was awesome. So, I mean, we always get it started off right, get the money and get a little money in there early. From ourselves to get the thing going.
Right. Get people excited. It's already 25 grand and they're still working on the track.
Maybe next year a struggling DJ can win.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe. I mean, who knows? Shit.
Set it up.
Like 2 tickets and then he'll get pissed off if he doesn't win it. You know how that goes.
All right, listen, I'll get mad
if drawing is bullshit.
I'll get mad if I have to pay for a pit pass. I'll be lighting Tony up. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh man, I stayed at Bubba's Big Bath and Beyond. I mean, you got tickets anytime you want to go.
I know that, buddy. Hey, listen, tell the boss lady I said hi, and I just absolutely adore the hell out of her. Give your kid a big old hug. Please know that I keep up through Rico and Sumo, so I keep up on what you're doing, and I'm so proud of you. You're such a great dad. You're a great husband. You're as grounded and as happy as I've ever seen you. As successful as I've ever seen you, and it's just really, really happy to see my friend do well and be happy and be with a woman that appreciates what you do. And let's do this more often, T, and let's keep in better touch if we can.
Absolutely, man. It's you stay up with Rico and Sumo, and I'm like, but he's got my phone number. It's like you can reach him.
But I'm the guy that likes to stay off your radar because you got so many people. See, here's the deal. I'm the guy that stays off your radar, and you appreciate that. If I need you, I'll get a hold of you, but I'm not blowing you up. I got you. We got each other.
It's funny because I got so many really close friends, and they're the ones that reach out the least because of that.
Yep.
It's like I got all kinds of downtime that and I'm busy. I'm still busy as hell, but I mean, there's a lot of times that I've got downtime and I'm like, man, I love hearing from my friends. So it's, I always tell all you guys that are close to me, I'm like, man, don't ever be afraid to pick up the phone up. And even if it's just sending a text message, just saying, hey, I'm thinking about you today. I love getting those messages and loving talking to my friends, man. It's, as you get older in life and, it's great to look at the stats and the records and the championships and awards we've got. But, as much as those mean a lot, there's nothing that means more to me than my friends and my family.
Friends and family, man.
Oh, I mean, you fit in both of those categories.
Thank you, my friend. I'm humbled.
Yeah,
I'm humbled.
I definitely want to do this more with you. I love getting on and hanging, and definitely love it when I get a chance to go down south and be there in person, see your boys there, and hang out with the guys. And you got a great group there, and we just love hanging out and having fun.
Hey, bud, have a good day, my friend. What's up for this weekend? You got an off weekend? Well, I mean, it's probably really not an off.
I've had a busy week. So Tulsa Monday and Tuesday, testing the Pro Stock car. We were down in Franklin, Tennessee yesterday with Johnson's Horsepower Garage with our buddy Gibson Johnson, and Andy Ross from American Rebel Light was down there yesterday too. And today got a day off. I actually get a haircut today.
Oh, okay.
I'm excited about. I'm way overdue for a haircut. So amazing how.
That's why you got a hat on.
That, and because I didn't get in the shower when I got up, I just threw a hat on.
Right.
So, but yeah, to the next 2 days, Friday and Saturday, this is Knoxville Nationals week too, our biggest week.
Are you headed over?
I'm not going to make it this year. It's the first year that I'm not going to make at least a day.
Usually you'd fly in, at least catch the Saturday night show or the Friday based on if you had a cup deal, and fly out. And the announcer would be like, "Ladies and gentlemen, look up. You'll see that's Tony Stewart's citation leaving the airport."
Yeah, but we got to go to Detroit tomorrow and Saturday for Dodge, and they've got Roadkill Nights up there. So it's on Woodward Avenue, and they do a big deal with the automotive industry up there. So we're going to spend some time with our Dodge friends up there, and be rooting Donnie shots on from my phone. I'll be watching online. But,
I'll be watching Flow on your phone. Amanda Dodge, dating back to Kevin Miller when he used to run Dodge. Man, I'm glad to see Dodge has been really taking good care of you. They really have. It's good to see them, helping you and being such a great sponsor. Yeah.
Yeah, great partner. Mark Whitney's the guy we deal with at Dodge now, and just does a fantastic job. He's very, very frugal about everything. He makes sure that when we need something, when we go to him, we not only say, hey, we need this, but we tell him why. And if it's justified, he gets it. If it's something that can wait down the road, he makes us wait a little bit. But man, they great people at Dodge, and Tim Kaniskas and the gang. I mean, they just great people.
Listen, bud, good talking to you. I love you. And hopefully I'll be seeing you for in Indianapolis here in a couple weeks, my friend.
Yeah, definitely. If we come up a little early, a couple days, and we'll mess around before we go up there and get busy.
Get on the farm. I love the farm. Yeah. All right, but, hey, you still got deer camp as the boss, as the deer boss out there?
Oh yeah, Ryan's out there digging all every day. We actually got two guys that take care of the deer and elk the farm.
He at that one when I went to the Rumble with you for the New Year's Eve, I thought he was going to kill me. I have to tell you that story some other time. I made a joke about his hairline and that he looked like Eddie Munster. And
that's not probably a good joke, Bubba.
It took his wife to get him off me. He was going to kick my. Someone goes, "God damn, I'm going to tell you something. I've never seen him he's going to beat your ass."
Oh, and it's easy too, because if you're within 5 feet of him, another 3 feet, you got him. I mean, he can't turn around and run that fast right now. So
I'm not a very fast runner either, T.
I'd love to see that foot race.
I'm not beating anybody in a foot race either, buddy. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, it was funny because Rico and I were actually talking yesterday about the big girl nationals, and I'm like, maybe we need to make this a traveling event from Ocala, and maybe we need to bring it to Eldora.
Oh my God, if we did it Eldora, oh my Lord.
I'm going to make the call today to Levi, and I'm going to bring this up, and he's either going to tell me I'm the biggest idiot that he's ever met, or he's going to. I think we can pull this off, because you got to think about society right now. I mean, we got plus size women and different catalogs and stuff, which I love. I mean,
and when I started getting people kind of getting a little bit, hey, this is a little bit mean to girls and things like that. I'm like, where else can a big girl win $3,000 in a track and field event?
Yeah, and not get beat by somebody that's eating kale every day.
Right, exactly. So
where a
big girl can be rewarded for being big and being the money.
That's right.
And as a society now, I mean, we're celebrating that. You get into fashion catalogs and clothing catalogs. There's big women in there, and I think it's great because not everybody's skinny.
No, and especially girls from Rossburg, Ohio. I mean, those are corn-fed girls up there, and they need a chance to win $5,000, just like the next guy does.
It's celebrating big girls.
Celebrating big girls.
The American Rebel Light Big Girl National.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah,
and if my grand prize for my little ass was $5,000, it'd be 15 at Eldora, maybe 20.
It's actually just American Rebel. There's nothing light about these ladies.
Hey, well, that's why we're giving them American Rebel Lights, so they don't have to, they don't really stock up for the event.
Yeah, I mean, really, honest to God, really, we probably really need to talk about that. I mean, we really should.
I literally was talking about it, and Kelly Antonelli, who runs our NHRA program, Kelly's in the back seat listening to all this, and I'm like,
right.
Kelly's one of them that if I get down a rabbit hole on a bad idea, she's normally the first to pipe up. She was listening. She didn't really say much, so I'm like, she's processing this, thinking this might have legs.
I mean, the high jump winner was 2'7". That was the high jump winner, and onto a bale of hay. I mean, it just writes itself. I mean,
Man, I think
we had the pickup truck push challenge where they had to push a pickup truck for a certain distance, and we had the
what was it, the 50 or half lap?
Well, you see, Eldora's a half mile, so you couldn't do a half lap, so you have to do like a straightaway run.
We'd have to have refreshment stops on the way through.
Well, yeah,
they could have to eat a pie on there halfway through.
Eldora is even a better facility than I got, so we could do way more with it. Like maybe do it during the King's Royal or during the prelude. We used to have the prelude to the Dream. We don't have a prelude anymore. We could have the big girl games.
I like it. I'm telling you, I'm making phone calls today, bud. You inspire me.
Ask Leah what she thinks, and we'll see.
She'll be pissed off she can't enter.
Yeah, she's way too light. Like, no way. You have to be over 200 to even be in the gimmick. Like, you can't be under 200 pounds. Yeah.
I think
you actually were my biggest sponsor. When I did the Big Girl Nationals, you wrote me a $2,500 check. You were my biggest sponsor.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I thought it was awesome. I mean, I thought girls that don't have a chance to ever compete for money like that in a sporting event get a chance.
How many 5'8", 260-pound girls have ever won anything?
Hammer throw.
Well, I mean, shot put.
Yeah, but did it pay $3,000, $5,000 to win?
No, it didn't pay $5,000. No.
Participation ribbon.
Then they got a medal at best. A little nickel-sized medal. Yeah, no big deal. Hey T, love you, my friend, and let's look into that. I'm telling you, we could just the social media presence alone, we could pay for itself.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Yeah,
I got to make sure that if Leah approves and Levi approves, then I got to call Dodge and say, hey, what do you think? And I got to start going down the channels. There's a lot of hurdles to cross here.
But the hot spots as far as like when does big girls always get screwed out of any event?
Exactly.
So it's as pro woman as you can get.
This is their time to shine.
Yep. Sorry, skinny girls. I mean, skinny girls get all the prizes. They get all the accolades. Miss Eldora, look how hot they are. They win everything. Well, Miss Eldora couldn't even qualify for this now.
Oh, not eligible.
Not eligible. All right, T. We love you, buddy.
Thank you, bud.
See you later, buddy.
You
all right, bud. Thank you.
Bud.
Tony Stewart.
Gene Lasker just walked in. I'm a few minutes early for the show.
I'm glad you got Tony.
No, it's Friday.
What's that?
We might let Gene enter as an honorable mention.
Gene could be the color commentator. Man, look at this big girl. I'm telling you right now, man. She's big as hell.
My money's on number 3. I saw her take a big dump right before the event.
Make him the trophy king or something instead of
Oh man, maybe we could get a big food like Culver's or somebody like that, to help sponsor.
American Rebel Light.
Well, there's
the only trans we support are transmissions.
there was an eating contest, Brian.
All right, T-Man, good talking to you, buddy.
All right, guys, thank you.
All right, bye, buddy. Thank you so much. Man, so late. But I don't care. I mean, we run our own network.
Well, we don't have a next break.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah,
that's why I said bullshit during Turney's interview.
Listen, we run our own network. If the affiliates are mad at me, fire me,
bitches.
I mean, I had Tony Stewart on for an hour. I mean, who else?
An hour and 25 minutes.
Who else can get? I mean, most people can't interview Tony in that manner, like from a friendship point of view, and we
You get into it, long form style.
Well, I'm a long form dude.
That's right. And now he's going to be bringing back Big Girls Nationals.
Can you imagine? See, now you have to understand, Brian, his track, Eldora, is literally like, what's the most, like Lambeau Field with regards to, the prestigious.
Like Indy for the Indy 500.
Yes,
racing.
It would be like, like Daytona 500 and Indy 500 are the two crown jewel racetracks. His Eldora is the Indianapolis 500 Motor Speedway of dirt racing. It's the by far most popular, most successful, largest. I mean,
and you're in the Midwest. You got some big women.
Don't forget,
that are athletic too, because they work
Don't
the
forget,
farms.
I mean, we actually the girl that weighed the most got $1,000.
So the heaviest competitor wins no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, so the heaviest competitor, I think she came in at 388.
Yeah, she was almost. Yeah, she was over 360. I know that.
And Brian, the numbers. You know how in competition, you have athlete 1, athlete 2. Their numbers
were their weight.
So stepping up for the push truck, it's number 268. And the girl that won the heaviest, she weighed, I think, 388 pounds, but, she made $1,000 for being the heaviest.
There you go.
So
everybody's a winner at the Big Girls Nationals.
But you know what? I'm changing it from I bought the domain. I'm not doing it Nationals. I just call it Big Girl Games.
There you go.
It's called the Big Girl Games. I think that's better than Nationals, don't you think, Brian? It's a little bit Big Girl Games.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, it's because they have the Florida Man games now.
I own the domain, so nobody try to buy it.
Perfect.
Brian, sorry for keeping you late today,
hey, buddy. Look, it was good. It was fun listening to you and Tony.
Can I tell you? You gotta hear very little about racing, but you got like 3 or 4 zingers in. You did. That made him laugh.
Yeah, no, he chuckled. I got some Tony chuckles.
You got some Tony chuckles. You did. Lummy,
Did he really shit? I wanted to ask, but I didn't know if it was did he really shit at Watkins Glen when he won in 2004?
What's that now?
There's always said that he crapped himself lap 23 at Watkins Glen in 2004.
I should have asked him that. I'll ask him that next time.
Okay.
All right, my friend. Everybody, Bubba Army do we still got people? I mean,
yeah, we got YouTube, but
we're still at almost 2,000. 1,500 on YouTube.
Wow,
over 1,500.
What are people saying? I suck. Went too long?
No, they're saying thank God Brian kept his mouth shut for the full 90 minutes.
Oh, Brian, I gotta give you a number to give Seth for a host, okay?
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.